at the tailor's house. All the women were watching the woman testing the robe Riella had just embroidered, wearing confused expressions. Why is she reacting like that? She looks so frozen after wearing the robe. Is everything all right? Some of them even questioned Riella, but she only asked them to watch what was about to happen next. Riella stretched out her hand toward a bowl of water placed in a corner of the room and used mana to move the water from the bowl toward the woman wearing the robe. The water floated above her. Riella let go, and the water splashed on her body. The woman wondered why Riella had suddenly done such a thing, but their confusion was quickly answered that a small invisible layer seemed to form from the robe, causing the water to pour onto the ground without even touching the woman wearing it. They were all so shocked. This is very good. Wow, so incredible. They began reacting vocally. Enjoy more content from Empire, Lady Riella. This is very good. They praised her. Riella held up her hands and told them to hold on a second. The women fell silent and turned their gaze back to the woman wearing the robe. You, get a match and try to burn her robe, she ordered. What? All of them, including the one wearing the robe, reacted at once. Do you doubt me after seeing that? The woman paused for a second before nodding slowly. One of them brought out a traditional locally made match, lit it, and placed it under the dress. However, the moment the matchstick made contact with the robe, it extinguished as though something had blown on it forcefully. Wait, the matchstick has little effect. The heat is not up to the level I want, Riella said. The women turned to look at her once again, confused. Riella did not reply and removed them. Luckily, not far away, a family who had just weeded were burning the weeds, and the flames were strong. The woman wearing the robe felt really scared when she saw Riella smile upon seeing the fire. In her mind, she hoped Riella would not ask her to test the effect on such a dangerous fire. Sadly, her prayers weren't answered. Riella made her move closer. Then she pushed her, causing her to fall into the flames. Oh! She cried out in fear of the pain that would soon torment her, or so she thought. Her eyes were shut, bracing for immense pain. Nevertheless, a few seconds passed, and she felt nothing. Actually, she did feel something. It wasn't heat. She felt really warm, very comfortably warm, to be honest. How do you feel? Riella asked as she helped her up. The family who had made the fire looked at them with surprise. They were so shocked that they didn't know how to react. They had just seen someone sent into hazardous flames and come out untouched. The women beside Riella stared at their colleagues, awaiting her response. I felt really good, Lady Riella. I felt no sort of pain, she responded. She even added that she felt very good wearing it. Everyone who heard her response was beyond shocked, while Riella only smiled. This is our latest invention. With this, I will be able to modify the clothes we make each day and add effects that protect our people from the few things you just witnessed. There are other minor effects that can't be tested physically. I'll discuss them with you all later, she said. The women nodded their heads attentively, with respect and adoration. They had never expected to be greeted with such wonder that afternoon. Some of them became curious and inquired how they could do the same. You can't, Riella replied simply, shattering their hopes. Not now, actually, she added, boosting their hope once more. But keep working and improving, and one day you might awaken the special skill to do what I do, she concluded. The women became excited and eager to do more. After they were done outside, Riella took them back inside, and they continued working as usual. Riella was working on a new dress to replicate the enchanted embroidery from the earlier one. After she was done, she tested it once again on another person. It was perfect, just like the first. With this success, she began applying the embroidery to the available clothes. Before evening, she had already applied the embroidery to more than 20 robes, which was incredible considering she had done that in less than 4 hours. Furthermore, given how sophisticated and complicated the embroidery was, her speed was out of this world. It would take a normal tailor at least 5 hours, and a novice more than 24 hours. After the last one, she closed for the day and strolled home. While strolling home, she heard about what had transpired at Bruce's place with Rowan and Liera, so she went to check on them before returning home to prepare something to eat. She then relaxed for a bit and was about to start working on Rowan's robe when Lavarina contacted her. You've finally achieved your goal, Lavarina said, sounding really proud and happy for Riella. Thank you, Lavarina, it's all thanks to you, Riella replied with a proud smile. I knew the skill would be perfect on someone like you. You have such a creative mind. Too bad you were born in a poor, underdeveloped village. Lavarina's voice held a hint of disappointment. Rowan is going to make the village better very soon. He just needs some more time, she defended. I believe that Rowan is very special and blessed. More blessed than any other being in this world. I do envy him sometimes, Lavarina said. Her relationship with Riella had already grown past goddess and disciple and had almost reached the state of best friends, so she didn't mind sharing her true feelings. Envious of Rowan. What sort of blessing does he possess to make a goddess like you envious of a mere mortal? Riella replied. She did not doubt that Rowan was truly blessed, but for a goddess to be envious, it was simply unbelievable. Rowan is not a mere mortal, Riella. Rowan is not a mere mortal, Riella, said Lavarina. Riella could only stare into empty space, slightly confused by why a goddess would say such a thing. What is he then? She asked almost immediately. I can't tell you everything about your husband, but just be aware that he is special enough for a goddess like me to be envious. I'm sure you understand, Lavarina replied, attempting to close the topic as quickly as possible. But Riella was already too curious to let the subject drop so easily. Why can't you tell me, Lavarina? You know I can't let go of anything once I'm this curious about it, especially when it's concerning my beloved Rowan. Riella heard Lavarina heave a tired sigh. I can't release such information right now, but I will tell you something that will help you understand and believe me. After saying that, Lavarina gave Riella a brief mission to complete when Rowan returned from the hunting expedition with the soldiers. Upgrade my skills. Is that even possible? Riella asked, sincerely confused by the whole situation. Lavarina told her not to worry and to try it out when Rowan returned. Riella agreed, even though she didn't believe it would actually happen. Meanwhile, inside the dark forest, Rowan and his men had fiercely completed raids on 3 different monsters. The first raid occurred a few hours after they entered the dark forest. After Rowan activated his hunter call, the monsters in the area drew closer, and they began a legendary battle for survival. The battle ended quickly as the first horde of monsters was significantly weak. Rowan didn't even bother stepping in to help his soldiers, as there were no E-rank monsters among the horde. His soldiers fought in harmony and anger. The battle harmony came from experiencing the same scenarios before, while the anger stemmed from the events that took place at the village that day. They poured all that anger into slaying the monsters that came before them, sparing none and killing them in the most brutal ways possible. Rowan watched the ferocious battle with a smile on his face. This was the passion he needed from his soldiers. Among everyone, Rowan noticed one person in particular. This time, it wasn't Bryce. Bryce fought exceptionally as usual, but he didn't capture Rowan's attention. Winston, the one with a makeshift sword shaft, stole Rowan's interest. With a sword in hand, Winston zigzagged through the battlefield, claiming the lives of monsters from left to right. His eyes were cold and filled with resolve. Rowan took note of him and observed how his evolution points grew much faster than those of the other soldiers, including Bryce. He was the most exceptional during the first horde. After it ended, the soldiers harvested monster cores as usual. Once the first horde was defeated, Rowan moved his soldiers to another clearing and used his hunter skills once again to draw out monsters from the surroundings. This time, the monsters were stronger and more ferocious than the first. Rowan observed a brief hint of fear in his soldiers' eyes as the monsters poured out. These monsters looked more bloodthirsty, their screams shrill and soul-chilling. Most of the breeds had not been seen before, even to Rowan. However, while the others were cowering, Winston dragged his sword out from his sheath attached to his back and attacked. He slayed 2 monsters, igniting the passion in the hearts of his comrades, who quickly engaged in battle to assist him. Rowan watched as Winston methodically took down the second horde. Each strike was calculated, every movement deliberate. Unlike the frantic energy of his comrades, Winston moved with a serene precision that was both intimidating and mesmerizing. The monsters of the second horde were indeed tougher, their attacks more vicious. They lunged with renewed ferocity, but Winston remained unshaken. He anticipated their moves, countering with swift, effective blows that left the creatures incapacitated in moments. His calm demeanor began to influence the battlefield. Soldiers who were once hesitant found their courage rekindled. Inspired by Winston's unflinching presence, the second battle drew to a close. Rowan observed the transformation in his troops. The fear that had lingered in their eyes was being replaced by resolute determination. Without wasting any time, Rowan led his men to another clearing. He activated his hunter call once more, and the air thickened with anticipation. This third horde felt different, more intelligent and coordinated. The monsters approached with a strategic precision that mirrored Winston's own fighting style. The soldiers exchanged uneasy glances, the weight of the upcoming battle pressing down on them. But Winston stood ready, his presence a beacon of calm in the chaos. As the monsters surged forward, Winston moved first. He engaged the creatures with cold efficiency, his every move a study in tactical brilliance. But he didn't just fight. He outmaneuvered, outsmarted, and outlasted each opponent with ease. Rowan took notice of this and wondered just how much development Winston had undergone since the death of his loved ones, that IKT was already common for main characters and side characters to receive sudden boosts of courage and strength after losing their loved ones. But the strength and courage displayed by Winston at this moment were just too different. IT was far higher than Rowan had expected. At this point, he had gathered as many evolution points as Captain Roland and the other captains, except Bryce, who had given everyone a significant lead. Not only Rowan, but the other soldiers also began to take notice. They watched as Winston deftly neutralized threats, turning what seemed like an overwhelming force into manageable skirmishes point one by one. Soldiers started to follow Winston's lead. They began to mimic his movements, adopting his techniques and cold tactics in battle. Your next journey awaits at Empire very soon. Every one of Rowan's soldiers exuded a different battle aura, stronger and more courageous than anything Rowan had ever experienced. He could not help but feel a surge of pride as he saw his men rally behind Winston. Just like that, the soldiers pulled through the third horde. The fourth horde began soon after, and they fought with even more ferocity. Although the monsters this time were stronger, more intelligent, and even more numerous, the soldiers still defeated them, doing so in a much shorter time frame than the smaller hordes that by then. Evening had already dawned on them. The soldiers could be seen using the last light to harvest the monster cores from the creatures they had slain. Rowan, Blaze, and the other captains stood behind and observed. "Did you notice him, Lord Rowan?" Roland asked, pointing at Winston, who was currently stabbing the skull of a gigantic snake to harvest its core. "Yeah, I noticed him," Rowan nodded. How could he not notice the soldier who slayed the most monsters and gathered the most evolution points? His youngest and only brother was one of the people who lost their lives today, that I guess it affected him badly and pushed him during the battle. That I feel bad for him, Roland said, observing Winston with pity in his eyes. "Oh, he lost his younger brother. I didn't even notice that in the morning. That is sad, and it's all the fault of that bastard dark creature," Rowan thought, shaking his head before turning to his captains. "Keep an eye on him, that he will become an important guardian of the village when the day finally arrives," Rowan instructed. The captains nodded and offered their suggestions. Roland agreed to train him personally after the hunt and impart all the swordsman skills he possessed that Winston hadn't yet mastered. Bryce suggested that it would be good to train him in martial arts. According to Bryce, one could easily channel their emotions through their own body rather than relying solely on external weapons. Bryce explained with so much energy that it felt as though he was about to fight the other captains. After he was done, the captains of the archer group also agreed to train him in archery skills if he was interested. All the captains noticed and accepted Winston. Rowan was glad that a few minutes passed, and the soldiers finished harvesting the monster cores and handed them over to Rowan. Rowan then complimented them on a good first day of the hunt and encouraged them to do more. While speaking to them, he did not forget to mention the best fighter, Winston. "If you continue fighting so exceptionally after the hunt, I will gift you a new and more formidable sword," Rowan promised Winston. "Thank you so much, Lord Rowan." Winston bowed his head slightly to show his appreciation, but his expression remained cold. Rowan didn't mind. He spoke to them more before moving forward to scatter the corpses of the monsters. He then asked Blaze to burn them. After Blaze finished burning the corpses, Rowan brought out wood, and they made campfires in different spots at their current location. More than 100 campfires were set up. Once the campfires were made, the soldiers found clear spots to rest their heads. They weren't accustomed to a luxurious lifestyle, so sleeping in such a setting wasn't much of a problem for them. This was a huge relief to Rowan. After they had found their spots, Rowan went around the group at peak speed and distributed raw meat, fruits, and water to all of them. The soldiers roasted their meat over the fire while enjoying their fruit. Rowan sat down far away from the group and watched over them. He could not wait for tomorrow's hunt to begin. He planned to take his soldiers through at least 6 raids, considering their slaying speed had improved. The night was going pretty well for Rowan and his soldiers. The temperature was comfortable, and the sound of the cool breeze rustling the leaves created a soothing background that made relaxation more enjoyable. With Blaze and Rowan keeping watch over them, the soldiers were able to sleep with their eyes closed. While they slept, Rowan went through their stats one by one, noting the soldiers he would need to send to the front lines for tomorrow's hunt to increase their evolution points, which were significantly below average compared to the others. Most of these soldiers belonged to the archers group, which was understandable since they primarily served as support for the team. That, on the other hand, the close-range fighters were doing well, as they could slay more monsters. Rowan contemplated many ways to address this minor deficiency, that he needed every one of his soldiers to evolve as soon as possible. The trial would soon begin, and Rowan did his best to improve all his cards to pass the trials without losing not only his people, but his entire territory. After finishing his review, Rowan closed the system and ordered Blaze to keep watch while he rested his head a little. Blaze agreed. Rowan found a nearby tree and leaned against it. The cool breeze blew against his face, providing a refreshing sensation that quickly lulled him to sleep. Nevertheless, while his soldiers were sleeping soundly, Rowan was not. He was plunged into a nightmare. He found himself in a dark cave with strange symbols and intricate texts engraved on the walls. As he stared at the symbols, Rowan felt as though he had seen them before. He strained to recall where and how he had encountered them, but no memories surfaced about the engravings. As his consciousness explored the symbols and text, a sinister and unclear voice echoed through the room. Capturing his attention, he turned and was confronted by a mighty throne, so formidable that no words could adequately describe it. Sitting on the throne was darkness. Yes, darkness that IT had no shape or form, just pure darkness that seemed to possess life. IT appeared to be speaking to Rowan, though in a very unclear tone, similar to the voice he heard after awakening his mana core. The voice kept repeating the same phrases over and over. IT first. It was unclear after the first few hundred repetitions, but after more, it began to grow a bit clearer. Kibeti, Abel. This was the clearest so far. Rowan couldn't help but wonder what message the darkness was trying to convey. He listened more attentively, trying to grasp what this darkness had for him. Kill, it repeated, this time more unclearly. Kill, venerable, that irritable. Mario, why does it sound like it's asking me to kill someone? He wondered. The voice repeated even more and finally became really clear. Kill venerable Mario. Rowan finally understood what it wanted. He was confused. He wanted to ask a question. He wanted to question his current reality. Where was he? And why was the empty throne, filled with nothing but darkness, asking him to kill one of the strongest transmigrators in the world at the moment? He tried to make sense of it. He knew immediately that he was stuck in a dream, a stupid one. He wanted to leave. He slapped himself, bit himself, and inflicted all sorts of pain on his consciousness in an attempt to cause a pain reaction that would jolt his body awake from the nightmare. But it was futile. Just as he did this, the voice began getting louder and clearer each second. It was as though someone was steadily turning up the volume. But in reality, time passed, and the voice intensified, becoming even louder and carrying much more emotion than before. Anger, authority, disgust, hatred, and other negative emotions could be heard and felt from the sinister voice. It also became more menacing. So sinister that Rowan's consciousness began trembling. Kill venerable Mario. The voice roared. Its roar came with a powerful force that blasted Rowan across the space. He cried out and screamed in fear as his body was hurled through the air like a rag doll toward a sharp, spike-shaped rock. The only thing he saw at that moment was death. I don't want to die. Enjoy exclusive adventures from Empire. He shut his eyes and yelled with all the strength and willpower left in him. A second passed, 2 seconds passed, and 10 seconds passed, but Rowan felt nothing. He was still alive. He even felt different as a calm breeze blew against his face. He opened his eyes quickly and was greeted by the faces of Blaze, surrounded by soldiers, their gazes fixed on him at that moment. Lord Rowan, are you okay? It seems you had a nightmare, Lord Rowan, they commented. Their faces shone with relief as Rowan awoke. Rowan quickly maintained his composure and dismissed his soldiers, leaving only his captains. You have been shivering for the last 2 hours. We tried to wake you up, but you didn't respond. We were pretty worried, Roland said to Rowan with a relieved expression. Rowan nodded his head slowly. I am okay. It was just a scary nightmare, he said. For Lord Rowan to react as such to a nightmare, it must have been very frightening, George commented. Rowan faked a smile while the captains went to hold a brief meeting with the soldiers before the day's hunting adventure began. Rowan, on the other hand, was pretty shattered inwardly. He wasn't a child and wasn't new to nightmares. However, he had never had such a realistic nightmare. It was as though Rowan didn't actually dream it, but truly experienced it. He recalled the dream over and over again, especially the words the voice kept repeating. Kill venerable Mario. For strange reasons, he even felt as though he had heard those words before. This confused him even more. He tried to make logical sense of the situation, but there was none. He halted his overthinking after some time and went to prepare his men for the day. Wintersea began with a rather gloomy atmosphere, not because another villager had been taken by the dark creature wreaking havoc across the village. The gloom stemmed from the villagers quietly observing one another, checking on their neighbors to ensure they had made it through the night. The past few events had shaken them so deeply that, At this moment, they needed to confirm their families' and neighbors' safety before proceeding with their day. Dragon was outside early, having strolled around the village twice during the night to detect any threats. Vishurk did not accompany him, as he was busy meditating and preparing for the journey that would commence once Rowan returned with the soldiers that he watched. How the villagers went about their day, and it pained him that he was no longer their lord. However, he had once been their lord, so he naturally felt for his people. He even attempted to calm some of the villagers who grew panicky while checking on their loved ones. Brandon was also outside, unable to sleep as he worried he might be the next to fall victim. He was among the first few villagers to step outside, but he spotted Dragon and greeted him briefly before returning to his house. Riella woke up early, filled with hope and energy to begin a new day, her mind brimming with new creative goals to accomplish. She had finished replicating the water and heat-resistant enchanted embroidery on all of Rowan's available clothes. She placed the neatly embroidered clothes into Rowan's wardrobe, a proud smile spreading across her face. She couldn't help but imagine Rowan's reaction upon his return. Merely thinking of his smile and touch made her blush profusely. But at the same time, Lavarina's words from last night resurfaced in her mind, and once again, she wondered who Rowan truly was and what kind of blessing he possessed to make Lavarina jealous. The mission Lavarina had given her to test Rowan's true abilities lingered in her thoughts, yet she trusted her intuition that it was impossible. After arranging the room, she took a bath and went to meet her colleagues, who had already cleared the area and were ready to work. After informing them that they would soon be able to use enchanted embroidery once they improved their skills, the women became even more motivated and diligent in their tasks. Riella smiled proudly as she watched their enthusiasm. Today's work will go smoothly, she noted to herself with a smile. Nevertheless, the word smooth did not apply to Rowan and his soldiers in the dark forest. After Rowan recovered from his nightmare, he gathered the soldiers and provided them with breakfast. Once they had finished eating, he led them toward another clearing. At that moment, the soldiers settled into their usual battle positions. The archers formed circles around the close-range fighters, preparing to slay the first waves of monsters that would emerge. Bryce stood among them with a grin on his face, his fists clenched and vibrating rapidly, ready to fight. Not far from him, Winston stood with his hands folded, staring deep into the woods with a cold glint in his eyes. Enjoy exclusive adventures from Empire. Rowan noticed his two best men standing close together and smiled. He tilted his head forward and said in a loud voice, "The deeper we venture into the forest, the stronger the monsters we'll face. Prepare yourselves to confront more bloodthirsty foes who care for nothing except filling their stomachs. You don't expect me to brief you on what they eat, do you?" The soldiers looked among themselves and nodded. "Do not worry, Lord Rowan. We can handle any monsters under your guidance," they replied courageously. Rowan turned to George and nodded. Then he opened his mouth and used the hunter's call. As usual, the thumping sound of approaching monsters blasted across the area. The thumping sounds were very loud, indicating that a large number of monsters were approaching. It was reminiscent of the last horde they had fought against yesterday. Within seconds, the bushes stirred as monsters began emerging one after another. Rowan yelled to the archers, and they quickly began firing at the approaching monsters. The attacking monsters collapsed to the ground one after another. Those who fell disrupted the momentum of the others, toppling over upon impact with the ground. The archers used this opportunity to attack, targeting the vital points on the monsters' bodies. The monster horde continued pouring out of the forest, and soon the formation was surrounded by circles of aggressive monsters. Rowan checked the monster stats and discovered that over 70% of them were F rank, stronger than his soldiers in many ways. But Rowan wasn't scared. He trusted his soldiers. The archers fired their last rounds of arrows. Rowan called for the switch, and the soldiers masterfully executed it. "Yeah!" They charged forward, yelling with power and determination in their voices. They clashed with the monsters, tearing them apart one after another. Your soldier, Winston, has slain 2 goblins and gained 130 evolution points. 10% of the soldiers earned evolution points have been transferred to you. Your soldier, Winston, has slain 1 mid-ranked demonic wolf and gained 75 evolution points. 10% of the soldiers' earned evolution points have been transferred to you. Rowan was greeted with frequent notifications from Winston. The frequency of Winston's notifications was far greater than Captain Bryce's. Rowan even shocked when he saw Winston taking care of more than 1 monsters at the same time. What shocked him the most was the fact that the monsters he mostly slayed were F ranks who were way stronger than FF rank he was used to. The other soldiers fought as well. The clashing of swords, wailing of men, and cries of monsters erupted across the area. Everyone was active, some archers in the circle even assisted their colleagues by injuring monsters with their arrows. Bryce continued to wrestle with the monsters as though he were grappling with a fellow man. Winston continued moving around the battlefield, claiming lives. Rowan was watching when your soldier, Winston's skill has evolved. Swordmaster F. Swordmaster E. Your soldier, Winston's skill has evolved. Swordmaster F. Swordmaster E. A notification appeared in front of Rowan as he observed. Winston.it was a big shock. It was the first time any of his soldiers had been able to personally evolve their skill. This could only mean that Winston had improved his mastery of the skill by slaying more monsters in a shorter span, thus triggering an upgrade. The effect of the upgrade was immediate. Rowan watched Winston, impressed by how perfect his sword movements had become. He became a monster in the midst of real monsters. He was so ferocious that the actual monsters grew genuinely afraid of him, striving to avoid getting closer. The other men fought with all their might, but their attacks were several times weaker and slower than Winston's. In just a few moves, he slew more monsters than the others would in 10 more. Notifications of the monsters he slayed kept pouring in one after another, and his evolution points soared, bringing him closer to evolving. With Winston's speed combined with the efforts of the others, the first horde was vanquished. Winston, how did you become so strong and fast? It was as though a new person suddenly took over the battlefield just now. The other soldiers flocked around Winston and asked numerous questions. Winston did not bother to speak and just moved away. The soldiers felt sad, understanding what had transpired, but they were also somewhat annoyed that he didn't speak to them despite the time they had spent together. Harvest the monster cores, Rowan barked at them. They harvested the monster cores and brought them to Rowan, who then stored them. Without wasting a second, they proceeded to the day's second hunt mission. The second mission went really well, even though the monsters in this spot were more furious and bloodthirsty. If it had been the same soldiers a week ago, they might have lost to these monsters. Thankfully, their characters had undergone a few developments, as had their skills. After about an hour and a half, they finished dealing with the second horde. They did the usual and harvested the cores before proceeding. They continued in this manner for the next 6 hours until evening finally arrived. The soldiers had just completed their fourth hunting adventure. They were really exhausted from the fourth mission, which was much more tedious than the others. They even complained to Rowan that they were really hungry. Rowan had no choice but to distribute food supplies to them. He finished sharing with the others and stood in front of Winston, who sat on the ground with his head bowed and resting on his raised knee. Status. Crying, Rowan took a sneak peek at his character status and was surprised by his current emotional state. He has been shielding his true emotions ever since by acting cold in order not to appear weak in front of others. Rowan shook his head. He failed to realize that true strong men are those who are not afraid to show their feelings. He sighed. Rowan knew Winston would not want the others to see him crying, so he found a spot and sat beside him. Winston noticed the person sitting beside him. Without raising his head, he quickly used his clothes to wipe the tears from his eyes. You should cry as much as you want. Sorrow is not an emotion you can hold back for long. The more you try to do so, the worse it becomes. It's better to cry it out now, Rowan whispered, noticing his fidgeting hands. His words and voice caused Winston's body to freeze for a second as the words sank deeply into him. Like a tea that moment, the face of his late little brother resurfaced in his mind once again, bringing memories of their time together, when his brother was born, when he played with him, when they ate together while listening to Moonlight Tales. The memories kept resurfacing one after another until a particular moment stood out in this memory. Winston was taking his 8-year-old brother on a stroll around the village. The boy jumped merrily and conversed with his big brother. He asked about Winston's experience serving under Rowan, to which Winston replied happily, even making up exciting stories to elaborate on Rowan's strength and might, and to let his brother know how it felt to serve under such a leader. He even shared his goal of becoming one of Rowan's strongest and most useful soldiers in the future, and how he would use his new title and the privileges that come with it to take care of his brother. As these memories resurfaced, tears began dripping from his eyes once again. I promised to protect him, Lord Rowan, Winston shared. I promised to never let any evil come near him while I am still alive. He was the only one I wanted to live for after losing my parents. Sniff, sniff. Continue your journey with Empire. Winston continued crying while sharing his stories with Rowan. Rowan listened attentively before speaking. It was not your fault, Winston. Even if you were there with him, you would not have been able to protect him from the bastard that killed him. Rowan kept speaking to him, telling him words that would calm his sorrowful heart, but not the rages built up inside. Rowan did this because he needed that rage to make Winston a better soldier. His words were focused on making the dark creature more evil and hateful in Winston's mind. He added more rage and hatred to the one already present. After a few minutes, his words settled into Winston. He wiped his tears once again, this time raising his head to look at Rowan. His eyes were red with revenge. Teach me how to become stronger. Lord Rowan, I want to assist you in taking care of the bastard that killed my little brother, he said. Yes, this is it. Rowan cheered inwardly. Are you sure? Rowan asked with a smile. Yes, Lord Rowan, I would do whatever it takes. Even if it means undertaking extra hunts to slay more monsters that I can try awakening as a mage if needed, that I don't mind enduring so much pain, as long as I gain enough power to assist you in fighting against them. Winston sounded truly determined as he spoke. The determination could be seen in his eyes. Rowan loved his determination. It was as though he had found the perfect candidate to train as one of his dark knights, as he had always intended. We would go on extra hunts at night while the others are asleep. Are you sure you could do that? Yes, Lord Rowan. Then it is settled that we will start tonight, that I can see that your fighting prowess has already improved so much in the past 2 days that I also want to ask, did you feel anything during the first mission? Rowan asked. It was as though his words suddenly triggered a piece of memory in Winston. Actually, that it was as though numerous new techniques were being downloaded into my brain, that my speed and strength with the sword also increased. I didn't even know how to explain it to the others when they asked. It was just too incredible that you know anything about that? Winston shared everything with Rowan, sounding particularly curious in the last part of his statement. Rowan nodded his head. Your mastery of the first sword skill I taught you has improved. Hence, the newfound strength and speed you've gained show that you are progressing rapidly. Who knows, during our night hunts, you might even have a chance to improve another skill. Rowan shared many things with Winston that motivated him for the night hunts. Winston was more than ready to experience what it feels like to be as strong as Rowan. He was ready to take revenge. He even began mentally preparing for their first hunt, while Rowan was still seated beside him. Rowan could see it in his eyes. Rowan smiled and left. We still have one more horde to defeat before resting for the day. But prepare yourselves. I'm sure all of you are aware that monsters are more ferocious and somewhat stronger at night, Rowan announced. Lord Rowan, is it really safe to go at night? We can start again tomorrow. Pleased, I am scared. The soldiers complained almost immediately, and their complaints were understandable. None of us can predict what time the monsters of doom would attack the village. What if they attack at night? Would you run and leave your homes for the monsters to tear them down? Would you throw away your honor in order to prevent yourself from facing your fears? Rowan's voice echoed across the field, causing his soldiers to fall into deep thoughts. They considered his words. Brace yourself for the hardest battle so far. Brace yourselves for the hardest battle so far. Rowan's last words rang in the ears of his men, boosting their fighting spirit a little bit, even though the fear was still present. It was already a known fact in Winterseed, and beyond that, monsters are stronger at night. They have the higher up than humans due to their night visions. With these advantages present for the monsters, they felt like fighting them would be the same as digging their own graves. But Rowan's words changed their mind a little bit. What if the doomsday they are preparing for did not happen during the light of day? What if it took place at night? What would they do? I am ready to fight. Bryce stepped forward and raised his clenched fist. Roland stepped forward and did the same, followed by the other captains, and then Winston. The other men were still contemplating their thoughts, but after seeing the actions of Bryce and Co., they too stepped forward and did the same. Rowan smiled and nodded. Off we go then. Rowan's voice thundered. Not wasting a minute, the march to the new hunting zone began. This one was unlike the rest, as everyone had to be extra vigilant to prevent getting jumped by monsters laying ambushes. Eyes darted across from side to side, observing their surrounding with all seriousness. Even though Rowan and Blaze were present, the soldiers did not make the mistake of leaving all their defenses to both of them as they matched further. The day got darker even more, and soon enough, the sky was dark as black, and the moon resumed its position. Its glow was present, but insufficient. The tall trees in the surrounding filtered its glow, making it less intense. About 2 hours passed, and finally, they arrived at a new hunting zone. Rowan Eclipse's vision was always activated in the dark. Thus, he had no problem viewing his surrounding and taking note. Maintain our formation, hunters first as usual, Rowan announced. The soldiers obeyed and did as they were told. After they were set, Rowan dropped a few more words to boost their fighting spirit before activating Hunter's Call. His voice echoed across a large radius around them, triggering a sensation in the nearby monsters and demonic beasts, causing them to sprint madly in their direction. The usual silence after his call came and went, then followed by the monstrous stomping and cries. The soldiers could not help but gulp nervously, but they didn't think of escaping. Fighting now was even better than doing so. The first row of monsters lunged out of the woods, letting out ecstatic cries. This made the soldiers' hearts skip a beat. IT was simply too scary as most of the monsters were camouflaged with the darkness, making them difficult to spot or even attack. Your sights and your intuitions are going to be your best companion in this battle. Rowan barked at them. Train your sights, follow your intuitions. Take aims and release your arrows without wasting seconds. Now fire! Read exclusive adventures at Empire. His voice thundered across his men. The archers took aim, strained their sight to maintain target, and with Rowan last call, they released the strings and the arrows darted at the darkness. Your soldier has slain one night monkey and gained 48 evolution points. 10% of the soldiers' earned evolution points have been transferred to you. Your soldier has slain one low-rank demonic wolf and gained 50 evolution points. 10% of the soldiers earned evolution points have been transferred to you. A few of the archers were able to land critical hit and slayed their targets, triggering lots of notifications as a result. Continue firing. Rowan barked again. The archers placed more arrows and fired multiple shots and the target they could lay their eyes on. Blaze, assist them. Remember, do not slay the monsters except they are about to cause a casualty. Rowan barked to Blaze, standing beside him. Blaze let out an obedient whimper and sprang into the air, arriving between the archers and the clashing monsters. His body was immediately engulfed in flames. His eyes also turned red. Then, without wasting a second, he lunged at his first target, a wolf who had just deflected a shot fired at it and was about to shoot a ball of flames at the archer. Blaze arrived before the ball of flames could clash with the archer. He deflected it and lunged at the wolf, who was preparing yet another attack after its first one got deflected. Blaze fired several flame discs at it, targeting vital parts of its body and slaying it in a matter of seconds. After he was done with its first target, he sprang towards another location down on the other hand. Rowan continued giving orders to the archers. He continued for about 5 minutes till they ran out of arrows. Time to switch. The close-range fighters braced themselves immediately. After the shot, switch immediately. He called out to the archers. Winston dragged out his sword and his eyes regained its previous coldness. He took a pose of a sprinter waiting for the kickoff call before launching. Bryce reloaded his fist with a grin and did a little stretching of his leg. The other soldiers were equally prepared. Rowan observed them, and he couldn't help but mutter to himself, inaudibly, sadly, most of them are going to lose their life. Even though Blaze and I are very strong and fast, we would not be able to save all of them. But it's all for the good. Those who lost their lives did so with honor, and those who survived this fight would live and get stronger. I need quality, not quantity, in the coming battle. At this moment, the archers had just fired their last shots. Switch now! The moment Rowan shouted, "Switch now!" the battlefield transformed in an instant. The archers quickly lowered their bows and moved to the back while the close-range fighters drew their weapons and moved out. Charge! Rowan barked. The soldiers let out fierce battle cries, their voices echoing under the moonlit sky. The battlefield got heated immediately as weapons clashed against claws and fangs of the ferocious monsters. Bryce punched and slammed. Winston slashed the monsters he could see, although he made a few moves that ended up missing the targets. Thankfully, with the newfound speed and strength from his upgraded skill, he was able to maneuver quickly and counter. The other captains fought as best as they could. However, this time, they added to the task and watched for the other soldiers. Casualty is a major part of battle, but still, if they could, they wanted to prevent this as much as possible. Rowan and Blaze also joined in on the battle. Blaze helped rescuing the few soldiers he could while Rowan fished out the insanely strong monsters and slayed them before they even thought of attacking in a matter of minutes. The battlefield was buried in blood, clashing weapons, and cries of death, casualty. This time was not only on the part of the monsters, sadly. A few of the soldiers got slaughtered and half-eaten by the monsters that a few soldiers witnessed the gruesome death of their colleagues. They were sad. But they turned it around and made it into a newfound strength to fight, to revenge their fallen comrade and make their death noteworthy. Naturally, Rowan received notifications each time his soldiers were smitten. What is the current casualty over the actual number of soldiers? Give me a detailed report, Rowan asked as he slayed a high-ranked demonic wolf with ease. Report soldiers, 1577 casualties, 158 soldiers left, 1419 FCK, almost 200 men lost already. The casualty is more than I expected, but at least the monsters are getting reduced faster than I expected. Rowan thought with a sigh. How? 2 high-ranked demonic wolves from beside howled and charged at him. One of them began charging up a fireball to fire at him. Rowan snorted and began chanting his bubble shield. After about 20 seconds, his body was surrounded by a blue aqua shield that glowed a little bit in the dark, drawing the attention of monsters and humans simultaneously. The fireballs darted forward and clashed against the bubble shield. Water could easily extinguish fire, and that was exactly what the bubble shield was. Made off, the demonic wolf growled angrily and charged at Rowan instead after his attack failed, but Rowan ended its life and that of its colleagues without much stress. The battle continued for more than 2 hours, getting tense by the seconds as the stronger monsters began attacking the soldiers. I could see this moment. More than 20% of Rowan's men have lost their lives, and another 30% had sustained ghastly injuries. The remaining 50% were the likes of Winston and Bryce, who adapted to the darkness sooner than others. Meanwhile, in Winter Seed, Dragon was taking a stroll around the village at night, as usual. The villagers had already retired to their homes for the day, and only Dragon could be seen outside. I wonder how Rowan and the soldiers are faring in the dark forest. He sighed that he still did not understand why Rowan would take his men hunting for monsters, but he knew he had a good reason for it, so he did not bother himself too much. He only prayed and wished it was for the greater good of the people. While strolling, he suddenly had the urge to check up on Vishurk. Without wasting a thought, he began making his way towards Vishurk's place, but he knocked, but there was no response. Then he opened the door and walked in. But then, he was greeted with a shocking sight. Vishurk you. After Dragon arrived in Vishurk's room, he was greeted by a scene that made his eyes widen at once. Though he had ventured into countless rooms under tense circumstances, this unassuming space carried an unsettling weight that sent a faint chill through his body. The room was dark, as usual, the only source of illumination being a floating, glowing crystal that circled the space, casting thin arcs of light across every corner. The gentle hum of its magical energy felt oddly ominous, as if warning him to tread carefully. The chamber itself wasn't that big and wasn't that small either. At this moment, 2 figures stood inside, or at least that was what Dragon thought he saw in the shifting shadows. Point one had short white hair and a perpetually grumpy expression on his face. He was adorned in a dark magic robe that burned with a fierce, swirling dark aura. He was no other than the youngest of the Dark Brothers, Xandros. The other was Vishurk, or perhaps a human-shaped dummy bearing Vishurk's exact likeness. The flickering crystal light revealed an eerie stillness on that dummy's face, intensifying the strangeness of the encounter. For reasons he could not begin to articulate, Dragon felt as though he had witnessed this exact same scene before, but he couldn't figure out when, where, or how. A sense of déjà vu weighed heavily on him. Yet the memory remained shrouded in fog. Stay tuned for updates on Empire at this moment. His brain felt as though some of its recollections were missing, causing a dull ache as it struggled to reconnect to whatever knowledge he had lost. Each attempt to remember only exacerbated the pounding in his skull. Dragon's eyes moved down from Xandros to dummy Vishurk, his expression morphing from shock to fear and then back to shock again. His body began shivering nonstop, trembling under the strain of dread creeping up his spine. How? He managed to voice out, his words laced with raw panic. Why do you develop the habit of finding me right on the scene? Dragon, the great thief. Xandros asked, an ugly scowl twisting his features. You have caught me for the 7th time now. You couldn't do nothing because you are weak and pathetic. If I had no use for you, I would have diced and sliced you till you met your end on the first day. Xandros continued speaking with unmasked hatred in his voice. Dragon became even more confused and scared at these words. His heartbeat pounded in his ears, and a cold sweat gathered on his temples. Xandros was one of those people he hoped he would never see again. Aside from Alistair, of course. Alistair, the gentle manipulator who could sweet-talk you right to your grave, and Xandros, the pissed-off musclehead who kills without consideration. I'm sure you are thinking about some stupid essay right now. How you're going to react, how you're going to inform Rowan, and all that, but guess what? You have thought and tried the same thing for 7 times now and failed. Xandros had already figured out that he couldn't kill Dragon at this point, or he'd ruin the plans Alistair had laid out. Instead, he decided to torment him verbally. The look of fear on Dragon's face only made Xandros more delighted. Though not as satisfying as delivering a killing blow, the fear was still worth savoring. What do you want? Why are you here? Dragon asked in a shaky voice, barely containing his stutter. Xandros heard his question and snorted, his mouth twisting with derision. It's not like you have a way to use the information I'm going to share with you against me, so I don't mind sharing, he replied, tossing an indifferent shrug. Dragon looked at him, waiting in trembling silence for an answer. You know about the Darkseed ritual, right? Dragon nodded, his mouth drying up. In a split second, his mind branched out, and he suddenly recalled everything as though a hidden door in his memory had been flung open. His eyes widened, but before he could speak, Xandros cut in. You have 2 targets in your village that are perfect tool for the ritual. Your lovely son Rowan and his beautiful wife. Riella. Xandros smirked, voice dripping with venom. Dragon's eyes widened even more. He had expected only Riella to be included, given that she possessed a strong magic talent and a spirit magic affinity needed for the Dark Seed ritual. But Rowan had none. He had only awakened after taking the awakening potion, which already proved his magic talent was weak. Also, Rowan only possessed a water magic affinity. Xandros, although a musclehead, had mastered the art of reading a person's thoughts from their facial expression, a talent he had honed by watching his older brother. At this moment, he could easily tell what was going through Dragon's mind. Rowan has a special type of affinity or affinity awakening, whatever it's called. Ow! Dragon asked, voice hushed as fresh alarm settled in. Xandros made Dragon recall what transpired after Rowan's awakening. He started with the fact that not awakening any affinity initially and then doing so a few seconds later was already strong proof. You guys might have thought he awakened the water affinity, but he actually stole it from his wife. If he were as strong as me, you could have noticed that Xandros continued, crossing his arms with smug satisfaction. He explained even more, and his elaborate reasoning made Dragon's head spin. Confusion and dread warred inside him, ramping up the ache behind his eyes. The fear he felt only poured fuel onto the firestorm raging in his mind. How could someone steal affinity? How is it even possible? Even archmages could only awaken new affinities, but not steal an existing one. Even powerful dark creatures like the Dreamweaver were incapable of such a feat. Once Alistair is done with his plans, he would come, and then there would be nothing you could do to save those two, if you were even alive by then. That is, Xandros' words were like whips, each syllable making Dragon's heart ache more sharply. Dragon felt completely at a loss at this moment. How hadn't he realized Vishurk was a fake all along? When he first spotted Vishurk, he sensed no hint of evil from him. He'd seemed pure, weak, and in need of help, which Dragon gave. Now he could only regret being kind. He regretted leaving the village that night in the first place. The village is doomed because of me. Dragon felt like tearing up in despair. Xandros grinned and decided to drop another bomb. By the way, in 2 weeks or so, this village would probably be wiped off the map completely by the monster storm approaching. By then, Alistair's plan would be completed. Xandros gave him a moment to process this before speaking again. Each word dripping with malice, he told Dragon about the cold and rainy season approaching and the mounting danger. He revealed more dark secrets that, under normal circumstances, Dragon could have used to prevent the looming threat. Sadly, you've overstayed your welcome already. Now it's time to leave and resume your patrol, chasing the enemy that doesn't exist. Xandros smirked as he brought out a strange crystal from his pocket, the subtle swirl of magic flickering around its edges. What did he mean by that? Dragon's mind sparked into overdrive again, but he didn't understand the implication. Was Xandros trying to say there was no dark creature troubling the village, or was there something else far more twisted at play? Unfortunately, he had no time to formulate a response. Xandros channeled mana into the hand grasping the crystal, and it burst forth with a blinding light accompanied by an ethereal blinking sound. The next second, Dragon walked out of the door with a smile on his face, as though he had never experienced anything out of the ordinary. Vishurk is really hardworking. Very soon, he would have a breakthrough. He muttered happily and began his patrol. Meanwhile, inside, Xandros smirked menacingly as Dragon walked away without a single clue of what had actually transpired. I could have killed that bastard right away, if not for the fact that my older brother has a use for him. For now, at least, once his usefulness is exhausted, I'll definitely end his life. He swore under his breath. He turned to look at the dummy with Vishurk's face and sighed. The lines of that fake visage glinted faintly in the crystal light, reflecting Xandros' sneer. He clicked his finger, and a blinding glow snapped inside the room. The next second, there was no more Xandros and no more dummy with Vishurk's face. Now only Vishurk stood in the room, alive and alone. He could be seen touching his face, as though arranging the costume stuck to his body, ensuring every edge aligned perfectly with his features. At that moment, one of the devices stored inside his spatial ring began beeping pretty loudly, forcing him to retrieve it. It was a communication device both he and Alistair shared. From the other end of the line, Alistair's gentle voice could be heard, calmly delivering a location for Xandros, or rather Vishurk, to come meet him. He heaved a sigh, brought out a magic device, and disappeared into thin air. Daytime, it was a pretty big town bustling with activities as the people went around with their usual activities. Children played across the streets, vendors advertised their wares and sought for serious buyers. Families and couples also strolled down the streets peacefully. The town was in a really peaceful state, a stark contrast to the chaos about to befall them in a few seconds. That IT started with total silence across the village, and the people pausing to assess their current situation. Traders stopped selling, kids stopped playing, and families stopped strolling. Then, all of a sudden, the sky began turning black like night, or so they thought. In actuality, a dark magical veil was descending upon the village, about to unleash the chaos that would befall the people in a moment. The dark magical veil kept spreading till it covered the entire town. "What's happening, Daddy?" The kids asked their parents in fear, but their parents were stuck in a deep state of shock and were unable to reply. At a split second after the veil appeared, numerous dark figures popped out of the sky and descended upon the people. Before they could even voice their concerns and need for help, the figures began stabbing and slaughtering them without blinking. These figures were adorned in vinta black armors that made them camouflage with the darkness easily. They had thick red eyes that glowed menacingly, and their armors leaked out a dark aura. "What is happening? Somebody help. Please." The people began crying for help. The once peaceful town was suddenly filled with the voices of innocent people crying for help as the dark figures slaughtered them without even blinking. Blood splattered across the streets. Screams filled the air. The dark knights moved swiftly, slashing at anyone who crossed their path. Their swords cut through flesh like it was nothing. Men, women, and children fell to the ground, the light leaving their eyes, bodies piled up in every corner. The knights did not slow down. Their eyes burned red, matching the pools of blood at their feet. They showed no mercy. They slaughtered their victims with silent precision, leaving no hope for rescue. In the midst of this chaos, two of the knights broke away from the rest. They stomped through the streets, their steps heavy with menace. Their glowing red eyes seemed fixed on one location, a large, ornate building at the center of town. It was the Lord's house. They approached the massive doors. With a loud crash, they burst inside. Servants cowered in corners, too terrified to speak. The knights marched straight to the Lord's chamber. There, they found the trembling ruler, a large man who was too frightened to move. Without warning, they dragged him outside. The Lord screamed, but no one answered his cries. His eyes darted around, desperate to find an escape. The knights threw him to the ground in front of the townspeople who still remained alive. One knight lifted his sword. "Hi! Experience more tales on Empire for the cult," they bellowed, voices echoing through the darkened sky. The blade came down. The Lord's screams ended in an instant, his head rolling across the blood-soaked earth. Chaos returned to the streets. The once peaceful town was now a nightmare. Buildings burned, and blood flowed like rivers between the cobblestones. Survivors ran in every direction. Their screams mixed with the crackle of flames and the mad laughter of the knights, still roaming the alleys. Above this inferno of violence, a single figure hovered in the swirling darkness. It was none other than Alistair, who watched the whole chaos with a calm expression on his face. "My soldiers are perfect now," he muttered, still calm. "With this success, I'll be able to create more stronger soldiers and fulfill my dream of possessing the strongest dark mages unit in the magic world." A brief smile appeared on his face as he said this. It only lasted for a few seconds before disappearing, as he sensed a new presence approaching him in the air. Alistair didn't even bother to look back, for he could already tell who it was. Xandros, under the disguise of Vishurk, floated towards his older brother while his eyes focused on the chaos. Below, he noticed the dark knights slaughtering the people, and his eyes widened as he turned to Alistair. "You did it?" he asked. "As you can see, it's already a success. Xandros' .1 phase of the plan has been concluded once again," Alistair replied without looking at Xandros. "How many more phases to go before I get the chance to kill Dragon?" Xandros inquired. This time Alistair looked at him and shook his head, clearly disappointed. Xandros frowned immediately. "What is with that look, Alistair? Answer me." But Alistair remained silent, only watching the blissful chaos. "Answer me, Alistair. You called me here, and suddenly you decide to keep me quiet." Xandros caused a tantrum, trying to make his older brother speak. Fortunately, no one below could see them floating in the sky at the moment. "We are on the verge of completing one of the greatest goals of the cult, and your major goal is to slay a common mage. Where is your pride, brother? Where is your sense of priority, or have you forgotten the importance of this ritual?" Alistair reprimanded him without even looking, irritating Xandros even more. Xandros clenched his fist and was on the verge of striking his older brother. But he could only grit his teeth and hold back. While he was a powerful dark mage, compared to Alistair, who was not only stronger, but also possessed an ethereal battle IQ. No matter what trick he played, Alistair would definitely gain the upper hand. Not only Xandros, But even some stronger dark mages in the cult were actually afraid of engaging in combat with Alistair. I thought you wanted to strike. Been a long time since I actually fought someone, Alistair scoffed. Xandros did not bother to reply this time. You did not call me here just to show me the prowess of your creations, right? Alistair nodded. I called you for a different reason. It's about the cult's new decision regarding Winterseed and our current targets. Alistair tossed a scroll at Xandros. Xandros grabbed it, unfolded it, and fed his eyes on its content. As he kept reading, his expression kept transforming. First a smile, then a frown, then an uglier smile, and it just kept shifting. What the heck is this? This was not part of the plan. Don't tell me you suggested this. Xandros floated towards Alistair, grabbed the collar of his robe, and questioned him violently. Of course this is not my plan, that I am not so dumb to suggest a switch right in the middle, Alistair replied. Then who? Who the FCK came up with this, and why didn't you react? Because there is nothing I could do other than to accept and share the new plan that I think someone is trying to sabotage the Dark Seed ritual and monopolize it for their own personal benefit. Xandros let go of Alistair's clothes and became even more curious. I might be dumb, but I can perceive that much from this letter. Who do you think might be behind this? Still working on it at the moment. Though there is no suspect on ground, Alistair continued. Both brothers discussed the situation for some minutes while the chaos below continued. It even got more interesting. Several battle mages stationed outside the town were trying to break into the Vale to save their people. Others present were trying their hardest to repel the Dark Knights, who held no trace of emotion, failing miserably in the process. At least more than 60% of the people had been wiped out. At this point, Xandros and Alistair appeared really unfazed and continued their discussion to the deepest details. I will contact you in a few hours and share the changes I've made, Alistair suggested after some time. Why not share it now? I never knew you as someone to hesitate, brother. We have people spying on us at the moment, Alistair revealed. Xandros reacted immediately and looked around to find the spy. Alistair quickly reprimanded him to behave quietly, so as not to draw suspicion. He then discussed the final bits of the current situation before bidding him farewell. All while he continued to admire the delightful scene below him. It was a few hours until midnight, and the battle between Rowan's soldiers and the monster had just ended. Quite fortunately, to be honest, this moment, the survivor soldiers were seated on the ground of the bloodied battlefield with tired expressions while breathing fast to catch their breath. Most of the soldiers could be seen sitting beside their dead colleagues, crying, while a few sat alone with traumatized expressions. Those who came so close to death could not believe their eyes and kept replaying the scene in their head over and over again. Thoughts like, what if I couldn't move? What if I lost balance and fell down? What if my sword wasn't fast enough to counterattack? Ran through their mind every second. While the soldiers were busy contemplating, Rowan and the captains who were badly injured stood and observed the battlefield with calm but troubled expressions. Blaze was sitting beside Rowan, consuming the few SSS-Rank monster cores he stole, while Rowan wasn't watching. That he wasn't human, and thus was mostly unbothered by the death of the soldiers. As for Rowan, he was pretty struck by the number of casualties in the just concluded battle. That he had lost more than 400 men, which was more than 30% of the soldiers that entered the battlefield. The casualty was more than I expected, to be honest. Rowan sighed and studied the actual report of the battle. Soldiers, 1577 casualties, 457 soldiers left, 1120, it was exactly as he predicted. Rowan could only sigh. This battle wasn't in our favor at all. We lost so many men, Bryce said beside Rowan. Bryce had a ghastly wound on his right hand. It was a deep scratch which appears to have been afflicted by a pair of sharp claws. The other captain sustained lighter injuries. Rowan turned back to look at his captains with a calm expression. On a short run, yes, the battle was very unfavorable, but take a look at it on a long run. These men would know and understand how to fight and survive monster attacks better at night. Most of the soldiers lost their lives not because they were weak, but because their fear of monsters at night was still present and holding them back from unleashing their full potential. Take a look at Winston. He fought brilliantly because he pushed his fear and other emotions aside and fought with the purpose of surviving. The sooner everyone adapts to that mentality, the better it would be for our people. Rowan gave the captains a pretty lengthy speech about why he made such a decision, but he could tell from their expression how they judged the situation. Some of them were probably blaming him at this moment for doing so, as they would all be alive and complete if they didn't engage with the monsters at night. Rowan's explanation convinced them a little bit, but it wouldn't bring back the dead. They only prayed inwardly that the sacrifice today would not be forgotten. While these ran through their minds, Rowan turned to the other soldiers and gave a short speech congratulating them for surviving and honoring those who lost their lives. He ensured to make the cliché and most important promise that none of the lives lost today were for waste. His speech was deep at some point and even made some men cry, while also boosting their strength to fight more and win in order to honor the death of their comrades. After Rowan was done giving his speech, he asked the soldiers to move away. Rowan used his super strength and speed to gather the corpse of his soldiers and monsters into two different positions. Explore new worlds at Empire. The monsters are scattered together, while the soldiers were gently laid on the ground. He also harvested the monster cores himself, which took more than 60 minutes. After he was done, he made blaze burn down the monster corpse, while the monster's corpse were burning. Everyone gathered around the corpse of their lost comrade and performed their usual funeral ritual. Before burning the corpse, the flames from the burning corpse of comrades lit up the night. Sounds of the soldiers sobbing and swearing could be heard while the flesh melted and burned to ash. The casualty today was so much more than they had imagined. For the youth soldiers, it was more disheartening, but for the older ones who had been in more battles, the pain was pretty bearable. Rowan's feeling at this moment was pretty complicated. His emotional side wants him to feel and display sadness, while his logical part continued showing him the benefits of the death. Thus, Rowan could only stand in front and observe with a calm expression, the scenery of his soldiers burning reflected in his eyes. After about 2 hours, the emotional turmoil ended and the soldiers could be seen at this moment relaxing beside their campfires. They all had their food supply placed in front of them, but none of them had the courage of thought of touching their food. Others sat down and simply stared at the food or the campfire burning beside them with blank expression that a few of them had tears dripping from their eyes, while others simply laid their head and stared at the night sky. None of them seemed a little bit motivated. Rowan observed all these and could only shake his head. Their reactions were natural. Anything lower than this could be considered unnatural. Welp, it all happened for character development. Rowan remarked inwardly before turning beside him. Winston was sitting beside him, eating his meat slowly while observing the others. I expected him to react to the death of his comrade, at least a little after our discussion earlier. But he seems immune, Rowan thought. Winston seemed to notice Rowan's gaze on him, and he quickly turned to look at him and asked, "Are we still going on a night hunt later?" "Of course," Rowan replied. But inwardly he screamed, "What the heck? You just concluded one hunt, and it's already past midnight, and you will want another round. Are you even human anymore?" Rowan stationed Blaze guard over the soldiers and departed with Winston for the night hunt. This moment. Both of them were still seen, strolling through the bushes, heading for the new hunting zone. Winston walked behind Rowan, swinging his sword playfully while preparing himself to engage with the monsters. Rowan glanced back from time to time. Watching Winston, he wished Winston would break through and evolve during this hunt, though he knew that was nearly impossible. Winston occupation, warrior power, not applicable. 39900/100000. Continue reading at Empire's special skill, Sword Master status. Excited he is just a few thousand evolution points away from catching up to Bryce. Rowan reflected inwardly that, in the beginning, Winston had less than 10,000 evolution points, but now he was still just 100 points away from reaching 40,000, which was impressive considering Bryce, the best overall, only has around 45,000 evolution points. A huge gap would definitely form between both of them after this hunt. Maybe next time, I would ask Bryce to partake as well, to keep the gap less partial, Rowan thought. Winston kept swinging his sword for the next 1 hour till they got to a clear space. It wasn't as big as the others, just enough for both of them to face off the monsters. Rowan looked at Winston. "Are you ready?" Winston nodded his head and took a pose immediately, spreading his legs out, clenching his sword tightly and furrowing his eyes to maintain focus. "Looks ready," Rowan noted inwardly. Then he activated Hunter Call. The first 10 seconds was quiet before the stomping sound of monsters approaching reverberated across the place. Rowan brought out his dagger and braced himself for battle. He turned to Winston once more and warned, "Stay close to me, Winston." "Understood, Lord Rowan." Winston responded immediately. Almost immediately, the first row of monsters shot out from the woods. Goblins, wolves, monkeys, serpents, and other monsters of FF and F rank poured out of the woods. A few E ranks too that stayed back as usual. Their eyes were cold and glowing red, which revealed their location a little bit, making it easier to hunt them down. However, one of the monsters caught Winston's eyes the most. It was a gigantic serpent monster with brightly glowing scales that jumped down a nearby tree and darted towards him. That Winston's eyes furrowed as he placed his attention on the glowing serpent monster approaching, where he was forced to focus. The glowing scales of the snake made it impossible for him to take his eyes off, which created a brief distraction for the other mom's test to attack, leaving Winston kind of open and distracted. Luckily, Rowan spotted this and moved first. He inflicted deep injuries on the bigger monsters flocking around distracted Winston, causing them to fall to the ground helplessly and cry out for pain. On the other hand, Winston stabbed his sword through the scale of the snake at the midpoint of its body, causing it to whine in pain. While the serpent whined, Winston took the opportunity and inflicted more wounds on the snake while it moved. The serpent got really pissed and slapped its body around vigorously. It was able to send some smaller monsters around it flying. Winston took several steps back to evade before locating the head and stabbing it, slaying the monster. Rowan received a notification while slaying the other mom's test that tried attacking Winston earlier. Learn to divide your focus amongst your foes. Monsters might be dumb, but they can sneak attack. He warned without taking his eyes off then. Winston thanked him for the advice hurriedly as he got engaged with two goblins who swung wooden bat at him. Winston evaded the attacks of the short monsters quite easily. He grabbed the weapon of one goblin with his free hand and pulled it towards him before stabbing his sword through his head. The other goblin cried angrily and attacked crazily, but it was laid to a painful rest with a tricky swing of Winston's sword. Winston got better and better after each opponent he slayed. He learned to create a space around himself and keep each opponent within the space under close watch. It was midnight and the dimmish glow of the moon. He was able to fight better. He ran, dodged, slashed, and stabbed as best as he could. The stronger F and E rank monsters that tried to end his life were easily taken care of by Rowan. The weaker FF rank monsters were handled by Winston. At this point, Winston could slay these FF rank monsters way easier than he could few weeks ago. Back then, it took at least 2 minutes to take down one FF rank monster, but now the FF rank monster who challenged him didn't even last up to 40 seconds before meeting their end. Your soldier Winston has slain one low-rank goblin and gained 130 evolution points. 10% of the soldiers' earned evolution points have been transferred to you. Your soldier Winston has slain two goblins and gained 120 evolution points. 10% of the soldiers' earned evolution points have been transferred to you. Your soldier Winston has slain two orange-tailed monkeys and gained 100 evolution points. 10% of the soldiers' earned evolution points have been transferred to you. Rowan received notifications after notifications about the monsters Winston slayed. He's gotten really fast, almost 2 notifications every minute. That is impressive. If he could maintain at least 2 kills a minute, he would be able to slay at least 100 monsters every hour and a total of 200 and 200s, which is equivalent to almost 10,000 evolution points. Rowan calculated inwardly. The more he watched Winston, the closer he felt to creating his dream soldier. If only the other soldier were as resilient as Winston, the monster trial wouldn't have been that difficult to face off against. He could not help but sigh at this moment. The only soldier capable of Winston's feat and speed was Bryce. The other captains performed really good, but they were more of the gentle type, not the crazy ones that Rowan prefers. The hunting adventure this night was something else. I should wait and watch how they react and adapt to it. Would it boost their desire to slay more monsters or reduce it? Rowan kept wandering. After the week-long hunting adventure is over, at least 70% of his soldiers might have evolved by then. Wishiro's country, Oro-Raven Kingdom Castle, of might inside the magnificent hall of the ruler of the Oro-Raven Kingdom. Venerable Mario could be seen sitting on his throne with an ugly frown on his face as he listened to the report of the mages standing in front of him. They were 6 in number, age-stricken, each looking around the age of 70. They wore brown magic robes that covered their entire figures, including their legs, and hoodies that covered their aged white hair. Each of them also held a long wooden magic staff. These men were known and titled seekers by Venerable Mario and his people. Powerful mages who handled the affairs of communication and information acquisition in Oro-Raven and the numerous territories under the control of Venerable Mario. They were the ancient representation of ministers of information of the 21st century. Yondu town has been flattened to the ground. Everything in it, including the people and the properties, were destroyed beyond recognition, and not a single survivor was left, one of the seekers reported. According to the forensic team sent to further research, the daughter of the Yondu Lord is missing, another added. Rumors reached me a few months ago that she had awakened her mana core with especially strong magic talent and 2 rare affinities, another added. Each of the seekers kept adding to the main topic at hand, building it up until it became vivid to Venerable Mario, who absorbed all their words with a frown on his face. Venerable Mario switched position and placed his chin on his hands as he fell into a brief, contemplative state. Yondu town should be one of the peaceful towns with no enemies, right? I never heard or received a report about them getting in conflict with other territories or organizations. Am I wrong? Venerable Mario spoke. The seekers shook their heads at once, respectfully. You are not wrong. They have so many friends and 0 enemies. The deceased lord's wife was even from a faraway territory, which should prove just how much their friendship was. The sudden destruction and death were shocking to everyone. The head seeker, who stood in the middle and at the front of the others, replied, while they nodded in agreement. In that case, we have no direct suspect. Yes, my lord, no direct suspect. But we have one core suspect in this situation according to the clues we found on the scene. The head seeker replied, once again. Spit it out. The head seeker nodded and clicked his fingers. Then a scroll appeared and unfolded itself midair. The head seeker proceeded to read the text written on it. The hall was silent except for the reading voice of the head seeker. Time went by, and he concluded his diversion of information to Venerable Mario, whose expression grew uglier at the tea this moment. He was sitting up straight, and his eyes were fixed on the face of the head seeker, making the latter a little nervous from the intensity of his gaze. The cult of Ember Justice? He repeated. The head seeker nodded his head in confirmation. Those bastards are still at it again, and they are hiding as usual, like the cowards they are. Venerable Mario reacted pretty furiously, which was natural point. One of the most profiting territories under him had been flattened by some bastards, and this was not the first time the same cult had played with his people. They had brought the end of certain other smaller territories under his control, slain some of his loyal lords, and committed all sorts of atrocities that in fact. The slaughtering and destruction of Yondo Town is not the worst one so far. About 3 years ago, a big city was brought down diabolically by magic parasites that invaded their system and sucked out all their life forces, leaving only dried-up skins when the Seekers approached the scene. Also, 5 years ago, everyone inhabiting a large territory suddenly disappeared out of nowhere, with not a single trace of how, why, or even where they all disappeared to. Different hypotheses were made about the above disaster, but not a single one was proven except the fact that it was the handiwork of the cult. Also, this was not the first time a newly awakened mage with special talent and rare affinities had been abducted. Are there any traces of the whereabouts of these bastards? I want to get my hands on them as soon as I can and make sure I slaughter the living hell out of all their people as payback for what they have done, Venerable Mario asked after recalling certain dark events. My lord, we have contacted other seekers around the South Reach continent and seek information from certain underworld associations, but none of them have the whereabouts of this cult. They're so good at keeping their whereabouts a secret, and it's scary. One of the seekers replied this time. But we have a suggestion, my lord. The head seeker spoke almost immediately. Venerable Mario nodded his head and signaled for him to speak. In the last 3 months, a few other extremely talented mages have awakened, and they all seem to possess the same affinities as the ones targeted by the cult. If we can keep eyes on these people, we might be able to capture one of the cultists and drill them for information about their whereabouts. Venerable Mario digested the suggestion and nodded his head in approval. That is a great suggestion, head seeker. Thank you for the compliment, my lord. The head seeker bowed his head proudly. Venerable Mario then discussed with the seekers for a few minutes about the same matter. Did you just mention Winterseed Village? He asked. Yes, Winterseed is among the territory we should watch at this moment. But Winterseed has no sort of mana last time I checked. How could someone awaken a mana core in such a place? That is more reason we should pay attention here, my lord. For one to awaken in such a place naturally means they are very talented and blessed by heaven themselves. The cult would definitely not miss such a talent. Venerable Mario nodded. It is settled then that I would send some of my spy knights to keep watch over those territories you mentioned, he declared. The seekers nodded and thanked him for listening to their suggestion. They proceeded to deliver other information to him, but these didn't involve the cult and were mostly financial reports and other minor reports. After the reports were over, they bowed and teleported out of the place, leaving only Venerable Mario. Usually, his hall was crowded with knights and maids moving around, but during hours of report by the seekers, no one, not even Venerable Mario's trusted servants, were allowed around the vicinity to maintain the privacy of the information shared. After the seekers had left, Venerable Mario could not help but resurface some of the discussions in his head and ponder more about it. Isn't Winterseed the territory the Lord Andre claimed is as rich as the Lord is C-rank territory and also compared to our smartness? He recalled his last conversation with DeAndre where they discussed Rowan. I wonder how he is going to manage this situation. Winterseed, the people woke up early in the morning as usual, but with a sad twist today, as the same tragic incident repeated itself once again. The village square was already filled with villagers who wore their usual solemn expressions, while the families of the deceased gathered in the middle of the square to weep over their lost loved ones. The other villagers talked loudly among themselves. Their discussions mostly focused on how they would survive with Rowan absent. Some even voiced their fears that Rowan might already be dead. Fortunately, Riella was there to dispel any doubts about her beloved. She assured them that Rowan was very much alive and would soon return. She also tried her best to calm the grieving family of the deceased. While she tried to be strong, she always wished deep down that Rowan would abort his hunting trip with the soldiers and come back home. 3 people died again. Dragon yelled in a loud tone as he received the news that he was currently in his room, mixing ingredients to prepare mana-recovering potions when Vishurk arrived to deliver the sad news. Yes, Senior. Vishurk nodded, his expression solemn. Dragon let go of what he was doing and turned to face Vishurk. I was out strolling around the village until about 5 hours past midnight before returning home to start working on the potion. The bastard did not even dare attack while I was on patrol and waited until I decided to rest. What a bloody coward! Dragon cursed, and from the dark expression on his face and the seriousness in his tone, one could tell that he was truly furious. The people have already gathered at the village square. Since Lord Rowan is not around, you're the only one who can console them, Senior, Vishurk said. Dragon nodded gravely and muttered solemnly, "That is true, but what am I going to say to them? I'm sure they are already cursing me right now. Will they even listen?" He felt ashamed of himself at this moment, because Rowan had entrusted him with watching over the people, and he had already failed. Nevertheless, he would still have to give a speech. He cleared his work table and rushed to the village square. Lord Rowan has been able to keep us calm despite the chaos. I don't know what he adds to his words every time, but they can always keep me collected, no matter how chaotic the situation is. Without him around, I am not sure I'll remain calm after all this. Lord Rowan has the best speeches. We need him. If Lord Rowan doesn't speak to us and assure us, I'm not sure I'll be able to sleep tonight. These were the first words Dragon heard as he arrived. I already knew this would happen. He sighed in disappointment. He stood still and shut his eyes for about 10 seconds before heaving a loud sigh, then proceeded toward the crowd, walking through them slowly until he reached the front. While filtering through, he heard their discussions, their worries, and their fears. Some even believed that none of these deaths would have occurred if Rowan were alive. Although Dragon knew that was impossible, he understood how the people felt around Rowan. He, too, had experienced that comforting presence till he arrived in the center of the crowd. The villagers, whose attention had been fixed on the corpses, turned their gaze immediately to Dragon. After Rowan, Dragon was the only semblance of a ruler they had, so they naturally looked up to him, even though their faith in Rowan was stronger. Dragon stood there for a few seconds, observing the 3 corpses. They were all around 20 years old, and all were female. "My daughter, please come back to mommy. Big sister, wake up and play with me. Big sister, why are you lying on the ground like that? You'll get dirty. Dirty girls are not good people. Please wake up. Don't leave me." Dragon watched these heartbreaking reactions in silence before moving closer to try and console them. He tried to calm them with words, but they retorted at once. "Why should I calm down? Why? My daughter is gone, and I will never see her again," one of the mothers shouted, shoving his hand away. "This is all your fault. If only you were as serious as Lord Rowan, none of this would have happened. If you weren't around, Lord Rowan would have stayed with us, and none of this would happen." The other mothers turned their grief and hidden aggression on Dragon. Dragon took in their words with an unfazed expression, as he had already expected such a reaction. In fact, he considered himself lucky that the rest of the villagers were not joining in at the moment. This only proved that the people had accepted him more than they had when he first returned. Back then, they would have stoned him out of the village square the moment he stepped in. He could only sigh after taking in all the harsh words from the women before climbing onto the raised platform. He used a voice-amplifying spell to ensure his voice spread clearly across the village square. He began by once again consoling the mothers for their loss. They continued to retort, but Dragon remained unbothered and continued his speech. "As you all already know, our village is being attacked by an unknown dark creature with evil and malicious intentions towards us. This dark creature is hard to find and even harder to capture. Currently, we do not have enough equipment to capture this being, but rest assured, Rowan and I are working on something, and soon we will begin an active counterattack against this bastard to ensure we avenge the death of our beloved." Dragon continued, right after consoling the women, his loud voice filtering through the crowd. "Will the plan take care of the dark creature and keep it away forever?" One elderly man at the front echoed his question. "Our plan is to capture and slay this evil creature, S.O. Keeping it away forever is certain," Dragon answered. "Continue your adventure in my virtual library, Empire." The elderly man who asked the question nodded with a relieved expression. Others in the crowd kept asking their questions, and Dragon tried his best to answer them. Meanwhile, at the back, Vishurk watched everything with a dark grin on his face. "As if you're going to succeed," he muttered with a scowl filled with hatred. But then the calm voice of Riella came from beside him, causing him to immediately adopt a calm expression and wash the ugly look off his face. "What are you talking about?" she asked. Vischer quickly turned to her with a smile and replied, "Nothing, Lady Riella. I was just reciting some potion ingredients." Riella hummed and nodded before turning her back and walking away from the village square, heading to the tailor's house nearby. Vischer heaved a sigh of relief, thankful she did not hear him. "I really need to stop bringing out my true emotions, just like Alistair advised," he thought. Meanwhile, Dragon's question and answer session with the people ended after another 2 hours passed. The people left the village square, still worried. 3 RD day, the third day's hunting trip began pretty late because the soldiers were still exhausted from last night's hunt, both physically and emotionally. Rowan and Winston's solo hunting trip went unnoticed. With Blaze patrolling, the soldiers were calm and unfazed, and thus had no need to seek Rowan's presence for safety. Also, naturally, it was nighttime, and hence it was almost impossible for them to find out that Rowan and Winston had sneaked out. Even when Rowan called Blaze to come burn the corpse of the monsters they had slain, none of the soldiers noticed his absence. When both of them returned from their solo hunt, most of the soldiers had already fallen asleep. Morning time arrived, and none of the men got up early unlike the last 2 days. Rowan didn't bother waking them up. They needed time to get themselves together, and Winston also needed adequate sleep considering he had slept for less than 2 hours before morning arrived. Rowan distributed food and let them eat, then rest for about 3 hours before they began their journey to their first hunting zone. Rowan planned for 4 hunting trips. The first one happened in the morning hours and ended a few minutes before noon. The soldiers performed impressively. The effect of last night's hunts was being displayed. Their battle sense became sharper, and they fought aggressively, though not as aggressive as Bryce and Winston. The second hunt began about an hour later. The number of F and FF rank monsters were less compared to the previous hunts. On the other hand, there were more E rank monsters in this horde than the previous ones. Rowan and Blaze had to step in and take care of the E rank and stronger F rank monsters, while the soldiers took care of the weaker F rank and FF rank monsters. With this, they were able to conclude the second raid faster than expected. Considering the raid took little time, Rowan decided to let the soldiers relax for the next 1 hour before proceeding to their third hunting zone for the day. The third hunting zone. They experienced the same situation as the second raid, but this time the number of F and FF rank monsters were fewer, while the E rank spiked by over 20%, surprising everyone. But they had no choice and fought as though their lives depended on it. The raid lasted for more than 1 hour, even though the number of monsters were 30% smaller than the previous one at the moment. The soldiers were harvesting monster cores as usual, while Rowan and the captains analyzed the hunts. "The monsters are getting stronger," Rowan said first. "Yeah, they are stronger than the ones we faced yesterday. Some of my killer moves that took the life of yesterday's monsters on first impact didn't even phase some of the monsters I faced just now. It was pretty annoying, but at least I survived," Bryce said, boasting a little bit. Gregor also added and told how he needed more than 2 arrows to slay off the monsters. "Your next chapter is on my virtual library empire. Even the goblins today are way stronger than yesterday's. I thought my shot was losing power, but it seems like it was the monster who got stronger," he added. Rowan listened to the captains. "The monsters at the deeper part of the forest are always more powerful and scarier than those closer to human settlements. It is natural," Rowan analyzed inwardly. "They can't see the rank of monsters. If they could, they would have noticed how the numbers of FF rank monsters are decreasing while the number of E rank monsters are increasing. At this rate, we might face a D rank monster before the end of this hunting trip. I wonder how strong a D rank is compared to E ranks and how much evolution points I would get from slaying one, considering I'm still E rank. I don't mind facing E rank and D rank monsters, but what about the soldiers? Even if they gang up against a single E rank monster, the chances of them surviving are really low. They will die in the first minute if they even go up against a D rank." This hunting wasn't about improving himself, but improving the soldiers. So facing a stronger opponent is not on his list of actions at this moment. "We won't be going for a 4th hunt today anymore," Rowan told the captains. They were all surprised. "Are you suggesting this because we talked about the monsters becoming stronger?" "Do not worry, Lord Rowan. We are ready to face stronger monsters," Josh spoke up. "Yes, Lord Rowan. The stronger monsters we face, the better we become at taking down stronger monsters. It is a win-win situation, though it would take us a long time to master," Bruce added. "Smashing the skulls of stronger monsters brings more joy than slamming weaker monsters. Let's go deeper." Bryce flexed his muscles and said with a grin. Rowan shook his head. It seemed they misunderstood his intentions. "The monsters get stronger the deeper we are in the forest. But the monsters at the deeper part are too strong for you guys to handle with your current strengths," he first explained. What I am suggesting is that we walk back and then take another route in the east or west side before going deeper once again. This way, we would be able to clear the monsters closer to the village before the hunting trip ends. With his explanations, the captains realized his intention and agreed immediately. When are we going to get stronger, Lord Rowan? As strong as you? Bryce asked. Very soon. Keep slaying more monsters, and if you are lucky, you will be able to evolve before this hunting trip ends, Rowan said. Bryce smiled in anticipation. He could not wait to experience how it felt to be as strong as Rowan, to be able to move heavy objects with ease and also be able to move fast. While they were discussing, the soldiers finished gathering the monster cores and gave them to Rowan as usual. After they were done, Rowan and the captains explained the new plans to them, which they accepted without a single complaint. The next 4 hours were spent traveling back. They were able to stroll around casually because they had already slain the monsters revolving around the route they took. That it would take at least 2 weeks before more monsters began resurfacing in these areas. 4th day, the 4th day of the hunting exercise began much earlier than the previous day, which had started late due to the soldiers' exhausted state. Yesterday, after embarking on their journey to the new hunting area, Rowan discovered and selected the first hunting spot, deciding to have the soldiers rest there. This way, upon waking, they would only need to eat before commencing their first hunting exercise. Last night, Rowan and Winston did not go on their night hunt. Instead, Winston took the opportunity to rest until his body returned to peak condition. This moment, Winston stood beside Rowan in a battle-ready pose while the other soldiers prepared themselves one after the other. The usual depressed and rageful aura surrounding him had diminished, replaced by a strong fighting spirit. Standing on the other side of Rowan was Blaze, who seemed to have grown a few centimeters taller. His eyes were focused on the soldiers preparing. Rowan, standing in the middle of the two, had a smile on his face, anticipating the event today. His 2 best soldiers are going to evolve. The 3 of them stood a short distance away from the others. Stay connected through my virtual library empire. How are you doing, lad? Bryce strolled toward Winston and gave him a light shoulder tap. Captain Bryce, good morning, Winston greeted respectfully. You look so energetic today that I wonder who would slay more monsters between us with the readiness you're displaying right now, haha. Bryce laughed, tapping Winston's shoulder several times as he spoke. Winston smiled calmly, becoming genuinely competitive. We never know who would slay more. How about we have a healthy competition? We keep count of how many monsters we slay and share it after the hunt is over. Are you challenging me, lad? Bryce laughed once again. Are you scared you'd lose to me? Winston smirked. Bryce halted his laughter for a few seconds, observing Winston for a split second before laughing out loud once more and tapping Winston as usual. Bryce was muscular with big hands. Each tap on Winston's shoulder was quite heavy, but Winston took it in stride without showing any pain. It is a challenge then, Bryce accepted, causing Winston a grin. Rowan observed the interaction between his 2 best soldiers. It made him proud to see them compete, as it would push them to slay monsters faster and serve as another motivation besides growing stronger. Sometimes, smaller things like these contribute more than anything else. Lord Rowan will serve as a witness to our little competition. Bryce turned to Rowan and said, Sure, why don't you guys add some benefits to the competition? What is the fun in competing if there's nothing to gain in the end? Rowan suggested. Winston and Bryce accepted his suggestion immediately. If I slay more monsters than you, you will have to learn martial arts under me for a week without rest, Bryce declared. Rowan was already aware that Bryce had his eyes on training Winston since the beginning of the hunting trip, so he wasn't surprised by his wager. On the other hand, Winston placed his hand on his cheek, pondering what he would like to gain for Bryce. I prefer fighting with swords to fighting unarmed. Captain Bryce is a martial artist, and there's no weapon I can ask for after winning. Winston thought inwardly. Rowan and Bryce waited for him to make his decision. How about this? If you slay more, I will learn martial arts, as you said, but if I slay more, you will let me date your daughter, Lily. After a few seconds of contemplation, Winston made his decision. Rowan roared with laughter upon hearing his request, while Captain Bryce's expression turned ugly in an instant. To think he would ask for his daughter instead of anything else. That's a true man of culture. Rowan laughed inwardly. Captain Bryce, however, remained silent and observed Winston for the next 30 seconds. Why my daughter Lily? He asked. She is beautiful, and I've liked her since we were teenagers. But you are overprotective of her, and I didn't have the confidence to speak with her. That's why I am using this opportunity to inform you of my intention and to win your permission to date her. Winston replied with a confident smile. That Rowan's laughter increased after hearing Winston's reply. He was pretty surprised by his straightforwardness in revealing his true intentions. Rowan turned to observe Bryce, expecting his expression to darken even more, but he was shocked to see Bryce smiling at Winston. You are an excellent soldier, and I don't mind you taking my daughter, but you would have to beat me and prove you are capable of protecting her. I am ready, Winston replied before Bryce could even complete his statement. With both of them agreeing to the competition, Rowan suggested that he would be the one to keep count of their kills to prevent cheating, which they accepted immediately. Afterward, Rowan instructed his system to target both of them and track their kills. Once this was settled, Rowan called the soldiers together and gave them a brief prep talk to boost their motivation. As always, the soldiers took their usual, simple formation. The archers circled around the close-range fighters and readied their arrows, while the close-range fighters clenched their fists and weapons, preparing for their turn. Each of them had a look of resolve and readiness in their eyes. Rowan observed all their expressions one last time before using his hunter call to draw out the monsters surrounding them. The usual silence before the storm concluded as the monsters began pouring into the formation one after the other. The monsters were mostly goblins and SSS-Rank demonic wolves, low-rank demonic wolves, along with a mixture of other monsters for various races. The goblins wielded their makeshift wooden weapons as usual, clashing with the soldiers with their cunning expressions. The wolves and other monsters followed, each radiating rage and bloodlust from their eyes and bodies. Rowan checked their ranks, and, as expected, about 90% were FF ranks. The others were F ranks, and only 3 high-rank demonic wolves were the sole E-rank monsters among the horde. Compared to yesterday's hordes, this one was almost triple in size. Few the archers began their assault immediately under Gregor's command. Their arrows serpented through the air. In the next few seconds, Rowan was flooded with notifications of monsters being slaughtered one after another. Most of the first row of monsters moving toward the formation were downed without difficulty, while a few sustained deep injuries that slowed them down and pushed them to the back, allowing other monsters to overtake them. The archers had already reloaded and released their shots once again, slaying a large percentage of those that overtook the injured and dead ones. This is very good. I can take down these goblins with one arrow. They're unlike the ones from yesterday, Gregor exclaimed while firing at a wooden club-wielding goblin running toward him. The other archers also commented on how much easier their kills had become compared to yesterday's. Most of those who didn't believe the monsters got stronger the deeper they went, and those who were a bit confused when they had to return to their starting point and move in a different direction yesterday finally understood why. The archers finished their rounds after taking down hundreds of monsters. Rowan gave the call, and the switch began immediately. They smoothly moved to the back while the close-range fighters charged forward, beginning their assaults. Winston drew his sword from its sheath while charging and gave a quick look at Bryce with a grin. "Get ready to hand over Lily to me." Bryce smirked and replied, "Let me see you try." Both of them, along with the other close-range fighters, charged forward with more ferocity than the rest. Bryce grabbed his first target, a goblin. The goblin swung his makeshift wooden bat at him. Bryce countered with his knee, breaking the bat in two and causing the goblin to let out a panicky squeak as it attempted to move back. Bryce then sent a swipe kick at it, blasting the goblin's head with so much force that it flew through the air, the headless body falling to the ground. Without stopping, Bryce grabbed a new goblin and slammed it headfirst into the ground. He moved on to a nearby goblin and did the same on the other hand. Winston slashed his way through a small group of goblins blocking his path. Rowan paid more attention to his 2 best soldiers with a proud smile on his face. The battle against the first horde of the 4th day was intense and seamless yet fierce for Winston and Bryce, who were competing to rack up the most kills. Their speed in slaying the surrounding monsters was so astonishing that it became the main focus of the battlefield. The other soldiers found it difficult to concentrate amid Bryce's brutal display of strength and Winston's rapid assault. Although they had witnessed both of them fight before, they had never seen them so serious and ferocious. Winston, in particular, had transformed into a speeding killing machine, darting from one location to another and slashing his sword through every monster in his path. "Interesting," Rowan commented. He accessed his system and opened the temporary scoreboard for his 2 best soldiers. "Your next chapter is on my virtual library empire. Winston kill count: 107, 92 goblins, 13 low-rank demonic wolves. Evolution points earned: 5,400. Bryce kill count: 93, 83 goblins, 5 flame-spitting lizards. Evolution points earned: 5,855. Rowan studied the scoreboards, amazed by the current difference between the two. Off the evolution points earned in the battle, Bryce is leading, but unfortunately, their competition focuses solely on kill counts, not evolution points. Rowan mused with a smile. Winston made a smart move by targeting weaker monsters to rack up more kills. He continued to observe the scoreboard when Winston's kill count spiked with 3 additional kills, while Bryce gained 1 more. Such amazing speed, he muttered, turning his attention back to the battlefield. But his attention was drawn back to the system as a new window popped up. Your captain, Bryce's skill, One Punch, FF has been upgraded to One Punch. Skill effect has been doubled. Bryce's skill has also upgraded. Rowan exclaimed, surprised and impressed that Winston's skill had been the first to upgrade on the first day, and now Bryce's was upgrading on the fourth day. Both of them increasingly impressed Rowan with their skills. It seems skills automatically upgrade when a soldier fully utilizes them. That Winston's Swordmaster skill upgraded because he used it ferociously, slaying so many monsters, Rowan pondered. Bryce employs numerous martial arts skills interchangeably during battle, which is why his skill took longer to upgrade despite his excellent performance since the first hunt. Winston was faster because Swordmaster is his primary skill. Rowan analyzed the growth of his two top soldiers. Swordmaster activates whenever a soldier wields and swings a sword. Even if they incorporate a few moves from other skills, Swordmaster remains the primary skill. When Bryce punches, his punch skill activates. When he kicks, his kicking skill comes into play. If he had a skill that combined all bodily attacks, he would upgrade faster. Rowan returned his gaze to the spectacular battle, which was nearing its end as the last hundreds of monsters engaged with the soldiers. His eyes scanned the field, checking the character statuses of all his soldiers. His gaze settled on the two soldiers with the lowest evolution points in the group. Crawley occupation, soldier power, not applicable 43 for 50/10,000. Special skill, sword master status, exhausted Tund occupation, soldier power, not applicable 45/055/10,000. Special skill, sword master status, hungry. Aside from these two, the others had reached and surpassed 50,000 evolution points. As for the captains, Josh, who currently had the lowest amount of evolution points among them, had 71,000, while Bryce, the strongest, had 93,000. Winston's evolution points were higher than Bryce's by more than 2,000, that according to Rowan's calculations. These two would most likely evolve during the second hunt of the day. He couldn't wait to see how much stronger they would become after evolving. But at the same time, he couldn't help but wonder if they would feel pain like he did during evolution. He had previously tried asking the system to quell his worries, but it had provided a twisted answer that didn't even match his question. He immediately understood that the system wanted him to experience it rather than explain it. Rowan could only hope that they wouldn't experience the same level of pain as he did, considering they required 10 times fewer evolution points than he did. Additionally, they accumulated their evolution points gradually, which was a major difference from himself, who amassed the necessary evolution points during the evolution process itself. While Rowan's mind was busy thinking ahead, the soldiers were on the verge of ending the first raid AT that moment. Only a flame-spitting lizard remained alive. The flame-spitting lizard was elongated, standing at the same height as a pig, with large black eyes and orange scales. Its mouth was open, preparing to shoot a weak fireball as a last resort to escape, having realized it was the only one of its kind left. Bryce and Winston stood at opposite locations, their eyes meeting and locking with each other. Without saying a word, both dashed toward the flame-spitting lizard. The other soldiers, already exhausted, stood a few meters away from the lizard. Seeing both soldiers charging toward it, the others stepped back, giving Bryce and Winston the go-ahead. Bryce's fists were clenched, and his eyes were focused on the lizard. Bryce and Winston charged at the flame-spitting lizard from opposite sides, their eyes locking for a split second. Neither wanted to lose, and both pushed themselves even harder. The lizard trembled and began backing away in terror as the two top soldiers closed in. It had witnessed the brutality with which they had ended its peers, and it was frightened. Its orange scales quivered, and its black eyes darted around in search of an escape. With no way out, it opened its mouth and spat a feeble stream of flame, hoping to keep them at bay for just a moment longer. Bryce clenched his fists, ready to unleash his upgraded one-punch skill. His muscles tensed as he drove himself forward with raw power. Winston, on the other hand, remained light on his feet. He zigzagged rapidly, making his next move difficult to predict. Just as Bryce lunged, Winston sidestepped and performed a small feint that caught Bryce off guard. In that precise moment, Winston slipped behind Bryce's outstretched arm, dashed low, and slashed at the lizard's exposed belly with a flick of his sword. Bryce, forced to halt his powerful punch midair, could only watch as Winston's blade pierced cleanly into the lizard. A burst of red sprayed from the creature, followed by a final trembling cry before it crumpled to the ground. Winston stood upright, flicking his sword to clear off the blood as the crowd of soldiers cheered in admiration. He turned to Bryce with a smirk on his face, as if to say, "I won." Bryce wasn't jealous or envious of Winston for taking the last kill. Instead, he felt proud. If such a man had his daughter, he would be confident that he was capable of protecting her. The other soldiers began harvesting manticores while both of them strolled towards Rowan, who watched them with a smile. "Both of you did exceptionally well today," Rowan commented after they arrived beside him. Both of them thanked him for the compliment, but their mind were mainly revolving around the just-concluded competition and who won. They asked Rowan for the results, which he gave. "Get ready to become a father-in-law soon, Bryce," Rowan laughed after revealing the result. The first hunt of the fourth day went smoothly. The monsters were weaker compared to the ones they'd faced in the last 2 days, thus the soldiers were better off in the battle. None of them sustained deep injuries, only simple scratches and other lighter injuries at this moment. They have located their second hunting zone for the day and had already taken their usual formation, waiting for Rowan to activate his hunter call and draw out the monsters from nearby. Bryce and Winston still had their fighting spirits on and stared at the woods around them with a calm expression, waiting to see what kind of monsters they would go up against this time. Rowan, on the other hand, had a smile on his face. In the next 1 or 2 hours, his 2 best soldiers would evolve. "I can't wait to experience that. If 2 of my soldiers evolve, my ranking in the novice ranking would increase even more," he thought. The last time he checked his ranking was a few days before the hunting trip began. Back then, he was at hashtag 6,000 that Rowan hadn't bothered to check since the hunting trip began and had made up his mind to do so when it ended. Then he would have experienced a major boost considering his military power would increase by manifolds by then, and military power contributes so much to the ranking. While his mind was sweetened with these thoughts, he opened his mouth and activated the hunter call point. 2 minutes later, monsters poured out from around the formation. There were so many of them popping out at the same time. Some ran out from the bushes while a few jumped down from tree branches, but surprisingly, all of them were goblins. They were of varying heights and sizes though. The FF-rank goblins amongst the hordes were as tall as a 12-year-old, while the F-rank were between the range of 5 to 6 feet tall. This is the first time only a single race has emerged after activating the hunter calls. They are usually mixed. Rowan wondered, but at the same time, he was unbothered. Goblins aren't that much of a stress to his soldiers anymore. Rowan didn't even have to give the signal before the archers began their assault under the leadership of Gregor. Their arrows were released at the goblins with insane precision and forces. About 99% of the goblins that got pierced by the arrows died, while the lucky ones sustained ghastly injuries. The goblins let out their bestial cries without halting even after losing their comrades. This is a result of the fresh effect of the hunter call skill. It twists the brain of the monsters to only feel bloodlust. Every other emotions are hindered. They began returning gradually after about an hour or so have passed. Battle have lasted past 5 hours, but according to Rowan calculation, the monsters would probably gain full control over their real emotions by then and do the needful. The assault continued, the swashing sound of arrows firing through the air as well as the cries and thumping sound the charging goblins continued. Gregor placed 3 arrows on his bowstring and shot them at once. The 3 arrows flew out and spread in the air. 2 of the arrows pierced the head of 2 short FF-rank goblins, and they fell dead while the last one grazed the neck of 1 F-rank goblin. It only bled profusely, but kept charging forward. "My 3 arrow shots have gotten way better. 2 of my arrows can land fatal damages 90% of the time," Gregor analyzed as he took 3 more arrows out from his quiver and placed them on the bowstring again, that he took aim cautiously before releasing. He got the same kill as the last one while the 3rd arrow missed the target once again. Gregor frowned and repeated the process. Once again, he continued and kept getting the same and sometimes slightly better results that on the 7th trial. He was able to take down these short goblins at once, boosting his fighting spirit even more as a smile adorned his middle-aged face. His next shot was also successful in taking down his targets. Sadly, it wasn't the same for his next and the one after. "Switch," Rowan called out, and immediately the switch took place smoothly as usual, this time a few seconds faster than usual. "Bryce, Winston, give it your all," Rowan declared in a loud voice. Winston nodded with a serious expression, and Bryce grinned. As ordered, both of them delivered. Winston was like a gentle sword fairy as he drifted through the hordes, while Bryce was like a raging bull. Their display of strength was so captivating that even the goblins began to move away from them out of fear, but these were useless as the 2 raging soldiers still got to them despite their efforts. The other soldiers could not help but cheer both of them in their mind. Most of them wished they could display such an excellent technique in battle. They imagined just how cool it would be to be able to exact such strength. 10 minutes passed. The horde of goblins have been reduced drastically, while casualty were off the lowest minimum on the side of Winterseed soldiers. Rowan observed the evolution points of Bryce and Winston. Bryce, 97995/1000. Winston, 98200/1. They are getting closer to evolving, Rowan noted with a sharp smile on his face. Another 10 minutes slowly washed away in the bloodied battlefield. Winston and Bryce's performance remained the same, outstanding and groundbreaking. The others performed excellently. They were able to deal with the goblins without sustaining a single injury, which is a major improvement, 8T this moment. Even the weakest close-range fighter has crossed the 60,000 mark. In the next 3 days or so, at least 40% of Rowan soldiers would have experienced their first evolution, hence boosting the military might of Winterseed. On the other hand, Bryce and Winston were on the verge of attaining their first. Bryce, 99095/1000. Winston, 99200/100000. Unaware of their closeness to the evolution, both of them drifted across the battlefield, 8T the moment. Bryce was sending out brutal punches to the heads of the goblins close to him while grinning widely. He took care of the goblins as though they were mere lifeless punching bags. Thanks to the dwarfed height of the goblins, dealing with them in such manner didn't prove to be much stress. Same thing on the side of Winston. He could swing his sword casually and only apply little strength, and he would still be able to deal major damage on the dwarfed FF-rank goblins and inflict painful injuries on the taller F-rank. Bryce, 99535/1000. Winston, 99950/100000. Closer, Rowan whispered while his eyes focused on the two that Winston performed a casual slash at the back of a running goblin, causing the monster to cry out in anguish and collapse on the ground. IT tried to escape from the sword monsters, but it was devoured by it before it even attempted. Nevertheless, before Winston could continue forward, a strange sensation greeted his body. His eyes widened as his vision started blackening, and he collapsed on his knees. Your soldier, Winston, is evolving. Your soldier, Winston, is evolving. Rowan received a notification the moment the new sensation bombarded the body of Winston. The battlefield was still pretty hot, and the others failed to notice his condition in time. Except Rowan and, of course, Bryce, who had been keeping an eye on him while he fought, marveling at his exceptional sword skill that surpassed the others. Winston, Bryce called out while hurling away the goblin he was dealing with. The helpless goblin collided against a nearby tree and bled profusely. One of the new soldiers took the opportunity and landed the finishing blow, slaying the goblin. Bryce, on the other hand, began storming his way toward Winston. Winston was still lying on the ground while his body twisted in silent pain. His reaction was akin to one reacting to severe burns and active mental trauma at the same time. His eyes were tightly shut, his fist clenched, and his body tensed. His body perspired unnaturally and soaked his clothes. The sword with which he slew the goblins lay unmanned beside him, rendering him defenseless and open to all sorts of harm. Close to him, some of the goblins who formerly dreaded him while he fought began approaching him maliciously and cautiously after noticing his helpless condition. The goblins exchanged looks with one another as if communicating their next steps. Goblins are naturally cunning, and they are aware of how cunning humans also are. Also, after witnessing Winston's prowess, it would be pretty stupid to approach without caution. Rowan noted the goblins' reactions from the sideline. Why aren't you helping Winston? He is going to die. Blaze, who was standing beside Rowan, turned to him and asked after witnessing Rowan's nonchalant reaction to the current situation. Rowan shook his head and pointed at the battlefield. Bryce is already taking care of it. Blaze traced his eyes down to the direction Rowan pointed. He saw Bryce stomping his way over to Winston. I need Winston to slay the goblins around him and accumulate enough evolution points to evolve. I want to check something out. Rowan spoke out. Your captain. Bryce slew one goblin and gained 30 evolution points. 10% of evolution points have been transferred to you. Your captain. Bryce slew 2 goblins and gained 75 evolution points. 10% of evolution points have been transferred to you. You ugly goblins, step away before I grind your skulls. Bryce yelled furiously, startling the entire battlefield. Both monsters and humans turned in his direction, including the goblins around Winston. The goblins around Winston saw the cold look in Bryce's eyes directed at them, and they could not help but shiver nervously. Bryce ran faster and leaped when he came closer. He grabbed 2 dwarfed FF-rank goblins beside Winston who were too stunned to move and tossed them at the other 2 behind Winston. You shameless piece of ugly S, it's attacking. Come at me if you have the balls. Bryce stormed the goblins one after the other and took care of them easily one by one till the 6 goblins who tried to sneak attack Winston were slaughtered. Nevertheless, while he was taking care of the last one, a sharp sensation of pain greeted his body, causing his eyes to widen in horror as his body went numb by the second. Bryce landed on the ground and began shivering uncontrollably from the pain. His eyes shut and his body tensed. Rowan received the same notification as that of Winston, and the smile on his face brightened. "Come with me, Blaze," he told Blaze, and then launched towards the location of his two best soldiers. At this moment, all the soldiers around the two of them became confused by their condition. They could easily tell that their two best comrades were going through intense pain, but they couldn't find any injuries on them, and they didn't even see them getting attacked by any of the goblins. Indeed, they wouldn't believe that any of the goblins would be able to injure two of them, talk more of hurting them to such an extent. What is happening to them? They could not help but whisper this question among themselves. They saw Rowan and Blaze approaching and knew at once that something was wrong. "Lord Rowan, what is happening?" the nearby soldiers asked. "They look really hurt. Are they going to be okay?" Their worries were evident in their voices. "Focus on your fights. They would be okay in a few minutes." Rowan washed away their worries for the short time with his reply. Rowan and Blaze arrived beside the two of them. Rowan activated his system and analyzed their conditions. Bryce, evolving, 7% condition, temporary blindness, numbness, intense internal body heat, muscle strain. Winston, evolving, 36% condition, temporary blindness, numbness, intense internal body heat. Exactly the same as what I experienced during my first evolution. Rowan noted. He gave a signal to Blaze. Blaze nodded and grabbed the body of Bryce carefully and brought him out of the battlefield, while Rowan did the same for Winston. They laid both of them down under a nice big tree far away from the goblin's reach. Bryce, evolving, 21%. Winston, evolving, 45%. The completion of their first evolution kept drawing nearer the more time passed. Rowan's eyes remained fixed on them. Observing their reactions, he took his eyes off for a while and also watched the battle, which was closing to its end. The goblins' population had reduced to less than 100, and the soldiers were still full of energy to battle another horde of at least 2,000 goblins without getting tired at AS. For Winston and Bryce, their evolution speed was getting faster, especially for Winston. Bryce, evolving, 39%. Winston, evolving, 78%. Rowan noticed that the speed of Winston's evolution got faster after he hit the 50% point. It kept increasing rapidly afterwards, unlike that of Bryce, which seems to be getting slower by the seconds. Your journey continues at my virtual library Empire. Rowan also noticed that as the evolution got closer to completion, it seems to cause more pain to its target, as he could see such in Winston's eyes, which knotted together tightly, while his muscles became even more tensed. While this was ongoing, the last pair of goblins was slain by Captain Roland and Captain Josh. Afterwards, both captains gave the orders to the soldiers to do the usual harvesting of monster cores while they went to meet Rowan and inquire about the current situation with their colleagues. "What exactly is happening, Lord Rowan?" Both of them reacting this way at the same time is not natural at all. Roland said when he arrived beside Rowan. "They are in so much pain, but there is not a single sign of injuries on them." Josh added. "Yeah, I was surprised when Winston fell first, and then Bryce tried to rescue him and also fell. It was too unreal to watch." George added. The other captains also gave their various remarks, relaying their curiosity to Rowan. "They are about to evolve." Rowan gave a simple answer, resulting in surprised gasps from the captains. "They have reached the threshold and would soon break past the limit of their body. They would be able to utilize strength and speed beyond the human limit." Rowan explained further, even going as far to remind them of the war against Glenwood, reminding them of the day he broke through his own natural limit. The more he explained, the wider the eyes of the captains became. The other soldiers who were done harvesting monster cores came to submit what they had harvested and heard the happy news about their colleagues whom they were worried about. They thought both of them were going to die, but it was actually the opposite. They're getting stronger. "This is good, but why are they in so much pain?" One of the soldiers asked curiously. "Do you expect such a complex process to be easy and painless?" But Rowan replied his curiosity with a question. The others considered it and nodded at once, agreeing voicelessly. They all placed their attention on the body of their comrades with looks of anticipation plastered on their faces. Rowan also returned his attention to the two, checking their evolution stats. Bryce, evolving, 49%. Winston, evolving, 97%. Winston's condition looked the same as it was a few minutes ago. He was still going through so much pain. Bryce was the same. Winston, evolving, 98%. Winston, evolving, 99%. Winston, evolving, 100%. Ding, your soldier, Winston, has evolved successfully. Ding, your soldier has awakened a new skill. Ding, you have unlocked achievement, Evolution Instructor. Your novice ranking has gone up by 100 for achievement. Winston, evolving, 98%. Winston, evolving, 99%. Winston, Evolving. 100%. Ding. Your soldier, Winston, has evolved successfully. Ding. Your soldier has awakened anew. Skill. Ding. You have unlocked achievement. Evolution instructor. Your novice ranking has went up by 100 for achievement. Rowan's vision was flooded with a recent series of notifications following Winston's successful evolution. Rowan carefully studied the notification, and his expression brightened, especially concerning Winston's newly obtained skill and his rank's sudden increase by 100. That after he was done reading, he returned his attention to Winston, whose eyes fluttered open as. He surveyed his surroundings while his consciousness returned bit by bit after the just concluded tedious process. He observed the faces of the soldiers staring at him with eyes filled with anticipation and other emotions, causing him to display a confused expression. What happened? He asked Rowan, who stood few meters away. The last thing Winston recalled was slaying a goblin and then blacking out when a strange and painful sensation greeted his body, causing him to enter a deep subconscious state while his body went through pain. Waking up, he was surprised to see that the battle had concluded already and, strangely enough, everyone was staring at him as though he was a ghost. While trying to process the situation going on around him, his eyes fell on Bryce, laying beside him. With the movement of Bryce, he could tell he was going through pain. "What is happening to Captain Bryce?" he asked with worries in his eyes. "He is going through the same thing you went through, Winston." Rowan walked up to Winston and helped him up. Winston stood and looked at Rowan, even more confused this time. He still didn't understand the situation going on around him. Unlike Rowan, who knew about evolution and had the system to notify him, Winston didn't, so grasping the whole scenario right now was pretty difficult. "You have evolved, Winston. You've become the first man to evolve past their human limit in Winter Seed. Aside from myself," Rowan revealed. "Evolve." Winston was still confused. Rowan figured out it would take too much time explaining everything to him by words, so he decided to provide a physical explanation. Rowan scanned his eyes amongst his soldiers and found the biggest one. He was about 6 feet 3 inches tall and had a pretty chubby build. It would take at least 2 ordinary men to properly carry someone of such build. Rowan called the chubby soldier out. His name was Mark. "Winston, try to lift Mark up," Rowan said. The soldiers, as well as Winston, became confused at once. "Continue your adventure with my virtual library empire, Lord Rowan. I can't possibly lift someone like Mark on my own," Winston immediately complained. "Just do what I said," Rowan pestered. Winston looked at Rowan and then at Mark interchangeably before taking the step forward. "There's no way someone like Winston would be able to lift me. I understand that Winston is a good swordsman, but his strength is definitely not enough to lift me up." Naturally, Mark thought while Winston arrived before him. Mark was about 2 inches taller than Winston, so there wasn't that much height difference between them. The only difference lay in size. Winston was slender, and Mark was the opposite. Winston took in a deep breath and wrapped his hands around Mark's waist in an attempt to lift him off the ground. And then, without hesitation, he proceeded with his attempt even though he didn't believe he would make it. Everyone, including Rowan, glued their eyes on both of them, anticipation written in them. In a few seconds, the place was filled with gasps of surprise and disbelief. How did he lift him up so easily? He is lifting Mark as though he is lifting a 6-year-old boy. This is insane. This can't be. Wow. The soldiers reacted at the scene before them. Winston could be seen lifting Mark off the ground without a look of stress on his face. It was almost as though he wasn't trying hard to do so. How? Winston himself was shocked by the power output of his own body. He'd never imagined himself possessing such strength to lift the biggest soldier with ease. He dropped Mark down immediately and stared at his hands in disbelief. Then he turned to Rowan with so many emotions revealed in his facial expression. Rowan smiled at him without replying immediately. He turned to look at Bryce, who had neared the completion of his own evolution. Bryce, evolving. 98%. Bryce, evolving. 99%. Bryce, evolving. 100%. Your soldier, Bryce, has evolved successfully. Ding. Your soldier has awakened a new skill. The same series of notifications for Winston, except the novice rank going up, were displayed once again. About 10 seconds later, Bryce's eyes jotted open. Unlike Winston, who reacted calmly upon waking up, Bryce leapt up from his lying position and took a combat pose as though he was in the middle of an intense battle. Only while in his battle pose did he observe everyone and realize he was standing with Rowan and others. He returned to his normal standing position, but with a confused expression. He asked Rowan what was happening. Rowan did not hesitate and explained to him. He told him about his evolution and what to expect after evolving. Bryce's eyes kept widening with a grin as he listened. "You mean I can exact more strength with my hands and more speed while running than any ordinary human?" he asked, eyes widened. Rowan nodded. Bryce grinned afterwards and strolled toward a nearby tree with a pretty hard back. Everyone watched him, pretty surprised by his bizarre behavior and reaction after waking up. Some of the soldiers even whispered amongst themselves, asking if he was okay up there. "Let me test my punch against this tree," Bryce yelled, clenched his fist, and delivered a punch at the huge tree. Boom. The explosive sound of his fist colliding against the tree resounded. The tree shook violently following the punch. It was almost as though a raging bull monster had charged against it. The intensity at which it shook was just so powerful, something an ordinary human would never be able to accomplish. Not just the intensity of the tree proved his newfound supernatural strength. Normally, after punching a tree that hard, one's fist would usually go sore or get badly injured, or at least hurt the owner madly, but Bryce felt nothing. All the soldiers were so surprised by such display of strength by their captain that Winston's display of strength was the calm and gentle type, and it was able to create a stir within them, forcing them to grow stronger. Bryce was more the brutal and menacing type, and it made his character appear about 3 times cooler in the hearts of the young men. The hopeless virgins amongst them could not help but imagine a scene of them displaying such strength in front of the ladies. They replayed the reaction of the ladies, and their heartbeat increased. They clenched their fists and swore to slay more monsters and grow stronger. On the other hand, Bryce stared at his fist with a wide grin and then turned to Rowan. "This feel good? I feel like I'll be able to take on stronger monsters out with a single punch now. Wait, that's an understatement. I might be able to take down a group of them with one punch. Ha ha ha." Bryce laughed maniacally. Rowan smiled back, as he already expected such a reaction from the muscle-headed Bryce. Winston was still getting used to his evolution. He had already tested out his strength, but not his agility. He targeted a free far away, and then dashed forward at an astounding speed. He pushed his body to the limit and was surprised by his own speed. His eyes widened midway as he reached for the tree. The soldiers also stared with wide, open mouth. Rowan, on the other hand, watched with a gentle smile. "I think I need to test out my speed as well," Bryce said and dashed at the same direction. He ran extraordinarily fast as well, as though he was propelling through the air. However, his speed was a little bit behind Winston's thanks to their build. Winston was always naturally faster than Bryce before the evolution, and even after the evolution, he still outclassed him agility-wise. "I am not sure about strength and other stats, though. The one with more endurance might go to Bryce, while dexterity and intelligence might go to Winston," Rowan analyzed. While he did so, the other soldiers began experiencing immediate character development, emotional after witnessing the prowess of the two. 200 of your soldier wishes to fight like a beast in the next hunt. 545 of your soldier swears to become stronger before the end of your hunting trip. Rowan received a series of notifications of his men preparing themselves to grow stronger. And in the other battles to come, they really proved themselves. Happy New Year, everyone. The 5th day of the hunting trip went by pretty quickly and easily, thanks to the insanely boosted motivation of the soldiers, which enabled them to fight more fearlessly and brutally in order to become as strong as Winston and Bryce. On the other hand, Winston and Bryce displayed incredible speed and strength in their various hunts. They were so overpowered against the FF-rank monsters and were able to deal with the F-rank monsters about 10 times faster and more easily than before. With the combination of the new skill both of them had awakened, they were simply unstoppable against the hordes. They were so fast that Rowan had to make them halt during several hunts to give the other soldiers a chance to find monsters to slay. It was the night of the 5th day, and the soldiers were already relaxing after going on 8 different hunting raids for the day. Today was the day they had attempted the highest number of hunting raids so far, and they were worn out beyond description. Campfires were set in numerous spots on the spacious ground. The soldiers lay tiredly beside the campfires, some fast asleep, while others devoured their food supplies. Rowan, Blaze, and Winston sat down a few meters away from the others, watching out for monster threats. Since this was an uncleared spot they had set aside for the morning, and monsters would naturally prowl the area at such hours, especially with so many prey around. Winston observed quietly while chewing on a big piece of chicken. Blaze sat silently, eyes closed, appearing to cultivate through meditation after devouring numerous monster cores he had snatched from the battlefield. Rowan, on the other hand, analyzed the stats of his soldiers as usual. He noticed that 70% of his soldiers had crossed the 70,000 evolution mark, about 5% were nearing 80,000, while the others remained below 70,000. Yet even at that, it was still impressive progress, considering that a few days ago, only a handful of them possessed 10,000 evolution points. All the captains are closer to evolving than the rest of the soldiers, which is natural. Rowan seems to have the most evolution points among the captains, and George is also doing pretty well, considering he is just an archer, Rowan analyzed inwardly. Tomorrow's hunting raid would be at least 10, and I expect all the captains to cross the 90,000 mark while the soldiers cross 70 or 80. I don't want to end this hunting trip unless all my soldiers have evolved. He continued analyzing to himself. He made plans for the next day's hunt, intending to break the soldiers physically and mentally by making them fight more without rest. To prepare them against the monster wave that was approaching, according to the system, the soldiers had already grown mentally compared to a few days ago, but Rowan felt it was still not enough. He heaved a sigh after a few more minutes of analyzing his men. Then he returned his focus to Bryce and Winston, realizing he hadn't gotten a proper chance to carefully examine their character status. Captain Bryce, occupation, Captain Power, F-Rank, 115500/25000. Special skill, Warrior Spirit D, the spirit of a true warrior, granting plus 50% endurance and plus 50% bodily defense during intense combat. Status, sleeping, Winston, occupation, warrior, power, F-Rank, 120900/25000. Special skill, Blade Spirit D, the spirit of a true swordsman, granting plus 50% agility and plus 50% attack power during intense combat. Status, eating. Stay connected via my virtual library empire. Both of them got new skills according to their specialty in combat. Does that mean an archer would get something like Archer Spirit? If so, I'm sure it would be a boost in perception or aim, Rowan thought. Winston turned to look at Rowan and saw him staring at midair with a calculative expression on his face, hand resting on his chin. I wonder what Lord Rowan is thinking about, but I'm sure he'll figure it out. He's so smart. I still can't believe he's only a few months older than me, Winston thought, then returned his attention to the others. Meanwhile, Rowan finished analyzing and took some rest. The next morning arrived pretty quickly. The morning sun filtered through the leaves of the huge trees around the soldiers, its glow announcing the arrival of a new day. They got up one after the other and braced themselves for yet another busy day of hunting, but they were soon greeted by a huge surprise. Captain George is not moving anymore, someone yelled out in a loud voice, alerting everyone to the spot where George seemed to be sleeping peacefully, except that his chest was no longer moving. What? George is not moving, Rowan asked as he stood up from his sitting position and rushed toward the gathering crowd. Winston and Blaze followed right behind him. What could be happening? Rowan's mind was shaken by the shout. He silently prayed it wasn't true as he pushed through the crowd to the front. Captain Roland and Captain Josh could be seen shaking George's body to get a response, but nothing happened. This can't be. Is Captain George dead? Why isn't he moving? This is bad. Why would something like this happen? What could have caused it? Please don't let it be that same evil dark creature that's been causing trouble back in the village. We'd all be doomed. The soldiers revealed their worries one after another. Winston, too, was deeply confused. Blaze, who had been active throughout the night and noticed not even a single fly approaching the sleeping soldiers, was equally baffled. Master, this is strange. Blaze communicated to Rowan, who at that moment observed the report displayed before him. Captain George, dead cause? Unknown. Even the system isn't aware of the cause? Rowan wondered. He stepped forward and crouched by George, his eyes scanning the man's body for any trace of what might have happened. But there was nothing. His face twisted into a frown, a sign of his confusion. That expression quickly crushed the hope the soldiers had clung to regarding George's condition. For Rowan to react this way confirmed George's death. What is happening? Someone muttered. Lord Rowan, I was sleeping right beside him that I woke up early, but I didn't notice anything strange. Same with me. I woke up a few hours ago because I found it hard to sleep, but other than the gentle rustling of the trees, I heard nothing. I thought I was the only one who couldn't sleep. Turns out that wasn't true. Yeah, the wind was cool and everything was silent, but I just couldn't force myself to sleep properly. I lay there until morning came. As everyone relayed their experiences, Rowan quickly spotted a clue in their words. He stood up at once and turned to the crowd, whose eyes were fixed on him for answers. He asked, if you found it difficult to sleep last night, raise your hands. More than 90% of the soldiers lifted their hands. This is strange. Why did everyone find it difficult to sleep? Could this indicate the presence of the same bastard killing my villagers? Or is it a clue about another supernatural entity? Rowan wondered to himself. The soldiers began murmuring again, revealing just how worried they were about their own survival. Rowan replayed the situation in his mind, completely shutting out the voices around him. Bryce noticed this and stepped forward, calling out with his loud and firm voice for the others to keep calm. Keep your voices down and let Lord Rowan think about this in peace. All right. The crowd fell silent at once, though the men's expressions remained worried. Rowan thought about the matter for a long while, even consulting his system, but he couldn't arrive at a clear conclusion. After some time, he sighed and instructed the soldiers to set up a funeral pyre for George's body. The wood was neatly arranged, and George's corpse was laid atop it. A heavy solemnity took over as the soldiers gazed at their deceased captain. George was from Winterseed too, formerly Glenwood, so the soldiers who had come with him felt especially pained by his death. The Archer team stared at his corpse with red eyes, tears dripping uncontrollably. The rest of the soldiers did likewise. Over the past few days, the bonds among them had grown stronger through the repeated trials of battle, where everyone depended on each other to survive. Though they had lost more than a few comrades in the night raids, it couldn't compare to losing George. His death felt completely sudden. Rowan looked at George for a few seconds, then gave a short and emotional speech, praising George's bravery and his efforts in the recent battles, and wishing him a peaceful rest in whatever followed after death. His words stirred up the sorrow the soldiers had tried so hard to hold in. More anguished cries and sniffs echoed across the area. Once Rowan finished speaking, he gave Blaze a signal, and Blaze consumed George's corpse with flames. The soldiers' morale and motivation plummeted after Captain George's tragic demise. Not only were they truly grieving Captain George, but they also felt a deep worry that they might soon be the next to fall. They had now spent the past 5 days haltingly battling fearsome monsters, repeatedly coming face to face with formidable horrors, yet they somehow pulled through unscathed. The sheer power of these monsters was beyond anything they could have envisioned. Their demise firmly seemed assured whenever they engaged them, yet they still emerged alive. However, they truly dreaded that whatever had slain George could surely end their lives, too. Worse yet, they would be entirely unable to see this foe, making it impossible to flee or even protect themselves. Rowan observed the soldiers with an unruffled expression. If that incident with the dark creature in the village hadn't happened, they'd have assumed George's death was truly completely peaceful and painless, without any hint of an unseen foe at all. He silently thought. Right now, they all truly believe it's the same bastard, and that their lives are on the line. Rowan sighed. He felt truly compelled to track down and seize whoever was behind it all, torturing them to atone for each of their crimes. However, he refocused and addressed his men directly, recognizing that he needed them in the proper frame of mind for the hunt. I don't intend to delay the conclusion of this trip, he sighed and summoned all the soldiers. He conferred with them and did his utmost to raise their morale and motivation. This deliberate approach worked somewhat. Grow stronger, and you'll manage to exist without ever the slightest fear of being killed by unseen foes. He concluded his words with that line, which worked marvelously as they all clenched their fists and agreed. Rowan confirmed that they were mentally ready before boldly employing Hunter Call to lure out the monsters, and thus the day's first raid commenced. Meanwhile, in Winterseed, the townsfolk grew more anxious with each passing day, fretting over their lord's welfare and that of his men. Some believed Lord Rowan and the soldiers had already been devoured by monsters, that a few among them had vivid nightmares in which their own relatives perished, while only a very small number continued to trust that Rowan and his companions remained completely safe. Thanks to Dragon's steadfast presence, peace and order consistently persisted throughout the entire village. Riella likewise gave her utmost as leader of the womenfolk, guiding them carefully. She managed to instill calm among the ladies, effectively relieving their anxieties. She capitalized on the opportunity presented to her to recruit more women to join her point 2 days prior. She conducted a recruitment test and accepted 10 new women, each possessing a particular level of experience. The 10 new apprentices were entrusted to 2 of Riella's senior apprentices, who taught them what they had learned from Riella and instructed them on operating the sewing machine. While these novice apprentices diligently acquired the necessary skills to join the group, Riella and the others concentrated on mass-producing garments for the local population. She had fully mastered the enchanted embroidery that resists both heat and cold, and she could reproduce it perfectly on other robes. Aside from advancing her tailoring craft, Riella's prowess in magic cultivation had likewise undergone remarkably significant progress and development. Thanks to Dragon and Vishurk's invaluable tutelage, she had learned to draw mana from mana stones, employing them to significantly strengthen her mana core and refine her spells even further. However, as she made all these strides, her mind never forgot the conversation with Lavarina a few days ago. She truly pondered what a goddess like Lavarina had intended by calling Rowan extraordinary and even feeling envy toward what he owned. She still recalled the test. Lavarina had proposed to learn more about Rowan, and she could hardly wait for his return to try it. Aside from Riella, notable villagers had advanced their crafts, with Alara standing out in particular, Petit present. Alara and a few young farmers were visible at the animal shelter, actively feeding the livestock. Ilara stood intently within the spacious shelter, watching the chickens constantly devour their feed at high speed, as though something were relentlessly chasing them. She found their behavior utterly adorable, a smile adorning her face as she strolled about, keeping an eye on them. "Miss Ilara, over here." A farmer inside the shelter beckoned urgently to her, and she hurried right away toward him. "Miss Ilara, this one looks sick." The young man gestured toward a chicken which tucked its head in a corner of the shelter. Ilara walked over and touched the body of the chick gently. A perfectly healthy chick would dash away immediately her hand came in contact. But this one did not. It did not even seem to have the strength to do, so that a frown appeared on Ilara's face as she observed it more closely. She patted the hair on its body softly, and she discovered a few swollen rashes on its body. She hummed as she checked it closely. "This one is really sick. These rashes are not natural, and they can be transmitted easily to the other healthy chicks, that we need to separate them as soon as possible before it spreads and affect the others." She thought, "Take this one to the empty space on the right side of the shelter. Call Yuna and Craig for me." She stood up and handed the sick chick over to the young man. The young man nodded and rushed out of the shelter. Ilara stood up and observed the other chick for traces of the condition of the previous one. Sadly, she could not find any because it was difficult to focus attention on the chicks as they were moving around randomly from one place to another to eat and drink. Almost at that moment, the two young farmers she asked for arrived, and she gave the order. Both of them filtered through the shelter for half an hour. They were able to filter out more than 20 chickens with the same condition as the first. Seeing this, Ilara could only thank her stars that she was able to discover it so soon, if it was. 2 days later, at least 30% of the bird's population might have contacted the strange disease. Now standing in front of the small shelter where the 20-plus sick chicken were kept, Ilara and the other farmers discussed about their conditions. "Ilara, you are amazing. We would never be able to detect this if you weren't around." One of them turned to Ilara with a smile. "And even if we were able to detect this, we wouldn't be knowledgeable enough to think of separating them in order to stop the disease from spreading." Another added. The others did not forget to voice out how she had been of great help since the livestock arrived. The farmers had no idea how to take care of the animals in the beginning. Heck, a handful of them didn't even know what to feed the birds, as some even suggested feeding them grass. Find adventures in my virtual library empire aside feeding. Without Ilara, a large percentage of the livestock would have died to diseases. Ilara received all the compliments with a smile on her face. "It is only thanks to Lord Rowan handing that skill book to me that I am able to understand this. Anywhere you are, Lord Rowan, thank you." She placed her hands on her chest and swore inwardly. Bruce's house, Bruce's wife, and 3 other women could be seen cleaning the body of Rowan and Liera lying immobile on the bed. For the past 6 days, there has been no movement from these two. Some of the villagers already tagged both of them dead, while a few believed they would arise one day. Most of the villagers lost hope majorly because Rowan was not around, as they still could not believe the judgment of Dragon in the situation. On the other hand, Dragon tried his best to make everyone aware that Rowan and Liera are as okay as they could be. Every morning after completing his night patrol of the village, he always ensured to pay the family a visit and check up on the tutor afterwards. He goes to tutor Riella for about an hour before focusing on his personal magic cultivation. Dragon still moves around freely with Vishurk, his view the same as he could not recall any of his meeting with the real Vishurk. Vishurk, on the other hand, maintained his pretentious role perfectly. Currently standing beside Dragon who strolled around the village, Vishurk could not stop thinking about the next phase of the plan discussed with Alistair. "Just few days remaining. I can't wait to deal with all these fleas." Vishurk muttered inaudibly with a smirk. Considering their mental state, Rowan took things slowly with his men for the first 3 raids of the day. He gave them a brief amount of time to rest after each hunt, even gave out food early because most of them refused to eat their breakfast because they were sad. Nevertheless, his mercy only remained during the first 3 raids. Beyond that, he forced them to go through the subsequent raids with no rest. The 4th raid was quite tedious. It was noon, and the sun had already taken its place on the sky, blasting forth on the calm forest with its radiant glow and heat, causing the men to sweat profusely, and some with poor eyesight even found it uncomfortable to fight in such a condition. Not just the sun. The monsters in this horde were quite strong, stronger than the ones they faced earlier, and the reason was already clearly known to even the daftest soldier. The deeper they go in the forest, the stronger the monsters they face. Nonetheless, the soldiers didn't give up. None of them wanted to die like George, and all of them aimed to evolve like Bryce and Winston, so they fought relentlessly. Winston and Bryce only fought for about 5 minutes before standing aside to give the other soldiers opportunity to hunt and grow stronger. They stood with Rowan throughout the rest of the 4th raid and the other raids of the day. The 5th and 6th raid were pretty much the same. uncomfortable weather condition, and more stronger monsters. But none of Winter Seed men backed out. The seventh and last raid of the day had a favorable weather as the evening wind blasted across their faces, providing a comfortable sensation even amidst the intense battle. The last raid ended 2 hours after it began due to the number of F-rank monsters amongst the horde that the soldiers had to face alone. The F-rank monsters tired them out so much that they fell on the ground exhausted after clearing the monsters off. Winston and Bryce stepped up and did the usual tasks like harvesting monster core and gathering the monster corpse for burning. Given their newfound strength, and the task was pretty insignificant and took them little amount of time. While they were busy with the tasks, Rowan analyzed the stats of his men as they rest, a bright smile plastered on his face as he observed the character status of everyone. Tomorrow, at least 300 soldiers would evolve. Rowan muttered to himself joyfully. All the captains will have their evolution between the first and second raid, while the others will have theirs during the last few raids of the day. The ones behind would hit 90,000 evolution points marked tomorrow as well. Sadly, because of them, we would have to extend the hunting trip by one more day. Rowan analyzed vocally. The soldiers with the lowest evolution points at the moment were around 85,000 mark. Even if they didn't participate much in the raids tomorrow, they would still be able to farm at least 5,000 evolution points, bringing them to the 90,000 mark at that point. Rowan would have to make the raids more tedious with more monsters, forcing everyone to hunt more seriously on the 8th day. Considering most of the soldiers would have evolved by then and wouldn't have to participate, it will leave more opportunity for the others to evolve as the population of the monsters would be more. Winston and Bryce were done piling up the corpse, and Blaze had already engulfed them in flames. While this happened, Rowan gathered everyone and told them the good news. Tomorrow, a lot of you would finally grow past the human limit of strength and speed. He dropped the bomb. The men gasped briefly. Lord Rowan, is it true? Are we going to possess the same cool strength and speed as Captain Bryce and Winston? Lord Rowan, am I amongst the lucky few? The soldiers voiced out at the same time, resulting in quite a noise. The people who would evolve tomorrow haven't been decided yet. It would have to do with how seriously you fight tomorrow. Those with the best performance would be granted the chance to evolve, while those who underperform would remain subdued by the natural strength limit. Rowan twisted the truth and presented in a way that motivated the soldiers more. Tomorrow I would kill a lot of monsters, I promise. I won't hold back anymore. I am going all out. The first person to evolve tomorrow would definitely be me. They reacted vocally once again. Yes, you could be the first to evolve if you manage to outperform the others and prove how worthy you are. Rowan added in the midst of the chattering. The chattering went up even more, but it was all Rowan wanted. Lord Rowan. Roland, who was standing at the back, walked forward and called out for Rowan's attention. Yes, Captain Roland, do you have anything to add? Perhaps a few words of encouragement for the others. Rowan responded to the call. The soldiers turned to Roland. Roland quickly shook his head with a brief smile before relaying what he called Rowan for. We need new weapon supply. The old ones are worn out due to the intense battle for the past few days. Following his words, the others nodded in agreement. Rowan also nodded as he took a look at the soldiers standing in front. Their swords had so many scratches, and one of them even had a crack in his sword that threatens to shatter in two after a forceful hit. I will work on that tonight and distribute it in the morning, all right? That is more than all right. Thank you, Lord Rowan. Roland said with a small bow. Stay connected with my virtual library empire, Rowan nodded. How about you guys set up your campfire for the night, while I prepare the food supplies to distribute? They all responded and dispersed immediately, setting up their campfires. After they finished, Rowan distributed food. He returned to his usual spots far away from the men. This time, further than usual, he used the big body of Blaze to block the sight of the soldiers as he brought out the weapon crafting blueprint from his inventory and activated it before disappearing. Using the weapon crafting blueprint was about the same as using the other two blueprints Rowan had utilized so far. He was sent into the crafting dimension, and as usual, each resource required for the process was present. Rowan stared at the crafting space for a few seconds and heaved a sigh before getting into business. While the weapon crafting process was similar to the others, it had a few differences. Weapons exist in different forms, sizes, appearances, and a few other minor and major details. Thus, crafting them would not be as fast and easy as the others, which only required his words to activate. The crafting space was already aware of what he planned to craft and had provided the necessary equipment, including a small whiteboard that floated towards Rowan, as well as a sci-fi-looking marker. It seems I have to draw the weapon I want to create, Rowan thought, stretching his hand to grab the marker. Holding the marker, Rowan stared at the whiteboard for a while before beginning to trace the shape of a sword. Drawing a sword wasn't difficult, but Rowan had to be as thorough as possible to prevent unnecessary details on his creation. After about 2 minutes, he finished the illustration, observed it for another 2 minutes, and then proceeded to the next step. Weapon template. Accepted. Please select from the following: crude iron, wood, stone, fabric. To craft your weapon, Rowan stared at the holographic window and picked the only suitable option. To crude iron selected. Almost immediately, another window appeared. Inquiring about the numbers Rowan wanted, he decided to go with 1,000 swords. That a few other questions were asked by the system before it began the merging process for the swords. The crude iron pieces floated from their original location and began spinning in the air. This wasn't new to Rowan. He shifted his attention to the countdown displaying in his vision. Estimated time, 29 minutes, 23 seconds. While the countdown continued, Rowan drew templates for other weapons such as arrows, spears, and axes. He even added a gauntlet as his newest design for soldiers like Bryce, who specializes in fist combat. After he was done, he found a place to relax while the materials merged. While relaxing, his mind wandered, thinking about the hunting trip planned for tomorrow. Having 100 evolved soldiers is among the criteria to evolve my territory to E-rank. That if everything goes as planned tomorrow, that part will be settled. Rowan muttered. He even opened the criteria tab to view the other requirements. TO, evolved territory. TO, E-rank. You must be in top 5,000 in novice ranking, current rank, 5888. Survive 3 calamities, current, 0/3. Possess 100 F-rank soldiers, current, 2 out of 100. Agriculture, E-rank, current, F-rank. Power, E-rank completed. Only 1 out of the 5 listed criteria had been fulfilled by Rowan, which left him a little devastated. The others are pretty easy to accomplish. By this time tomorrow, I would have already completed the one involving the soldiers, and in 2 weeks' time, that of agriculture and ranking would be fulfilled. However, the calamity one still remains a mystery to me. I don't know what and when it is going to happen. Heck, even the system does not know what is coming for me, and I have to survive it. Even in the game, there was no such thing as criteria to evolve a territory. Everything worked on an EXP leveling system. Your territory would reach a certain quota and automatically evolve. The virtual game world was way easier than its real world. Rowan sighed once again and returned his attention to the countdown, which had already neared its last few seconds. The final seconds arrived, and the miraculous scene played out. After the usual success notification, the weapons landed on the ground and arranged themselves properly for Rowan to spectate. Rowan grabbed one of the swords and checked its stats. Sword grade. Common effect, plus 50% extra damage. Upgrade, available upgrade requirement. Special, or Rowan checked the stats for the other weapons as well. They were all of common grade. However, he had the opportunity to upgrade them, but he needed special ores to do so. Unfortunately, he had none of those with him and had no idea how to acquire one at the moment. The common grade weapons are already good enough. Once they evolve, even if they start as basic grade weapons, they will do more damage than ever. Well, that is enough for tonight. I need to relax too. Rowan stored the weapons inside his inventory and was about to leave the crafting dimension when, all of a sudden, the air within the space became forceful and intense. What is happening? This has never happened before. Rowan was pretty confused, looking around to see what was wrong. While scanning, his eyes landed on a point not so far away from him in that location, a black misty mass formed. The black mist seemed to be growing larger and also gaining a spinning momentum. Soon enough, it began spinning, and a pretty large vortex was formed. Rowan, still wondering what was happening, was shocked when a foot wrapped in black mist slowly stepped out of the vortex. The movement of the foot was so slow that it took about 10 seconds for it to appear fully. Almost at the same time the foot appeared, an ominous, powerful energy quickly spread across the place, causing his body to shiver. What the heck? He jumped back in puzzlement, almost losing his balance. What is this? Rowan stepped back once again, that he wanted to leave this place as soon as he could to prevent meeting whatever was trying to invade the space magically. But no matter how he tried, he couldn't leave. Find more to read on my virtual library, Empire. It was as though the crafting space had stopped responding to his calls following the arrival of the powerful invader. AS for the Dark Vortex and the invader. Another foot came out slowly once again, but the body of the invader still hadn't been revealed. It was almost as though the vortex was trying to push the owner of the foot away, causing it to move slowly. But this only made it even scarier. System, what is happening? With no other way of leaving, he resorted to consulting his ever-available system. Error, what the heck? Why now of all times? What the heck is happening? Still no response from the system. Rowan decided to face his fear and see who it really was. The dark vortex continued spinning, now even more chaotically. Only about 30 seconds had passed since the dark figure stepped its first feet out of the vortex and into the crafting space, resounding in a quick switch of authority over the area. Rowan stood opposite the vortex with a troubled expression on his face, struggling to keep his body balanced. His mind still could not stop wandering about the mysteries unfolding before him. He also could not stop praying that whatever it was, it wouldn't kill him. If it did, his body would remain in the crafting space until it decayed into nothing. Not even his people would be aware of his death. He couldn't even wish such a fate upon his enemies. Another minute passed, and finally, the body of the invader began appearing. It was humanoid as expected. However, its entire body seemed to be made of nothing but solidified darkness, while a misty and powerful, ominous dark aura shrouded it. Another minute passed. The vortex stopped spinning chaotically and began shrinking. That moment, Rowan stopped facing the ominous dark figure, observing its features, searching for any clue to its identity, but none appeared. While it was covered in darkness, its face seemed to hold no details, shrouded in the same dark mist. It almost appeared as though it was headless. This moment, Rowan felt clueless as a newborn. That, on the other hand, the ominous figure stood, facing Rowan. While it had no face, Rowan could tell that this figure was paying extreme attention to him. The figure heaved a low sigh. There was nothing spatial about the voice. It sounded like every average human male, which was the opposite of Rowan's expectation. Read new chapters of my virtual library empire. Who are you? Rowan asked the important question immediately. His eyes cautiously observed the stranger. Who am I? The hands of the figure pointed at its non-existing face and asked. Its tone was neither rude nor friendly. Rowan nodded in response. The figure heaved a sigh once again. I go by many names. The dark, darkness, night, void, demon, devil. Everything involving the dark aspect of existence, including sin and death, that I've been called those and many more. They sound about right. Call me Benzine instead. Rowan could only stare as the names were listed. He could not help but find this scenario extremely similar to novels he had read on Earth, where the protagonist is approached by otherworldly evil beings and granted mysterious skills and abilities, sometimes even a mission with uncertain endings. Judging from how he introduced himself, I don't think he is here to kill me. Rowan deduced. He summoned up courage and moved the conversation forward. Why is such a magnificent being as yourself here? Haha, I'm far from magnificent. Quite the opposite if you ask, but who cares? Benzine shrugged. I am the messenger of the creator. I'm sure you might have noticed something strange about the assistant assigned to you. Benzine continued, punctuating his statement with a question. Assistant? He is talking about the system, I presume. The creator is definitely the god of this world, but why is such a person interested in me? Rowan was confused by what he meant, but he nodded to continue the conversation. Benzine continued, judging from your reaction, it is clear you don't recall your meetings with the creator, my master. This time Rowan was even more confused. Meeting with the creator? When? How? Could it be related to those strange voices I hear in my head and the unclear memories of a face I still can't recall? You don't recall? Benzine asked again. Rowan shook his head. That confirms it. And oh wonder you haven't been acting on the mission assigned to you. Mission assigned to me. Is it carrying my territory to the highest rank ever? Benzine shook his head. That is a compulsory life mission for every player. But yours is special, as you are no ordinary player. One my master has an interesting purpose for. If you could recall your last meeting, you would have understood my words even better. It seems the difference of power between both dimensions has resulted in you being unable to recall everything. Your mental strength is still very weak. Benzine spent about 3 minutes speaking about the last meeting, the creator, and the difference between worlds to Rowan, but it all sounded like gibberish, too complex to understand. Well, even if I relay the message in words, after leaving this place your memories would be jolted once again due to the difference in mental strength between us, and you would most likely forget everything. To prevent that, I have documented everything you need in here. Benzine swiped his hands, and a scroll appeared midair. It was dark in color, with glowing golden text in a strange language that Rowan failed to understand. There was even a mix of symbols in it. The scroll drifted toward Rowan. Rowan grabbed it and tried unfolding it to read, but refused to bulge. He lifted his head to look at Benzine for an explanation. That scroll contains a mission. Once your mental strength is strong enough, it will reveal itself to you. That I added a gift alongside it, to make good use of it, Benzine explained. Rowan stared at the scroll once again and then at Benzine. The whole situation was bizarre, but Rowan decided to accept his fate and hope everything was for the better. I'll keep it safe, He said he tried opening his inventory to store the scroll, but he couldn't, and he was about to question Benzine about it when the scroll forcefully left his hands and shot toward his chest like a rocket, sending Rowan flying more than 10 feet behind and collapsing with a thud as pain wrecked his body at once, disorienting his senses simultaneously. With the last bit of sanity, Rowan felt something sharp and cold dig painfully into his chest. He also heard the unclear last words as Benzine's dark figure began fading away. Goodbye, Rowan. It will take a long time, but we will finally meet again. Or maybe never. Maybe you'll meet my twin instead. Who knows? It was a few hours past midnight, and the majority of the soldiers were fast asleep when Rowan jolted awake, drenched in cold sweat, his head blasted with a splitting headache that threatened to burst his skull open. Rowan sat upright, clutching his head, wondering what could have resulted in such an excruciating pain. Slowly, memories of the previous night began resurfacing in his mind, albeit hazy, yet enough to recall that he hadn't fallen asleep directly. I entered the crafting space to make weapons, but I don't recall leaving. This is strange, he muttered to himself. He racked his brain, trying to recall any other events that occurred inside the crafting space. And no matter how hard he tried, the last clear memory he had was storing the weapons he'd made and planning to leave, but he never actually left. The memories of Benzine had mysteriously vanished, leaving Rowan completely clueless. Maybe I fell asleep in the crafting space and ended up here. Rowan concluded. It was still the dark of night, and everyone else was fast asleep. The morning sun would only appear in the next 3 hours. With nothing else to do, Rowan relaxed once again, drifting back to sleep until the first light of day. When dawn broke, the soldiers woke early as well, their anticipation for the day's hunt igniting their spirits. They looked energetic and ready to engage with monsters at a moment's notice. Rowan smiled at their readiness. It was just what he needed if they maintained this energy every morning as they had during the previous days of the hunting trip. Perhaps hundreds of them might have evolved by now. Not allowing the energetic mood to fade without putting it to use, he quickly distributed the food supply. While they ate, he further ignited their spirits with a short speech of motivation and gyration. Within half an hour, the entire group had finished eating. Rowan then distributed the weapons he had crafted the night before. Wow, this sword looks really beautiful and sharp. It's even lighter than my previous one. Thank you, Lord Rowan, one soldier exclaimed. Very sharp tips on the arrows. Captain George would have loved these. They are exactly what he dreamed of using one day. Rest in peace, Captain. I will ensure to use these arrows very well, another soldier added. Everyone expressed gratitude to Rowan for the new weapons. The swordsmen swung their swords and compared them to their old ones, while the archers rejoiced at the sharpness of their new arrows. Meanwhile, the martial artists stared at the gauntlets handed to them, amazement shining in their eyes. One of the soldiers held his hands up, admiring the cool appearance of the gauntlets. Even Bryce, who preferred fighting with his bare hands over any weapons, was thrilled by the new gear's appearance. Were these? They feel so cool and refreshing to fight with. Even though they're made out of metal, they're still very flexible and allow free movement of the hands, almost as though nothing is equipped, Bryce analyzed with a smile. Cool, isn't it? Rowan responded with a grin. Very, Bryce remarked. Rowan nodded before looking up at the others. Stay in formation. They complied, taking up the usual basic formation of archers circling the close-range fighters. Not wasting a single minute, as there was much to do for the day, Rowan activated Hunter Call. Instantly, the calm atmosphere erupted into chaos. Stomping feet of approaching monsters, their bestial cries, and the sight of their ugly forms charging toward them. The other archer captain, Nolan, gave the order as the monsters drew closer and the first set of attacks began. The area soon filled with flying arrows and the cries of wounded monsters. Thanks to the fights of the last few days, the archers had become more skilled, naturally increasing the damage behind each arrow by about 30%. Those who could only graze the skin of their opponents could now deal fatal wounds, while those who usually delivered fatal wounds were ending lives outright. Coupled with the new, sharper arrows, the slaying rate increased dramatically. It filled Rowan with pride to watch his men use his creations to execute his strategies. It was a joyful sight. The archers gained evolution points by the second, something Rowan keenly observed. He paid special attention to Nolan, who had the most evolution points among the archers. That Nolan's total was closing in on 185,000 and continued to increase every minute. Nolan had mastered shooting 3 arrows at once, dealing insane damage, thus earning him 3 times the evolution points of the average archer. Nolan was usually the introverted type who kept to himself. Even though he was a captain and second only to the late Gregor among the best archers, He typically deferred leadership of the archers to Gregor. However, with Gregor's absence, Nolan had stepped up and played his part admirably. Switch! Rowan called out when the archers were nearly done, initiating the usual rotation. Smoothly, the switch began. Yeah, experienced tales with my virtual library empire, the swordsmen and martial artists yelled as they charged toward the monsters. Their numbers were vast, their weapons glaringly sharp, yet the monsters numbered in the thousands. This time, Winston and the other captains weren't the only ones charging with seriousness. The scared, the weakest, and even the overweight soldiers charged forward with ferocity. Soon, the battlefield was filled with slashing and smashing sounds that Rowan's vision was almost blocked by the constant stream of notifications pouring in every second. The rate at which the close-range fighters were thinning the horde was insane. More insane than anything Rowan had ever witnessed. He even had to activate Hunter Call once again to draw out more monsters. Nevertheless, even as more monsters poured forth, the soldiers stood firm and fought with extreme seriousness. Half an hour later, Captains Roland and Josh collapsed to the ground. They were evolving. Rowan and Blaze acted immediately, hauling both out of the combat zone before the raging monsters could target them. About 20 minutes later, another captain joined the two in the evolving state. Ding. Your soldier, Roland, has evolved successfully. Ding. Your soldier has awakened a new skill. Ding. Your soldier, Bruce, has evolved successfully. Ding. Your soldier has awakened a new skill. Ding. Your soldier, Josh, has evolved successfully. Ding. Your soldier has awakened a new skill. Amid the unending series of notifications about soldiers slaying monsters, another set of messages flashed before him. His 3 captains had evolved. Roland was the first to evolve. He rose 2 minutes before Josh. Both were exceedingly amazed at the newfound strength their evolved bodies could wield. Winston and Bryce had already left the battlefield, now standing with Rowan. They congratulated their colleagues on their successful evolution with smiles. Both were extremely happy that others had joined them. In obtaining true powers, it only meant their territory would be in safer hands. About 30 minutes later, Bruce rose as well, his reaction mirroring that of the others. 3 of you have proven yourselves as true leaders. Rowan complimented them with a sharp smile. The 3 felt proud and thanked him. They even asked to return to the battlefield, which was still raging as more monsters poured out thanks to Rowan's second hunter call. If you 3 go in with your new strength, there would be a major scarcity of monsters for the others to slay. From now on, you guys will have to stay with me on the sideline and only react when any soldier is in a risky position. Secondly, the monsters here are too weak for you 3, Rowan replied. The 3 understood quickly that it became even clearer when Rowan called Bryce and Winston off the battlefield amid the intense fighting. All 3 of them were swordsmen and thus acquired the same skill as Winston, Blade Spirit. This allowed Rowan to understand how it worked and provided a hint of what might happen in the future when they evolved for the second time. 10 minutes later, the number of monsters had reduced drastically thanks to the soldiers' relentless fight. The corpses of thousands of monsters lay scattered across the plain, pooled in blood. Yet the soldiers remained agile and active despite the long battle. They looked ready for more. Without orders, they harvested and submitted. Monster cores. Learning about their captain's successful evolution only increased their zeal. Rowan had planned to suggest a brief rest, but the soldiers refused. We can't rest now. There is night time for that. We are still ready to fight. Yes, let us proceed to our next hunting zone. Rowan had no choice but to proceed with the second raid of the day. The journey to find a new plain was lengthy, as no open fields remained capable of holding their numbers. The largest one they found was about half the size of the last, with many large trees fallen and covering a substantial part of the area. Rowan presumed that a gigantic monster might have been responsible for the fallen trees. Read exclusive content at my virtual library empire. I think this one is good enough, Roland suggested. Are you sure? I've been using places with open space to prevent the men from getting sneak attacked by monsters, Rowan cautioned. While it would be nice to challenge the strength and dexterity of his soldiers, he didn't want to lose more men than during the night hunt. Fighting while closely surrounded by large trees was dangerous. Monsters could use the trees to their advantage. That it would be exceptionally harder, especially for the archers. They've been hunting for 6 good days now and ventured into more than 30 raids. Already, I'm sure they've gained enough experience to survive this, Roland replied. And if they haven't, then they are worthless, Bryce added brazenly. Rowan replayed the suggestion 3 times in his head and finally agreed. Calling the soldiers together, he revealed his plan to use this location for the second raid. This will be almost as tedious and dangerous as the night hunt that claimed the lives of our beloved comrades. Be careful, go all out, and be your brother's keeper. Rowan addressed them, he offered a few more tips, and, most importantly, announced that no formation would be utilized. Without a formation, the archers would find it exceptionally difficult to slay monsters, as close-range fighters would gain the upper hand. That was the reason Rowan had formed a formation in the first place. Now that it was broken, everyone would have to adapt and use the situation to their advantage. It was another important form of training. To be honest, archers, sharpen your aim and support the others. You will be the backbone of this raid. Your aim shouldn't be on the ground alone this time, but on the trees and in the air. The entire space should be under your radar. Rowan was accustomed to giving lengthy speeches, and his super voice was always there to boost morale, so it was no problem. With no more advice to give, he rallied the soldiers and activated the hunter call immediately. Chaos erupted once again. The monsters charged from all directions ferociously. The archers began their assault while the others charged toward the monsters. The slaughter began immediately. The battlefield was extremely challenging for the archers. They had to aim at monsters not far away from them, and, worst of all, they had to use their aim to the fullest to prevent injuring their own men. But they attacked anyway. A challenge lay before them, and they had to do their best to overcome it. On the other hand, Rowan noticed a strange pattern. The archers seemed to be receiving extra evolution points for every kill. While the swordsmen and martial artists gained 20 to 25 evolution points from slaying FF-rank goblins, the archers gained 30, 35. In the last raid, archers gained the same amount of evolution points for killing the same goblins as the others. But now, it was different. It seems the more challenging it is to slay the monsters, the more evolution points they are rewarded. That is good. The archers would be able to catch up to the others this way. Rowan smiled. The battle continued, growing even more chaotic. Meanwhile, in Winterseed, a strange visitor arrived. It was yet another morning with the people of Winterseed worrying about the whereabouts and safety of their beloved Lord Rowan and his men. While the worries were not visible on their faces, the mood across the village quickly revealed the emotions ruling their minds at the moment. Of course, this mood was felt by Dragon, and he could only pray in his heart that Rowan and his men would return tomorrow, for that was the day they had promised to return. Dragon had done a pretty good job managing the village, even though the villagers were open about their hate and disgust towards him. He had patrolled the village throughout the night and, in the morning, did a few rounds of patrolling before halting to it was morning. And he was about to finish his patrol when the neighing and thumping of horses' hooves began approaching the village. Visitors? Rowan indeed spoke about merchants coming to purchase his merchandise, he thought. While Dragon was unfazed by the arrival of the visitors, it was not the same for the villagers. War. One of the elderly men spoke in a shaky voice. This is the sound of war. Our enemies have found the perfect opportunity to attack us due to the absence of our Lord Rowan. He continued, as an elder. His words were seen as true and profound by the younger ones around him, and they became visibly scared. Their murmurings soon filled the area, and most of them even sprinted back to their houses, shutting their doors behind them to prevent whatever chaos was about to befall the village from reaching them. What is happening? Why are the villagers so unsettled this morning? Riella approached Dragon. She had just finished her morning practice and was on her way to the tailor's house when she saw the villagers running from this direction. Due to the noise of the villagers, she could not hear the sound of the horses approaching. They were currently standing close to the east border, where the visitors approached from, just like last time. They are afraid we are under attack by an enemy village, but that is not really the case, Dragon revealed with a tired expression. Visitors are approaching from the east. Lord Rowan spoke about these people. They are nothing but innocent merchants with the intention to do business and form a connection with us, Dragon explained further. Riella understood right away. Rowan had told her about these visitors and even revealed his intention to make Winterseed a center of attraction for top-class merchants and to build strong relationships. Let us go and welcome our visitors then, Riella suggested. Dragon wanted to refuse. While he believed those approaching visitors were merchants, there is still a chance he might be wrong, and Riella might get hurt. Riella is not the same helpless girl as before. She would be able to defend herself, he thought. With this thought, he did not refuse her suggestion, and both of them proceeded to the eastern border, walking past the thick bush until arriving at the unmanned guardhouse. Standing in front of the guardhouse, they saw a group of men riding horses and driving horse-drawn carriages approaching. There were about 20 and number .6 carriages rode in the middle, and 2 horsemen mounted the flanks of the carriage line. With Dragon's improved eyesight, he spotted the sword at the waist of those riding the horses that guarded the carriages. Merchants and mercenaries. He muttered. He had been in the position of the mercenaries before. Thus, he found the formation extremely familiar. The group soon arrived before them and halted. The men on the horses were the first to dismount, grabbing their swords. The men from the carriages got down after and approached Dragon and Riella with smiles. Good day, beautiful lady and gallant sire. They greeted almost in unison. Dragon nodded with a smile, and Riella nodded as well, though her eyes were focused on the armed merchant. They mean no harm, my lady. One of them noticed her eyes and said he then signaled the mercenaries to drop their weapons and step back. Afterward, they introduced themselves formally. The men explained they were merchants from a big noble clan called the Black Gem. The Black Gem were one of the leading clans of a dukedom, according to the merchants. And, as expected, they were here to check out the magical merchandise. Please come with me. Dragon invited them in. The men, excluding the mercenaries who guarded the carriages, followed Dragon to the meeting hall. The villagers who had been worried earlier finally quieted down after seeing the friendly strangers strolling with Riella and Dragon. Some of them could not help but blame the elderly man who had started the ruckus in the first place. The elder felt extremely embarrassed and apologized, saying that he was only trying to keep them safe from the unknown. On the other hand, Dragon and the merchant sat down inside the meeting hall and began their discussion. Riella had already gone to the tailor's house, leaving Dragon alone with the merchants. You should be much younger, according to our sources, one of the merchants said. Yeah, you should be around the age of 19 or 20, according to our sources, another added. Haha, the one you're talking about is my son and the Lord of Winterseed, that he is on a very important mission, and I'm standing in for him, Dragon explained with a smile. The merchants looked at each other, clearly confused. Standing in for him. They found a situation quite perplexing. Dragon was not embarrassed to explain everything to them. In fact, he was proud. He is a better lord than I am. He has been able to develop the village so much in less than a year. Something I could never achieve in years, he narrated. Discover hidden stories in my virtual library empire. He even told them how the magical merchandise they spoke about was created by none other than Rowan himself. His story shocked the merchants, but they had no choice but to believe him. After the introductions were sorted out, Dragon revealed the sewing machine, and as usual, it's wonderful. Appearance and design immediately captured their attention. They immediately began bargaining prices, and thankfully Dragon was a master of bargaining much like Rowan, enabling him to sell the sewing machine at a really high price, closer to that of Rowan's. Dragon also sold weapons to them at high prices due to their quality. The trade ended very well. The first raid of the 7th day was the hardest the soldiers had ever fought. There was no formation, no open space, and with monsters pouring out. Rapidly, they had to adapt to the chaotic battlefield as quickly as they could to survive. The archers fared the worst, yet the close-range fighters were not any better off. While the archers had to aim carefully so as not to hit their comrades, the close-range fighters had to do their utmost to avoid jumping into the archers' firing range. The challenge of this battle was not only the monsters but also themselves. With such unfriendly conditions threatening to claim their lives, they were forced to adapt quickly. Those who could adapt faster than the others received their rewards. The battle was still raging, edging closer to an end. Rowan and the captain stood aside, observing the battlefield from different vantage points and intervening whenever a soldier found themselves in dire danger. Around Rowan, the bodies of soldiers undergoing the painful process of evolution formed a circle, about 10 in number, that he checked their evolution progress from time to time, a smile plastered on his face. I was expecting the first set of evolving soldiers during the second raid, but it seems my calculations were wrong, he thought. There were still a few soldiers on the battlefield nearing evolution, and if they continued fighting ferociously, the chances of them evolving were quite high. Time passed, half an hour slipping by like the blink of an EYT that moment. 11 new soldiers joined the ranks of the evolved. They stood beside Rowan, dumbfounded by the power brimming within them. Experience more. Tales on my virtual library empire, their eyes shone with the glow of accomplishment. Another half an hour passed quickly, and 4 new soldiers joined the ranks, bringing the total number of evolved soldiers to 20 after the battle ended. The remaining soldiers went to congratulate their colleagues on their successful evolution. Witnessing their comrades evolve fueled their determination to join the ranks of the evolved. Rowan's brief speech did a perfect job of redefining their goals and building stronger motivation. Without any waste of time, the journey to a new spot began. This time, they strolled for more than an hour, venturing deep into the dark forest. Once they arrived at their new location, Rowan allowed the men to settle and get used to the area. The tea wasn't an open space. It was almost as close and tight as the previous one, yet none of the soldiers complained. In fact, they were eager to take a go at it once again. The second raid quickly began, and they manifested their motivations in the heat of battle point 2 hours later. The battle ended. 37 soldiers were added to the rank of the evolved, totaling 57, after a brief 30-minute rest. They began their journey to the location of the third raid. This time, they found an open space. However, no formations were utilized. With the activation of monster cores, the battle commenced. This time, Rowan had to step in as there were a few E-rank monsters. Unlike the E-rank monsters they had faced in the past, these ones didn't wait for the lower-ranked monsters to be decimated before attacking. Once they arrived, they latched onto the soldiers ferociously and without mercy, leading to a major shift in power right away. IT took the rapid response of Rowan and Blaze to prevent the decimation of a dozen soldiers during the first few minutes of the third raid. Thankfully, the number of E-ranks was considerably low, and Rowan and Blaze were able to finish them off in less than 2 minutes. In the first hour of the third raid, more than 30 soldiers began evolving, far more than Rowan expected. Both Rowan and the 57 evolved soldiers had to step in to move the evolving soldiers out of harm's way before the monsters reached them. Yes, they all stepped onto the battlefield at once to help. The balance shifted immediately. The mere presence of Rowan and Blaze caused a major imbalance, granting Winterseed men the upper hand in the battle. However, with all the evolved present, Rowan and Blaze included, the imbalance was undone that if they should actually join the battlefield, the entirety of the monsters would be slaughtered in less than 20 minutes. Another hour went by swiftly, and 20 more soldiers began evolving. Before the battle finally ended, everyone had already evolved. The number of evolved soldiers in Rowan's command now exceeded the quota needed to check one of the criteria. Ding. Criteria. Possess 100 F-rank soldiers has been fulfilled. Rowan received a quick, flashy notification, causing a smile to spread across his face. He was still rejoicing over the notification when another one flashed before him. Ding. Criteria. Attain top 5,000 in novice ranking has been fulfilled. Democrat, Minnesota. I wasn't expecting to check off 2 of the criteria in one day. This is good. Rowan rejoiced. IT was already evening. The time was between 4 p.m. and 5 p.m. One more raid, and we are done for today, Rowan announced. In 01 disagreed. The journey to the next hunting zone began immediately, taking more than an hour before they found a good hunting spot. By that time, the day had already grown fairly dim as nighttime approached. This raid will naturally last until nighttime, so be prepared to battle in the dark. Understood? Yes, Lord Rowan, we are ready. Definitely. We're more than ready. Rowan nodded. After a final warning, he activated his skill, as usual, and monsters started pouring out once again. The soldiers reacted instantly and swung into action. Evening time, Winterseed Vischer could be seen in his room, seated in a meditative position with his eyes shut as he cultivated mana absorbed from a mana stone trapped between his clasped hand that a strong aura wrapped around his being. Suddenly, his eyes flickered open, revealing glaring black eyes with glowing red pupils that a cold smirk appeared on Vischer's face as he muttered, "It starts tonight." It was the darkest hour of the evening. The sun had already disappeared, leaving the sky vacant for the moon to take its place. In a random area of the vast, dark forest, a Winterseed soldier could be seen fighting desperately against a monstrous foe. While the darkness clouded their sight, they fought based on pure instinct, their expressions cold and serious. Rowan and Blaze were actively striving to prevent death as much as they could. Though it was tedious, both of them had the energy to persevere, preventing further casualties. IT had been 2 hours into the battle, and more than 50 soldiers had already begun evolving. About 20 had successfully evolved, currently testing out their newfound strengths amongst themselves. The other unevolved soldiers performed their best against the monsters, with the hope of evolving like their peers. They had already managed to slay half of the monster population. More soldiers evolved and left the battlefield. The ratio of monsters to Winterseed men increased bit by bit, lengthening the battle. But this was understandable to everyone. To break through the human limit, they had to adapt to difficult situations first, learning to rely on themselves in times like these. Rowan and Blaze were still patrolling the battlefield and assisting as best as they could when suddenly the ground around them quaked. The sound of something extremely gigantic thumping the earth spread across the battlefield, stirring different emotions among the soldiers. What was that? The soldiers voiced, confused and scared. Winston and the others were very surprised as well. Something strong is approaching. Rowan muttered. He could feel it. The energy radiating from this foe was stronger than anything he had ever sensed. IT was far stronger than the most powerful E-rank monster he had fought before, and judging from the sound of its footsteps, it should be twice the size of the biggest monster he had ever encountered. Not only Rowan, but even Blaze sensed the immense danger approaching the battlefield and informed Rowan telepathically. We can't let this enemy into our midst. It would easily obliterate not only the soldiers, but even the monsters. Only the two of us are strong enough to face something this mighty, Rowan suggested. Blaze nodded. Winston, Bryce, and the rest of you, take care of the battlefield while I'm away. Rowan barked orders at the evolved soldiers. What's happening, Lord Rowan? Where are you going? Roland asked, his voice tinged with panic. Something really strong is approaching that I'll handle it with Blaze. You guys stay here. Rowan explained hurriedly. He signaled Blaze, and both of them blasted into the woods, disappearing from sight. How strong might this monster be? Winston asked curiously. To make Lord Rowan so worked up, I guess it is stronger than anything we could ever imagine. Let us hope Lord Rowan and Blaze succeed in taking it down, Roland replied. The others nodded and returned their attention to the battle. After evolving, their eyesight had become clearer than that of an ordinary soldier. While it wasn't as potent as night vision, it was sufficient to see somewhat more clearly in the dark. If the other soldiers had their kind of eyesight at that moment, they would have faced the monsters in the dark without difficulty. This battle would have ended in less than 2 hours. While they guarded, Rowan and Blaze zigzagged through the woods, approaching the gigantic foe. The thumping sound continued, growing louder and more powerful as they neared, the quake even more volatile. After about 30 seconds, they finally arrived in front of the monstrous creature. Its sheer size caused Rowan and Blaze to come to an abrupt halt. So huge, Rowan muttered, gazing at the gigantic monster. Continue your adventure with my virtual library empire. The monster also stopped, giving Rowan and Blaze the opportunity to take in its insane appearance and build. The creature's sheer form was difficult to describe. It had a humanoid build, with elongated hands and short, thickened legs that it was as tall as the tallest tree in the vicinity. Yet its thumbs seemed to be the size of a newborn's. Its skin was brown and rough, like the bark of a tree. Its face bore 2 large, round eyes that now stared down at the 2 men beneath it. Its mouth was wide open, big enough to swallow a full-grown horse without expanding. Its appearance and build confused Rowan, even given the character status that appeared on his HUD. Lower Forest Eater, health, 100%. Special skill Eat B, eats everything and absorbs energy. Has a 45% chance of awakening one of the special skills of the living being consumed. Status, pissed, hungry. Rowan was still confused about how such a creature could exist. But his confusion soon turned to panic as he observed the rank of the monster and the skill it possessed. Fkin, hell, it's a C-rank monster with an insane skill. Rowan yelled inwardly. Beside Rowan, Blaze was already shivering in fright as he gazed upon the massive forest eater. Is it even possible to slaughter something so massive and powerful? Rowan panicked internally. Even his strongest companion, Blaze, was trembling. Rowan himself was just E-rank, and even as a D-rank or C-rank, it would be nearly impossible to slay something of such magnitude. In fact, they were already more than fortunate that the forest eater hadn't attacked yet. Well, their luck didn't last for long. The mouth? It's moving. Blaze frantically drew Rowan's attention to the forest eater's mouth, which was beginning to open even wider. Rowan's eyes furrowed as he wondered what the forest eater was about to do. He braced himself, quickly activating a water magic spell, a bubble shield over himself and Blaze. Even though he knew it wouldn't be enough to withstand even the weakest attack from such a powerful entity, it was the only form of defense he possessed, and he wasted no time utilizing it. Both master and pet fixed their eyes on the powerful entity in front of them. Seconds passed and turned into a minute. Yet there was no movement from the forest eater except its mouth slowly opening. This movement was extremely gradual and would have gone unnoticed by others. Rowan and Blaze were about to question this movement when suddenly a sharp sound blasted from its mouth, wreaking unbelievable havoc. The low scream of the forest eater began like the familiar whistle of an electric kettle on the verge of boiling. Yet, there was nothing comforting about it. The sound carried a dangerous pitch that tore through the protective bubble shield in an instant, ripping straight into Rowan and Blaze's ears. Both dropped to the ground, their faces contorted in agony that a sharp, searing pain knifed through their heads, leaving them utterly disoriented. Their thoughts scrambled. They were unable to focus or comprehend their dire situation. It felt as if their minds were caught in a swirling chaos of sound, making every second more unbearable than the last. All at once, an echoing series of notifications erupted in Rowan's mind. Ding! Error ding! Error ding! Error ding! Error! The system's error messages clashed with a high-pitched wail, compounding the relentless assault on his senses. Rowan winced in pain, wondering how the forest eater's scream could possibly interfere with his system. It was a question that burned in the back of his mind, but the piercing noise made it impossible to focus. This is freaking painful. If just the scream can do this, what would happen if that thing launched a real attack? We'd be finished in seconds. How are we going to survive against this monstrosity? Rowan's mind wandered amidst the pain. For 2 excruciating minutes, the torturous sound continued. The forest eaters' scream hammered away at their defenses, indifferent to their pain and desperation. At last, the noise died down, leaving only a faint, haunting echo behind. Experienced tales of my virtual library empire by then. Rowan and Blaze lay prone on the ground, drenched in sweat and trembling. Blaze's ears and eyes had begun to bleed profusely. Rowan's hands shielded his ears. However, they were stained with his own blood, dripping profusely from his ear. After the scream ended, the damage it had dealt began revealing itself. Blaze struggled to stand, and, after succeeding, maintaining balance became an extremely difficult task. He staggered and fell back to the ground. Rowan, still on the ground, could only curse his bad luck. His only companion was weak. "Go back into the beast plane, Blaze," Rowan said, opening the divine beast plane and sending him inside. Now alone with the monstrous forest eater, who remained unmoving, Rowan summoned his last bit of strength and stood up. Thanks to his eclipse vision, he could see clearly in this dark night. Even the slightest movement from the forest eater couldn't go unnoticed with his extraordinary sight. But Rowan noticed no movement from this monster. Why? He wondered. The special skill of this monster described it as one that ate to grow stronger, and monsters are naturally power-hungry freaks. Considering that, this forest eater should naturally be trashing the whole place right now, trying to eat Rowan and absorb the energy evolution points he possessed. While his large eyes were fixated on Rowan, it didn't have the slightest urge to attack. Rowan wondered why it screamed earlier. What was its purpose? Was it trying to see if Rowan and Blaze could survive, to test their strength? What if I try to escape? This thought flashed in Rowan's mind, that if he escaped and the forest eater didn't chase after him, he would get his men and travel further away from it. I am not ready to face something this strong now. Even with the combined strength of all my evolved soldiers, myself, and the power of Blaze, Dragon, and Visher, defeating this forest eater would still be impossible, Rowan reminded himself. Not wasting time, he turned his back on the forest eater and zapped toward his men. At that moment, the soldiers had just finished clearing the horde. Most of the soldiers relaxed on the ground in the middle of the bloody field to catch their breath after such a tedious battle that a few of them were badly wounded, and their colleagues tended to their wounds. Bryce ordered the newly evolved soldiers to take care of harvesting the monster cores while the others relaxed. "Is Lord Rowan okay?" Winston brought up the worrisome question. Worried expressions appeared on the captain's faces at the query. Roland was about to respond when suddenly an excruciating sound blasted across the battlefield. It was the scream of the forest eater. "Aw, my ears, my eyes. I feel like they're going to explode. My ears. Ah!" Soldiers collapsed to the ground, covering their ears while wincing and crying out in painful agony. Including Bryce and the other evolved soldiers, everyone was on the ground holding their ears and twisting their bodies as the sound banged against their beings. The sound filtered through their olfactory lobes and into their brains, shaking it chaotically, rendering their thoughts and reasoning inactive. The torturous pain lasted for 2 minutes and then came to an abrupt halt. Unlike Rowan and Blaze, who took seconds to regain their composure, it wasn't the same for these weak soldiers. They continued holding their ears and crying out in pain. Some even lost consciousness due to the agony. Another 2 minutes passed before Bryce and a few evolved soldiers finally regained composure, but they found it difficult even to stand. "What was that sound?" they asked curiously, fear evident in their voices. The scream of the forest eater sounded unlike anything from the numerous monster races they had gone up against. In fact, none of them even traced the sound to known monsters. Could this be the handiwork of the dark creature Lord Rowan warned about? Winston wondered aloud. Bryce considered the possibility, but shook his head. He suspected the sound had something to do with the heavy footsteps earlier. It must be a really powerful and strange monster. It is not even nearby, and its voice could have ended us if it lasted for 2 more minutes. How strong is this monster? Lord Rowan must be facing it at this moment. How is he faring? Bryce muttered while observing the other soldiers who were still lying immobile on the ground. He was about to check on them when Rowan appeared out of the woods. "We have to leave right away." Bryce and the others were still trying to understand the situation when Rowan arrived and barked an order at them, causing a ripple of panic. Rowan, on the other hand, was greeted by the sight of hundreds of his soldiers lying unconscious on the ground. He could see blood dripping from their ears and eyes. Immediately, he grasped the gravity of the situation. The scream of the forest eater had reached them. What was I expecting in the first place? Of course it would reach them, Rowan thought, feeling as though he were facepalming right then. Now what? He wondered aloud. The unevolved soldiers lay unconscious, and the evolved soldiers didn't seem to possess the strength to walk, let alone run. System, how long would it take to get these soldiers moving again? He asked. For the ordinary soldiers, 5 hours. For the evolved, 2 hours max. Still too long. Is there anything I can do to hasten the process? There are several methods too, but you currently do not possess the resources to pull it off. Crap. Rowan returned his gaze to the evolved soldiers, who stared at him with curiosity and confusion in their eyes. Lord Rowan, what is happening? That sound, where was it coming from? Rowan sighed and strolled over to them while his mind raced through every possible way to lead his men away from the Forest Eater. There is a monster powerful enough to nuke the entire Winter Seed in a matter of seconds. Its name is Forest Eater. IT is more than 3 times stronger than all of our combined strength. We can't even dare to piss it off. The sound you heard earlier was just its scream. Look at what it has done. What do you think its actual attack would cause? Rowan explained the might of the Forest Eater vividly. He went as far as to give a clear description of the monster's appearance and height, painting an even scarier picture in their minds. Discover hidden tales of my virtual library empire. There is something that's strong in this forest? Bryce asked, his voice trembling. Rowan nodded. And that Forest Eater is only the lower class of its kind, meaning there are others far stronger than it. We've only grazed the entrance of the Dark Forest. There are more powerful monsters and mysteries yet to be seen. The soldiers exchanged looks, sharing the same question in their eyes. Bryce and a few soldiers tried to stand after sitting for more than 10 minutes. After 3 minutes of trying and failing, they finally succeeded, only to lose balance and fall back to the ground. They looked to Rowan for help. Rowan could only shake his head. Try your best to regain your composure as soon as you can. And when you do, help the other soldiers escape this place as fast as possible. Run towards the entrance, he instructed. What about you, Lord Rowan? Winston asked. I'll keep watch on the Forest Eater. IT is currently not moving, so we would have heard its loud footsteps if it were coming this way. Do not worry about me. While I can't defeat it, I can escape from it with ease. Rowan spoke with them for 2 extra minutes before making his way back to the location of the Forest Eater. As soon as he left, the evolved soldiers began muttering among themselves. Some even began shivering, scared that death would approach them very soon. They could only pray in their hearts that Lord Rowan would survive. If not, they would all be doomed. We are this strong, and yet there are monsters with power beyond our imaginations. Bryce voiced his thoughts. No matter how strong we grow, there will always be someone or something naturally above us that we need to grow even stronger. He continued. Winston sat beside Bryce, replaying his words in his head. Bryce was 100% correct. The combined strength of the Winterseed army might not be enough to take down Lord Rowan. But now, even their combined strengths with Lord Rowan's immense power wouldn't be able to defeat a monster like this. What if I possessed magic powers as strong as DeAndre? Winston muttered to himself. Maybe when Lord Rowan returns, I will ask what it takes to become a mage. That I know it's going to be painful, but I don't mind. I still need to exact my revenge on the bastard who took my little brother from me, he concluded. Meanwhile, Rowan made his way back to the spot where they had encountered the Forest Eater. He walked as slowly and as silently as possible, not wanting to draw the attention of the Forest Eater. Thanks to his superior sight, avoiding noisy paths and obstacles was a walk through the park. He proceeded cautiously. He could already see the gigantic head of the Forest Eater, making it easier to avoid its line of sight. He got close enough to hide behind the bark of a huge tree. It is still in the same position as when I left. Strange, Rowan remarked as he watched the Forest Eater silently. Even now, there was no movement from the monster. If Rowan couldn't access its character status, he might have thought the Forest Eater was dead, but its health was still at a full 100%. Its status still displayed, pissed off, hungry, that it should naturally be trashing around angrily in search of food. The more time Rowan spent watching the monster, the stranger it became. He was still watching when he noticed movement, though not from the Forest Eater itself. Rowan furrowed his brows and focused on the shoulder of the Forest Eater. WTF? Rowan cursed under his breath. On the shoulder of the Forest Eater stood a dark-robed figure, surrounded by menacingly dark auras that didn't escape his eclipse vision. The dark-robed figure scanned the surrounding area. IT then looked in Rowan's direction. Rowan spotted a face, for the figure wasn't wearing a mask, a face that made his eyes widen in surprise. Rowan spotted a face, for the figure wasn't wearing a mask, a face that made his eyes widen in surprise. Visher, Rowan muttered to himself, deep surprise etched on his face that he thought he had seen wrong. Whoever was standing atop such a powerful monster would definitely not be Vishurk. Doubt and disbelief warred within him. He wiped his eyes and checked once again. The face didn't transform as he expected. He even forced the system to check his character status. Xandros, aka Vishurk. Occupation: Dark Mage. Special skill: Dark Magic C. Magic Cultivation. 4th level tier for status: Pissed. After studying the stats, he could only ask himself a single question: how? Coming up with an explanation for the current situation was tedious. He recalled the first day Dragon brought Vishurk home. Vishurk had been just a friendly school kid with a pitiful backstory back then. In the beginning, Rowan had indeed suspected Vishurk, but his suspicions died down after a few days of keeping watch over him. There was nothing overtly suspicious about Vishurk. He was just an easygoing young mage with a strong passion for magic. A weak mage, to be precise. Nothing about him compared to the magic powerhouse currently standing atop the Forest Eater. From the look of it all, the Forest Eater seemed to be under Vishurk's control, which only proved just how strong he was at this moment. Rowan began to panic about his people, wondering if Vishurk had done anything to them or if he planned to. For a dark mage to hide his powers and mess with a group of weaker people could only mean he had some pretty sinister goals in mind. I have read and watched numerous works involving dark magic practitioners, Rowan mused. In their search for dark powers, sacrificing thousands of innocent people is nothing but a stroll through the park for them. His mind wandered through grim possibilities. The death of the villagers. The dark creature we've been plotting against all this while. Could it be the handiwork of this bastard? Come to think of it, everything began after he settled down in Winterseed, familiarizing himself with everyone to remove all eyes of suspicion from him. He even portrayed the most sorrowful expressions during the funerals to act like he cared about the dead. How could all of this have gone unnoticed by me? I got fooled by a pretentious bastard. Rowan felt like beating himself up for messing up so badly. His mind raced, considering every possible angle. Could Dragon be in on this? He was the one who brought Vishurk to the village in the first place. Besides, both of them have traveled outside the village on long journeys together. That amount of time alone would be enough for them to plot properly to fool me. Rowan's mind was a mess. His thoughts wandered across every possibility related to the current situation. He considered every scenario, how they might play out, and how he could survive these scenarios. Nevertheless, at that moment, his primary concern was the safety of the soldiers with him. Even if we moved down to another location to continue hunting, Vishurk would still be able to find us, he realized. In fact, he could already tell the location of the soldiers right now, but he doesn't seem to be making any move towards killing them that if he really wanted to, all of us would have been long gone by now. The fact that Vishurk used the Forest Eater to attack instead of attacking himself could only mean he was still trying to keep his identity a secret. Logically, there was no need to hide his identity if he truly wanted to kill them, but Rowan's mind kept wandering across countless scenes in his head as he peeped on the Forest Eater and Vishurk standing atop it. Suddenly, both figures turned into a dark mist and disappeared before his eyes. He frowned as he watched the spot where they vanished. I guessed right. He has no intention of killing us in the beginning. At least not right now. He muttered to himself. He waited for another 30 minutes in the same location before moving back to his soldiers. The tense silence was broken only by distant sounds of the forest. When he returned, the soldiers were still weak due to the Forest Eater's scream that a few of the unevolved soldiers had already woken up from their unconscious state, while others remained passed out. Rowan sighed and moved cautiously to the side of the captains. The dark hours of the night cloaked his approach, and his sudden appearance startled them. They had not noticed him coming. How did it go? Lord Rowan, are we safe? Winston was the first to ask the most important question. Rowan answered them, reassuring them not to worry that the monster had disappeared. Yes, it has disappeared, he confirmed. Disappeared? They responded, clearly confused. Yes, he affirmed. So do not worry about that for now. Let us instead rest and prepare for tomorrow's hunt. We will be moving deeper, so there will be stronger monsters. Although they were still confused by the news, they agreed. Rowan knew he could not tell them about Vishurk's involvement. It would only lead to chaos. The soldiers would worry about their families and might refuse to hunt, complicating their mission even further. For now, he needed them to rest and prepare for the next morning. Continue reading in my virtual library empire before finding a place to relax. Rowan accessed the Divine Beast Plane to check on Blaze, who was affected badly by the Forest Eater's scream. Fortunately, Blaze had already healed up and was currently cultivating the mana in the Divine Beast Plane to refill its mana reserve. Rowan took a glimpse of Blaze's stats and was pretty surprised with his progress as he hadn't gotten enough time to observe them in the past. Blaze, Race, Ashfire Wolf, Advanced Realm, Peak Stage, 25%. Unlocked skills: Fireball, LV4, flame synchronization. LV2, fire disc, LV1. He tossed 10 E-rank monster cores at Blaze before shutting the divine beast plane and finding a spot to relax his head and watch over his men. Sadly, he wasn't there to watch over his people. Nighttime in Winter Seed Village, Rowan's place. Riella could be seen seated in a meditative position on the ground. Her gorgeous white hair relaxed on her shoulder, fluttering gently to the cool evening breeze that drifted through the room. Her eyes were shut, and she appears to be in a state of deep focus. Only her mouth appears to be moving as she recited a series of strange words silently and repeatedly. A tiny veil of pale white aura shrouded her figure, and traces of energy could be seen being absorbed at a steady pace from the mana stone placed in front of her. She was experiencing her first minor breakthrough in magic cultivation. Dragon was also present in the room, standing in front of her with his hands folded and eyes fixed on the activities going on around her. She hadn't been really serious with cultivating magic due to her involvement in tailoring and other issues happening in the village, and yet she still managed to cultivate her magic to the point of a minor breakthrough. This sort of talent is rare. Dragon muttered to himself. I was expecting her to reach this minor breakthrough in a month or two, but she has surpassed my expectations yet again. That if she was as serious with her magic cultivation as she is with tailoring with her current talent, she might have already become a level 2 apprentice long ago. Earlier that evening, Dragon had been busy preparing a special potion when Riella approached him, telling him about a strange sensation she felt in her stomach. Being an expert, Dragon immediately understood that she had reached a bottleneck. He paused his potion brewing and hurried to assist her. They could have sent Vishurk, but Vishurk had already left the village in the bright hours of the evening, heading into the dark forest to search for herbs needed for a potion he was working on. Discover. Stories of my virtual library empire, of course. Dragon didn't suspect anything unusual about the kid, so he let him go, remaining unaware of the chaos the kid had caused in the dark forest, endangering his son and his people. Try to recite the magic phrase, faster Riella. This is the last mana stone we have, if the mana in it dries out. You'll have to postpone this till when we get our hands on another mana stone. Dragon instructed. Riella didn't respond to his instructions, as she was in a state of deep focus that couldn't be broken. Nevertheless, she heard his words and obeyed. The movement of her lip became faster, and the aura around her began reacting even more. She is getting there. Dragon smiled. Aside from the external activities, Riella also felt a strong reaction internally that it was as though her internals were being bombarded with a chilly energy. The sensation was strongest in her navel area. She couldn't explain it, but it felt as though something inside was being filled with power, causing it to expand rapidly. It was her mana core. However, at the apprentice stage of magic, she wouldn't be able to directly observe her mana core. Mages like Vishurk and Dragon could do that easily. Time went by and the reaction within Riella got stronger. Thankfully, it wasn't painful like during her awakening. In fact, the feeling was thrilling and exciting as Thought One was consuming a delicious meal. Riella could feel herself reaching an unknown point. Dragon also felt it. Suddenly, Riella felt something expanding speedily inside her body, releasing a strange sound. Immediately after the sensation passed, a cooler sensation washed over her body, and she felt lighter and stronger. Congratulations, Riella, you've done it. You are now a level 2 apprentice mage. Dragon called out excitedly. Riella, eyes opened with her sweet smile creeping on her gorgeous face. As she opened her eyes, the world around her instantly became different from before she began her breakthrough. Her eyesight had become better. She could see a little bit clearer in the dark. Her hearing, smelling, and sensation to the atmosphere around her had also gotten better than usual. She enjoyed this new feeling for about 10 seconds before Dragon strolled closer and gave her hand of assistance. She took his hand and he helped her up. Tell me how it feels. Dragon asked with a calm, fatherly smile with a hint of pride. It feels great. Riella explained how she felt to Dragon, including the improved sense. Haha, those are the immediate noticeable effect of the first breakthrough. Try to use your bubble shield spell, and you'll see that the casting time has reduced by about 30%. Really? Riella eyes shone curiously. Dragon nodded. Without wasting time, she began casting the spell for bubble shield, and just as Dragon explained, the casting time had reduced. This made Riella excited and even more curious. What are the other effects I would notice? She asked. Dragon took time and explained them to her one after the other, starting by explaining how learning new spells would become faster than usual and how her grasp of her element affinity would grow. The more he explained all these to her, the more excited she became. She swore to spend more time on her magic cultivation in order to reach her second breakthrough. Take your time with cultivation, all right? You do not have to rush things. The pace you're cultivating is already more than enough. Dragon advised. He gave her a little more advice for the next 5 minutes above magic. He was still explaining when a soft knock came at the door. "Who is there?" "Come in." Dragon was the one who responded. "Could it be Rowan? He promised to return today." Thought Riella. She hoped it was her husband. Leaving the past week without him was really tedious. She missed him a lot. Unfortunately, it wasn't Rowan. The door creaked open slowly, gradually revealing the person knocking. It was Vishurk. "Oh, Vishurk, you're BAC." Dragon was about to welcome the person at the door when he noticed something was off. Vishurk wasn't smiling as usual. Instead, he had an extremely hateful grin on his face, and he was dressed in black robe, one that Dragon easily recognized, causing his eye to widen at once. I could see that moment. Lightning flashed in the sky, and the night brightened for a few seconds, revealing other men in the background dressed in dark robes. Dragon never expected that the casual knocking on the door would actually lead to such a scary revelation, but he never expected to be greeted with what he feared the most the moment the door creaked open. He could only stand and watch with a dumbfounded expression that slowly transformed to that of horror. Enjoy exclusive chapters from my virtual library. Empire. Riella had the same reaction. She was hoping it would be Rowan when the knock first sounded. But the door revealed scary and evil-looking men dressed in black robes with faces housing expression that revealed hate and bloodlust. Her heart skipped a beat as the sky lit up with lightning, revealing even more ominous figures standing outside. She could not count them, but it was clear there were at least 10, and not just their outward appearance. Even their magical auras revealed how scary they were. Both Dragon and Riella felt the immense magical power radiating from them. "Vishurk? How?" Dragon muttered slowly with a scared expression. He never expected the scrawny little Vishurk to be this powerful, and not even in his weirdest dream had he imagined him being a member of the cult of Ember Justice. Vishurk, or Xandros, scoffed hatefully and took a step inside the room. He was still using the face of Vishurk, so Dragon and Riella are still unaware of his real identity. The men behind him also took steps forward, but didn't step inside the room. Their eyes glowed menacingly in the dark. Night. Dragon and Riella took a few steps back fearfully, both of them still trying to grasp the current situation. "I have waited a long time for this day, that I'll definitely enjoy every moment of it," Xandros chuckled, lifting a hand to his hair. Dragon and Riella watched as he pulled down the realistic mask of Vishurk's face, revealing his true identity beneath: short white hair, cold blue eyes, and a hateful expression. Dragon recognized the face instantly. "Xandros!" Dragon screamed. His face contorted into an expression of horror and disbelief as he recognized the man before him. His heart skipped several beats. His breath became ragged, and his strength ebbed away under the weight of paralyzing fear. Riella stood behind him, overwhelmed with confusion, surprise, curiosity, and terror as the scene unfolded. When the mask fell away and revealed Xandros' true identity, she was profoundly shocked. She never imagined a mask could perform such realistic feats. Also, judging from Dragon's reaction, she could tell he knew this evil man before now, but she could only wonder how bad their relationship was for Dragon to react as such. However, while her mind tried to grasp the situation, she didn't hide her fear. Her figure shivered uncontrollably and her eyes slowly watered. She silently prayed that Rowan would appear and take care of the current situation. Xandros strolled to the bed and sat down. Dragon watched all these while shivering and pondering how to get out of the situation. That he escaped the cult for his life, and now he had endangered the life of the people of Winterseed by dragging the cult here. He had served the cult in the past and understood their brutal nature. Their presence in any territory means it's at least 90% of the territory they have visited were either slaughtered and looted, or become the testing ground any new disease spell they had developed. The cult of Ember Justice is the absolute incarnation of evil, and no matter how Dragon had imagine the current situation, it always ended with the people of Winterseed slaughtered and their territory burned to the ground. With no other options, he fell on his knee as tears began dripping from his eyes. "I have sinned against the cult and deserve to be punished," he pleaded, voice breaking. "But please spare these people. They are innocent. Take me instead. Please, I beg you." Nevertheless, the more he pleaded, the more a menacing smirk spread across Xandros' face. That he reveled in Dragon's misery. "Spare your people. You've been with the cult far too long to be unaware of what we do in situations like these. Even if the cult doesn't mark this territory for destruction, I would still bring it to the ground." "Why?" "Because I can. I want to see you watch everyone you care about burn." He grinned hatefully as he spoke. Hearing his sinister plans, Riella's body went weak and she fell on the ground. Dragon's reaction was almost the same. He felt his world crumbling right before him. Xandros withdrew his eyes from Dragon and placed them on Riella. He observed her mana core and noticed that she had just broken through the second level of the apprentice realm. While I loathe you, Dragon, I can't help but admire your teaching abilities, he chuckled and said to Dragon while eyeing Riella. You've done a great job with Riella. You've helped the cult in ways you could never understand. Now I understand why Alistair decided to spare you. Dragon eyes widened. What do you plan to do with her? Why should I tell you? You are nothing but a man nearing his death. Acquiring information at a time like this is as useless as music to a deaf person, Xandros scoffed. Or wait a minute, if you know my intention with her, it would cause you more pain than watching the other villagers burn, because you have a stronger connection with her, huh? How could I forget this? Xandros' evil laugh spread across the room. He laughed for a few minutes before his expression turned serious as he gave the answer. The Dark Seed Ritual. Dragon stuttered. But the cult annulled this ritual. He continued. Xandros laughed at Dragon before explaining how Alistair had prepared the rumors of the ritual ending to prevent lower-ranked members like Dragon from spreading it. When Dragon heard this, he became even more horrified. He looked back at Riella, who was still shivering behind him. What is he talking about? Am I going to die? She asked in a shaky voice. Seeing her like that broke Dragon's heart even more. He wished he could help her, but he was powerless. The weakest mage among the group outside could tear him apart in minutes. Against someone like Xandros, he had no chance of surviving even 2 seconds. Dragon remained on his knees, constantly pleading with Xandros to spare the life of the villagers and take his instead. He pleaded non-stop, even going as far to promise his freedom in exchange for the life of his people. Unfortunately, his promises failed to stir Xandros' mind away from the reason he came. Dragon became frustrated and helpless, revealing a side Riella hadn't witnessed since she knew him. While the two went through emotional turmoil, Xandros sat on their bed and enjoyed the scared look on their faces. Do not be worried, Riella. You won't be lonely if you come with us, as we will also be taking your husband with us. He is also a special mage like you. His magic talents far surpass yours, and he also has a weirdly unique mana core, one that hasn't appeared in this world before, he said to Riella. Riella was even more confused when she heard this. It was almost the same as what Lavarina said about Rowan being very special. So special even herself as a goddess envies him. What is really so special about Rowan? She wondered. You're wondering why your husband is special, right? Xandros asked. Riella nodded. Xandros scoffed and responded. You will know when he gets back. Do not worry. We would only carry out what we came for when your husband and his men return from their hunting trip. You do not expect me to kill the women and children only and spare the man, haha. Xandros ended his response with a maniacal laugh, causing both Dragon and Riella to tremble at this moment. An ominous feeling spread across the room. Both felt like they were in the presence of a bloodthirsty, demonic beast on the verge of devouring them. It was scared. It was even scarier as they were helpless. They are bent on destroying the village. There is no stopping it now. Even with the combined power of everyone in Winterseed, dealing with the weakest mage outside is impossible. With Xandros' strength, wiping the village under a minute is not impossible. We're doomed. Dragon thought, his heart beating fast. Dragon's mind wandered searching for help, and not a single helpful thought appeared. Only thoughts highlighting the impending doom of Winterseed and their helplessness towards the situation appeared in his mind. Enjoy exclusive content from my virtual library. Empire. Riella, on the other hand, prayed for a supernatural intervention. She even tried to contact Lavarina, but there was no response. Xandros laughed, even more observing their expressions before, commanding the mage outside to change location. Immediately, they disappeared. Meanwhile, inside the dark forest, Rowan found it difficult to sleep after what he had just witnessed. His mind kept on wandering, thinking about his people and their safety. This moment, he relaxed his back against the tree and stared at the starry sky with a contemplating expression on his face. For the past 3 hours since he decided to relax, his mind became extremely restless, making sleep almost impossible. Rowan is used to making plans ahead for certain situation. However, the current one was nothing he had foreseen and never had the chance to plan towards. And even if he did plan ahead, this situation would still need miracle in order to survive. He felt really frustrated. He clenched his fist and punched the ground furiously. Why did this have to happen now? I would now have to face that cunning bastard while working towards surviving the 3 calamities. If only I knew what the 3 calamities would be, it would be easier planning towards surviving them than racking my brain guessing. The system is not helping at all. He complained silently. Well, I have 2 things that might actually be of little help. I still have the divine bee summoning card DeAndre gifted me, and I can attempt another evolution tonight. though it would be very painful considering much time haven't passed since the last one, but it's worth the risk as long as I do not die. Rowan made up his mind. He called Blaze out from the divine beast plane. Stay watch over everyone. I want to take care of something. I'll be back soon. He told Blaze before leaving quietly. He went far away from his men and found a convenient spot. He opened his inventory and brought out the divine beast summoning card. The description of the card displayed once again. Divine beast summoning card mid-grade. Once activated, a divine beast is summoned. The summoned beast can be used for combat temporarily or tamed to be used permanently. Requirement S. Magic beast. Taming. I wonder what this type of beast this card would summon, though I would appreciate one with stronger offensive abilities than Blaze, or maybe a faster one. A flying-type divine beast wouldn't be bad either. Rowan stared at the silver-colored card for a few seconds, heaved a sigh, and then activated it. The card floated from his hands and hovered in front of him. IT released a blinding glow and a powerful wind pressure, causing Dorian to shield his eyes and take several steps backward. This phenomenon continued for about 10 seconds, and it halted. A congratulatory message was triggered at the same time. Ding. Congratulations, you've successfully activated Divine Beast Summoning Card. A Divine Beast has been summoned. Rowan disregarded the message displaying before him as his attention was seized by the magnificent creature standing not so far away from him. Staring at him with its big, curious eyes, he observed the creature. It is a huge bird-type divine beast, huge enough to cover at least 10 men when its wings spread. Its sleek black feathers glimmered in the starlight. Its emerald eyes blinked as they stared at Rowan curiously. Soft, gentle wind stirred around it, giving it a mysterious aura. As Rowan observed the creature, its stats as well as another congratulatory notification appeared and floated in front of his retina. Nickname: not applicable. Race: Skyshifter, male, superior realm, peak stage, 0%. Unlocked skills: flight, tempest blade, morph, shield, aerial dominance, whirlwind, wind strike. Ding! Beast taming, SSS, activated. Skyshifter tamed successfully. Please name your new pet. Rowan scanned the skill description displayed on the character. Status of the Skyshifter and was immediately impressed by it. Moreover, the Skyshifter belonged to a far higher realm than Rowan had expected. It was considerably stronger than Blaze. This is great. It will be of enormous help in battle and transportation, he muttered with a smile on his face. The look in the Skyshifter's eyes had already shifted from curiosity to familiarity, as though it had known Rowan before and held a favorable impression of him. IT was very different from Blaze when he had hatched the beast egg back then. Even after Rowan tamed him and named him, Blaze still acted stubborn and unfriendly toward him, as though he was a stranger. Recalling those moments made Rowan chuckle. I will name you Black Drifter, Rowan declared as he strolled toward the Skyshifter, patting his soft, feathery body while bestowing his name. The Skyshifter towered at more than twice Rowan's height in proximity, and he was impressively huge on the ground. Rowan was only a little taller than his legs. Noticing the height difference, Black Drifter lowered his head to invite a pat. Continue your adventure with my virtual library empire. I guessed correctly. It's much friendlier than that rascal. Rowan smiled as he patted his head. Rowan then tried communicating with him telepathically, and it worked perfectly. Although Black Drifter had just arrived, he could communicate telepathically. The language of this world flowed fluidly, easing communication. He even understood the words coming from Rowan's mouth and responded telepathically, since he cannot speak aloud. All right, we're done with the introduction to my new pet. Let us get to your first task. Protect me, Rowan commanded. Black Drifter nodded obediently, which caused Rowan to smile. Black Drifter was a lot more polite than Blaze. Rowan briefly explained the process to Black Drifter. Then, without wasting any time, he found a spot, opened his system, and attempted his evolution to D-Rank. Ding. Spend 30 million evolution points to evolve. Confirm. Yes, /NO. Spending 30 million evolution points at a go, especially for a worthy cause like evolution, was no big deal for Rowan, so he clicked yes immediately. Just like his two previous evolutions, his body was instantly blasted with uncontrollable and intolerable pain that knocked him to the ground. The agony was unbearable and extreme. Though Rowan tried to control the pain, it was still too much, and he couldn't help but let out a loud, soul-wrenching cry that echoed through the dark, silent night. The usual system prompts indicating the progress of his evolution also appeared. Nevertheless, the pace of progress was extremely slow, about 3 times slower than the previous one. Fortunately, he was in an area with no monsters surrounding them, since they had already been cleared off earlier, and he wasn't worried that his voice might drag them out of hiding, thus putting him in danger. Also, he was far away from his soldiers, so his voice wouldn't disturb their much-needed night rest. His scream grew louder with each passing second as the pain escalated through different, unbearable levels. He felt as though he were going to die. Black Drifter observed Rowan with a calm expression on his face. Rowan had told him not to worry about the pain since it was expected, so he remained unbothered. He flapped his huge black wings and ascended into the sky to get a proper look at the surroundings and to keep Rowan safe from danger. Flying in circles around Rowan, his eyes scanned widely. His vision was exceptionally strong. Even from a distance, he was able to spot the soldiers sleeping. Monsters and divine beasts naturally possess night vision, so there was no trouble having a clear sight in the dark night. While he wasn't familiar with the soldiers, Black Drifter did not see them as a threat to his master, so he let them be and instead scanned the other locations. Minutes passed as Rowan remained on the ground, stretching and screaming uncontrollably. Minutes turned into an hour, and the pain continued. Fortunately, according to the progress indicator, he was only a few minutes away from concluding his evolution. Evolving 97.5%. Evolving 97.6%. It kept increasing slowly. Sometimes it even took more than 30 seconds to go up with just 0.1%. Evolving 99.9%. Evolving 100%. Ding. Evolution successful. Immediately, the pain in Rowan's body ceased as though it had never been there. The only evidence of his ordeal was the sweat dripping down his face, his robe stained with grass, dirt, and his own perspiration, as well as the dent he left on the ground from stretching uncontrollably. That was an awful lot more painful than the last one. I really felt like I was going to die back there. Rowan stood up and dusted the dirt off his body while the blissful sensation of newfound power settled in, driving away every trace of unease. Not just physically, he also felt a bit relaxed mentally. His thoughts were more balanced and clearer than they had been before evolving. While he was getting used to this feeling, Black Drifter flew down beside him, having scanned the surrounding. "Congratulations, Master. You've grown stronger," he said telepathically. "Thank you, Black Drifter, that you're a better pet than Blaze. You'll get to meet him soon. And I hope you two get along very well." Rowan laughed as he patted Black Drifter. Black Drifter's expression transformed slightly. "You had a pet before me?" Rowan could hear a tiny note of jealousy, betrayal, and dismay in his voice. The atmosphere around him also grew a little uneasy thanks to Black Drifter's sudden shift in emotion. Using his customary sweet tongue, Rowan responded in a way that eased his feelings in mere seconds. "You see, Blaze is kind of stubborn brat." Rowan was still talking about Blaze to Black Drifter when several notifications suddenly popped up in front of him. "Your pet and soldiers are in danger. Your pet and soldiers are in danger. What is happening?" Rowan panicked. "Master, come quickly." Black Drifter saw the look on Rowan's face and could tell immediately that something was happening. It asked Rowan telepathically what was happening, and Rowan hurriedly told him the details. "Those humans are your own?" Black Drifter pointed in the direction of the soldiers and asked. Rowan nodded immediately and even told Black Drifter that Blaze, his new colleague and rival, was in trouble as well and needed to be saved. Black Drifter offered to take Rowan there and rescue Blaze since it wanted nothing to happen to its kind. It even told Rowan that only it had the right to beat Blaze. Rowan climbed on Black Drifter. While his overall agility had improved thanks to his new power, he wanted to test the flight speed of Black Drifter. Black Drifter wasted no time. Once Rowan was seated comfortably, it flapped its wings and blasted into the sky at an incredible speed, causing Rowan to quickly tug on its feathers for safety and balance. The journey that could have taken Rowan at least 1 minute at his peak speed only took about 20 seconds for Black Drifter. Also, aerial travel was way more preferable as there was no obstruction in the air, and from up here, Rowan was able to witness the chaotic scene brewing below. The soldiers were quickly alerted on his arrival. It was natural for the presence of a flying beast as large as Black Drifter to be noticed immediately. Nevertheless, the soldiers had no idea what Black Drifter was, and they began to panic, thinking it was one of the monsters charging towards them. Rowan had to notify them not to worry before they relaxed, but their minds were still in tremor. The hordes are approaching. A few minutes before now, the soldiers were relaxing when suddenly the heavy, thumping footsteps of numerous monsters woke them from their slumber. The sound was incredibly familiar to them as they had grown accustomed to similar sounds in the past 7 days. But this one was worse. Firstly, it wasn't the call of Rowan dragging the monster out, and secondly, it was the middle of the night. Aside from the disadvantage of the dark, none of the soldiers were in the right state to fight. They all tried to find Rowan in the midst of all these. Read exclusive chapters of my virtual library Empire, but he was not around. They only found Blaze, but Rowan was nowhere to be seen, making them even more worried. Their hopes were lost. Without Rowan, they believed surviving was at the bare minimum. Fortunately, the captains were present and managed to calm the youths and give them a stronger will to fight. though it was still hopeless without Rowan's presence to at the moment. They could be seen scattering across the field, grabbing their weapons, waking their colleagues, and getting prepared for battle. Their readiness made Rowan proud, but he couldn't enjoy that subtle feeling for a long time as his eyes fell upon the chaotic scenes of the hordes approaching his men at an incredible pace. They were of different races, ranging from the smaller and weaker monsters like the Raytax and Goblins to large flying monsters like the Inferno Eagles flying in front of the hordes. Their combined sound creating a scary noise. This horde was far stronger than the combined powers of the ones they had been facing in the past few days. Not only that, they were so much in number, at least 20 times larger than the usual horde population in the last few days. So many, Rowan exclaimed. But where are they coming from, he wondered. There shouldn't be any sort of monsters around here after I activated Hunter Call, he said, confused. The more he tried to understand the situation, the more confusing it became, and his mind came up with many theories, one of which seemed to be the only right one at this moment. Vishurk. It is definitely the handiwork of that bastard. If he could tame and control a monster as strong as the Forest Eater, he would definitely be able to control this many weaker monsters to do his bidding. Rowan thought out loud. He tapped gently on his pet's back. Black Drifter found a free spot and landed Rowan. Rowan climbed down and rushed toward his men. The captains also rushed to meet him, relaying their worries about the current situation. This doesn't seem ordinary to me at all. We've cleared the monsters in this territory. We should be safe as long as we remain here. But why are there monsters approaching? Did we do anything wrong? Bruce was the first to ask. I agree. What is really happening, Lord Rowan? The other captains commented. You're all correct. Everything happening now is the plan of someone. Rowan responded. He did not halt to chat with his captains. He kept strolling forward to meet the other worried soldiers. The captains found his answer confusing. They pestered him for more answers. We shall discuss this seriously later. For now, grab your weapons and prepare to fight like never before. The safety of these men lies in our hands. We can't lose any one of them. Rowan responded. He had already closed the distance with the others. Their worried discussions, their nervous faces, their shivering bodies, and other signs of fear and anxiety. He could see all these. Ah, it's Lord Rowan. He is back. Seeing him, their lost hopes were revived. He was like the moon in a dark, lonely night. They made way for Rowan till he arrived at the forefront and turned his back fearlessly toward the arriving hordes to speak with his men. He shared his usual motivational speech, but with a lot more seriousness as though they were in a near-death situation. He shared what he saw, the type of monsters and their scary population. While he administered them, the hordes drew even closer. Try to fight and save up as much stamina as you can. Survive for your loved ones. He roared. We will survive. They roared back. Almost at the same time, a large inferno ball came crashing down from the sky in the midst of Winterseed's soldiers. Whoosh! A massive fireball came flying toward the soldiers immediately after Rowan finished a speech with them. It was nighttime, and its sudden arrival easily alerted everyone, including Black Drifter. Black Drifter acted right away, moving away from its current location and darting straight toward the massive fireball. Your pet activated shield as Black Drifter darted toward it. He activated his defensive spell, causing a powerful wind magic shield to appear around his body. Boom. A large, explosive sound vibrated across the area as Black Drifter collided with the fireball, taking the damage instead of the soldiers at whom it was targeted. Its wind magic shield absorbed the impact of the fireball and dispersed it completely. Collective gasps and sighs of relief were released following the heroic action of Black Drifter. If Black Drifter hadn't reacted, at least 20 of them would have died following the impact of the fireball. Unfortunately, time was not on their side to show their appreciation to the divine beast for saving them. As the monsters began pouring out of the forest in large numbers, a loud shriek sounded from the air, drawing attention to a huge inferno eagle. It had almost the same appearance as a natural eagle, but was more than 20 times larger, and its eyes were glowing crimson, resonating with its flame attribute. It was the same monster that had shot the massive fireball at them earlier. Following the inferno eagle's appearance, hundreds of goblins, Raytax, wolf-type monsters as well as some serpent-type monsters raged out of the forest. Their numbers and pace were so chaotic that the trees along their path fell, creating a bigger space for chaos to dominate. Charge! Rowan roared. Yeah! The soldiers reacted with a loud, collective chant and charged toward the monsters. Blaze, who was at the back of the group, sprinted to the front, charging specifically toward the wolf-type monsters. Black Drifter did not stand back either and darted toward the Inferno Eagle. How could I have taken down the Inferno Eagle without Black Drifter? Rowan could not help but wonder amid the chaos. Somehow, he felt that his luck was pretty good. He had never faced any bird-type monsters before. Only after summoning Black Drifter did he face his first hordes of bird-type monsters, and it was more than a coincidence. His archers would have helped against a flying monster, but could they have been able to take care of an E-rank Inferno Eagle? Definitely not. While Rowan wanted to spend more time reasoning about this, he couldn't. He opened his inventory and equipped 2 of his best swords before charging. The soldiers and the monsters had already clashed, swords were being swung, and arrows were being shot. Winston and Roland fought close to each other. They both stood side by side in the midst of a group of Raytax and goblins. Winston faced one part while Roland took care of the other, and they watched out for each other interchangeably, creating a unique harmony that guided their attacks. Bryce, with his new gauntlet equipped, went on a bloody rampage amidst the Raytax and goblins as he went around smashing head after head. Thanks to the gauntlet, he wasn't afraid of injuring his hands while punching indiscriminately. Lord Rowan, thank you for the amazing piece, he roared amidst the bloody battle. I wish I could get a gauntlet like you, Captain Bryce. One member of the martial arts group, fighting closely with Bryce, said this while tossing the body of a headless goblin toward a Raytax that was crawling speedily toward him. If you stand out on the battlefield and contribute more, Lord Rowan would definitely make one for you. Bryce responded before leaping into the air. Arriving beside the same soldier point, 2 goblins wielding long sticks with sharp tips were approaching the soldier sneakily while his focus remained fixed on the Raytax crawling toward him. Usni aki bastats. Bryce cussed it out loud as he sent a flying kick toward their heads. The head of the closest goblin to the impact exploded while the other was sent flying. Watch your back more, kiddo, Bryce said before moving toward another group of monsters. Not too far away, Captain Bruce and Josh could be seen battling a battalion of rageful serpents. The serpents were a little more difficult to go up against, especially at these dark hours. Most of them, particularly the dark-scale pythons, could move undetected in the dark. Not so far away from the 2 captains, a soldier's head was bitten off by a giant dark-scale python. His colleagues beside him cried out his name and charged at the giant serpent monster to avenge his death. 2 of them were knocked back toward the trees as the serpent attacked with its tail. Continue your journey on my virtual library. Empire Bruce clutched his sword and immediately went to help his men. He sprinted and used the corpse of several nearby goblins to leap up, reaching the head area of the giant serpent. He stabbed his blade down. Sadly, he missed the vital part of its head and only stabbed at a spot close to it. The serpent hissed angrily and twisted its body, planning to constrict and eat Bruce. That's it. Bruce struggled to drag his sword out. Let go of your sword and move away, Bruce. A familiar voice called out to him. Bruce did not question the voice and immediately did as he was told. He let go of his sword and landed on the ground, pushing his body as far away as he could from the raging serpent that still hadn't noticed his absence. Phew. 2 arrows flew out from an unknown direction, stabbing the serpent at different vital points. It bled for a short while, and then collapsed to its death. Nolan arrived on the scene the very second it fell. Bruce stood up and went to grab his sword as 2 goblins were chasing closely beside him with sharp weapons. Nolan spotted this and shot at the goblins, killing them. Thanks for the assistance, man. Bruce thanked Nolan. Nolan nodded and ran away to assist the others. Bruce retrieved his sword and continued his battle. The battlefield was bloody and chaotic. But compared to 7 days ago, the Winterseed soldiers' attack force had grown exponentially. Shriek. A loud, menacing shriek reverberated from the sky, coming from the Inferno Eagle as it charged up a fireball from its mouth. The Inferno Eagle and Black Drifter were locked in a really intense aerial battle not too far from the battlefield. Whoosh! 2 massive fireballs burst from the Inferno Eagle's mouth, charging toward Black Drifter. Aerial dominance. Black Drifter activated one of its skills, granting it extraordinary aerial control. This boost in flight agility and precision enabled it to evade the 2 fireballs with ease. The massive fireballs crashed into a random part of the forest and exploded. After evading the fireballs, Black Drifter launched a full-on attack. This was the beginning of its assault, as it had been trying to drive the Inferno Eagle away from the battlefield since the fight began. Now that they were far from the soldiers, it could attack without fear of injuring Rowan and his people. The Tempest Blade. Black Drifter spread its wings and tilted its head. A sharp gust of wind swirled around its body. With a sudden move, it focused the wind into a thin, slicing edge that extended from its talons. The blade of wind shot forward like a razor, cutting through the air. The gust was so powerful that it split the sky with its force. The slicing wind struck the Inferno Eagle, which was too focused on tearing down Black Drifter. The impact caused a major injury that affected its balance. sending it crashing down to the ground. Black Drifter did not hold back. It activated aerial dominance once again and darted toward the crashing Inferno Eagle before activating Wind Strike, a powerful wind magic attack. Boom. The magic attack exploded upon the body of the Inferno Eagle, sending it crashing with a fatal force to the ground. The force was overwhelming. The Inferno Eagle's body was fractured beyond repair, and it died immediately without even releasing a final cry. Black Drifter observed the corpse of the Inferno Eagle for a few seconds to confirm its death before flying back toward the battlefield. Your pet Black Drifter slayed X1 Inferno Eagle. Rowan received this notification amidst numerous others. Good job, Black Drifter. Rowan complimented his new pet telepathically. Fly forward and see if there are any other flying monsters. Take care of them before they reach us, he then ordered. Black Drifter responded telepathically and darted past the battlefield toward the direction from which the hordes were pouring out. IT quickly reported the number of bird-type monsters it could see flying toward the battlefield, as well as their race. Rowan had already seen most of them when he flew on Black Drifter, but hearing the true number and the names of the other bird-type monsters he had missed made him rethink the whole situation. More than 20 powerful bird-type monsters from different dangerous races, including a Dark Phoenix. What the hell have we done to Vischer to deserve all this cruelty? What is his cause for doing all these? Rowan muttered to himself while slashing at a group of red-eyed chimpanzees. Read new chapters of my virtual library, Empire. The chimpanzees were of usual height and size as natural ones, yet they possessed explosive strength and rock-hard defenses. There were more than 100 of them in the horde, all classified as E-rank monsters. They were currently the only E-rank monsters that had arrived. The others were still charging along with the rest of the hordes. Rowan had to leave the F-rank tricky serpent monsters he was handling to face the red-eyed chimpanzees, as none of his soldiers, even in large groups, could hope to survive against any of them. AP smash. Two of the red-eyed chimpanzees in front of Rowan lifted their hands and smashed the ground near him while he took care of their colleagues. Rowan felt the ground quake as though a powerful earthquake were taking place. Luckily, his balance had strengthened, and he was able to stand his ground without falling. F-kin monkey creatures. Rowan cursed as he struck at the two red-eyed chimpanzees before they could use AP smash again. Nevertheless, the others immediately attacked and used all sorts of attacks on him to aid their colleagues. If Rowan were not as fast as he currently was, evading those attacks would have been impossible. He opened his inventory speedily and summoned some throwable daggers when he was safely out of their attack range. The red-eyed chimpanzees, vengeful and enraged, charged toward him. The UFC-kin monkeys. Rowan cursed it out loud once again. He tossed the throwable daggers at them with incredible strength. The daggers sliced through the air. 3 of the red-eyed chimpanzees died after receiving critical damage to vital areas, while the others sustained heavy wounds. The wounds were sufficient to bring these chimpanzees to a critical state, but strangely, they kept charging toward him. The force behind those daggers could have easily felled a normal E-rank monster, even if it hadn't hit a vital area. But these apes are just different, Rowan thought. Unfortunately, it wasn't a special skill powering their insane defense. If it were, Rowan would have copied the skill for himself from the beginning. The monkey push earthly punch. The chimpanzees activated their various attacks on Rowan, but he easily evaded and slaughtered them with his sword. It took Rowan a tiring and stressful hour to take down about 40 of them. Standing in the middle of numerous red-eyed chimpanzee corpses, Rowan heaved a loud sigh of exhaustion and relief. This is my first time going against such a large group of E-rank monsters at the same time. That IT is tiring, even though I have D-rank power. Rowan observed his surroundings. The battlefield was still intense, with monsters pouring out continuously from the woods in large numbers. Though they were only F and FF rank monsters, there were no E-rank monsters in sight. The soldiers still fought with all their might, even though exhaustion had made their attacks weaker and slower compared to the beginning. More than 2 hours of non-stop combat had passed. It is the longest they have fought so far. Unfortunately, they had only dealt with less than 1/5 of the total monster population. IT was about 5 hours past midnight, the darkness of the night already being defeated by the dim early morning glow as a bright morning drew closer. Thanks to the availability of light, Winter Seed soldiers could now see clearly and fight better against the endless hordes charging out of the woods. Not so far away from the chaotic battlefield, a group of more than 50 soldiers could be seen on the ground, winching in pain as they went through the process of evolution for the first time. That a dozen evolved Winter Seed soldiers stood guard over them. They fought constantly against the monsters trying to devour the defenseless, evolving soldiers. Why are theirs taking longer than ours? Some of them have been here for over 2 hours and they're still not done. One of the soldiers on guard shared his thoughts with his colleagues. I thought I was the only one worried about this. Another soldier commented. I did not understand either. Mine lasted for only about 30 minutes. Yet most of them have been here for hours with still no response, a third soldier said. This is strange, another remarked. My cousin is amongst them. I hope nothing bad happens to him, for he is the only son of his parents. One soldier lamented. They chatted amongst themselves while battling the few monsters that filtered through the intense battlefield and charged in their direction. Continue your saga on my virtual library empire. Only Lord Rowan could explain what is going on right now, but this stupid battle is taking way too long. One of them said, worry dripping from his voice. There are a lot of things that need explaining, including the hordes and the strange high-pitched noise we heard earlier, another responded. For real, everything happening today has been nothing but a nightmare. Something is very wrong somewhere, and I'm certain Lord Rowan is aware, yet another said. Yes, the captains might be aware as well. We should ask them when all this is over, another remarked. Are you sure this will end? More than 4 hours have passed, and more monsters are still pouring out. If we hadn't evolved, we would have died due to exhaustion before the monsters even killed us, someone exclaimed. I agree with you. The monsters we've faced in the past 4 hours outnumber those we encountered in 5 raids combined. And yet more continue to pour out at this point. There seems to be no end, a soldier asserted. I pray we survive. I'm still a virgin, and I just bagged myself a beautiful girlfriend. We still haven't done it yet, another soldier remarked. The soldiers discussed amongst themselves. Their concerns were shared by everyone participating in this battle at the moment, including Rowan. Yet they continued fighting. If they gave up, they would be consumed by these hungry, rageful monsters. Unlike the soldiers who had grown exhausted from the never-ending hordes of monsters, Blaze was different. On the far left flank of the battlefield, Blaze could be seen engaged in intense combat against a group of rank high-level demonic wolves. The wolves seemed to be targeting Blaze in particular. They formed a large circle around him and attacked without mercy. Howl. Blaze let out a furious cry as he stabbed the eyes of the nearest demonic wolf with his razor-sharp claws. The demonic wolf emitted a sharp cry of pain. Howl. Howl. The other wolves attacked Blaze to rescue their colleague. Flame synchronization. Blaze activated his skill. He created a wall of flame around him, preventing the wolves from closing in while he continued plunging his claws into the wolf in his grasp. The howls of the other wolves grew more furious and vengeful. Sadly, they were helpless. After Blaze's last breakthrough, his flame synchronization skill had grown stronger. The heat alone was a major threat to the wolves, who feared their fur might catch on fire. Using this advantage, Blaze shielded himself with the wall of flame. After a few more stabs, the demonic wolf within the wall of flame with him succumbed. Blaze, not wasting a second, plunged his hand into the skull of the demonic beast and extracted its monster core. Blaze stared at the monster core for a few seconds before consuming it. His sleek gray fur glowed for a brief second as he absorbed the mana stored within the monster cores, rejuvenating his mana reserves. The flame wall around him burned brighter and stronger following this. Blaze grinned coldly and dismissed the flame walls right away. Howl. The demonic wolves charged furiously at him instantly. But Blaze was ready this time. Fire disc. Fireball. With his mana recovered, he unleashed his attacks on the wolves without stopping, taking down a large number of them in seconds. Number of currently evolving soldiers, 59, successfully evolved. Rowan stared at the panel that had been up for a few hours now. The panel first appeared when the first soldier started evolving, and then it began, increasing as other soldiers joined. The panel appeared among many other notification windows, and thus Rowan hadn't noticed them on time. He only noticed it about 2 hours ago, as the rate of notifications popping up had decreased while the soldiers grew tired and weaker. Nevertheless, Rowan was pretty confused. The number of evolving soldiers kept increasing, yet none of them were able to actually evolve, which became a matter of concern. Unfortunately, Rowan had his hands full at the moment and couldn't leave the battlefield to check on his soldiers. He could only pray in his mind that they would survive and evolve. Your pet Black Drifter, slayed X1 Inferno Eagle. Your pet Black Drifter, slayed X1 low-level Dark Phoenix. 2 notifications popped up right before him. Black Drifter, how is your fight going over there? He communicated telepathically with his pet. Since he couldn't fly or observe the fight, he could only ask for reports from Black Drifter. Only 1 Inferno Eagle and 1 2-headed Icefire Eagle remaining amongst the flying ones. The others are still in the thousands. Black Drifter gave a clear report. Rowan responded, instructing it to keep fighting. However, he was very worried after hearing the report. Lord Rowan, I can't move my hands anymore. I'm tired. I'm going to die. When is this going to stop? I haven't eaten. My chest feels like it's going to explode soon. The complaints of the soldiers alerted Rowan every time. He could tell just how exhausted they were from the way they fought. Even the evolved soldiers like Winston and the others, including the captains, had grown tired and weak as well. At this rate, they wouldn't be able to survive the next 10 minutes without collapsing. Morning. Night is naturally the time to rest and regain energy lost during the day, as is the case for all diurnal creatures. Sadly, this pattern was altered for the likes of Winterseed soldiers who spent the whole of the night battling against the endless hordes of savage monsters. Despite 5 hours having passed, the battlefield was still as chaotic as it had been in the beginning, almost as though they hadn't slain over 10,000 monsters yet. From above, one could see the soldiers utilizing their last vestiges of sanity and strength merely to defend against the monsters, as they had insufficient power to launch even the simplest attack. Point one could also see Blaze utilizing its flame attribute attacks to clear off monsters as quickly as he could. He was surrounded by mostly burnt corpses. Far away from the battlefield, the endless hordes continued their relentless charge. Above the endless hordes, Black Drifter could be seen drifting through the sky while unleashing numerous wind attribute attacks upon the monsters, reducing their numbers as quickly as it could without sustaining injuries. If there were a contribution system on this battlefield, Black Drifter would rank second only to Rowan. Not only had it defeated the 20-plus powerful bird-type monsters, but it had also slain more than 500 weaker, ground-moving monsters. Black Drifter was the trump card of this battle. Without its presence, at least half of Rowan's army would have perished at the hands of flying monsters such as the Inferno Eagle, Icefire Eagle, and the Dark Phoenix, all of which possess powerful long-range attacks. There are still so many of them, Master, but I can see an end now. Black Drifter reported to Rowan as it drifted toward the end of the horde. But there are far stronger monsters at the back. Their powers far surpass mine. Black Drifter reported every important detail as he saw fit. All right, come. I need your help here, Rowan replied telepathically. Black Drifter executed a swift U-turn midair and blasted toward the battlefield. Arriving in a matter of seconds, IT hovered above the battlefield, observing the chaotic scene. Its gaze descended upon Blaze, evoking a sudden sense of familiarity. That Ash Firewolf? Is Blaze the bratty pet? Rowan responded positively. He wasn't even surprised that Black Drifter could identify Blaze's race so easily. After all, they were both divine beasts. Take as many soldiers as you can and move them far away from the battlefield, Rowan ordered. Black Drifter drifted toward the ground immediately and obeyed the command. It grabbed the soldiers swiftly and gently placed them on its back. Most of the soldiers were already utterly worn out and so exhausted that they could not even question their situation. Since they recognized Black Drifter and knew it had saved them earlier, they relaxed their minds and allowed it to take them, thereby making the task easier for it. Sadly, it was only able to contain 11 soldiers on its back. However, it employed its claws and beak to grasp an extra 5 soldiers, and then it soared into the sky once again toward a safe location. With aerial dominance, it was able to maneuver swiftly through the air while ensuring the soldiers on its back remained safe. He reached a distant spot and placed the soldiers down before returning to the battlefield to repeat the same action, each time grabbing a total of 16 soldiers and moving them to the safe area. Black Drifter continued this looping movement for more than 40 minutes. Rowan complimented it from time to time, fueling his determination to do more. After another 5 minutes had passed, Black Drifter arrived and retrieved the last group of soldiers from the battlefield. With the soldiers now removed, the hordes charged toward Rowan and Blaze. Hundreds of monsters charged at the two of them simultaneously. Too many. Blaze complained immediately. I know, but this is the only way we can win this battle without sacrificing the lives of my soldiers, all right? Rowan explained to his pet. Blaze grumbled. But he had no choice but to accept. If they were to flee from this battlefield, the monsters would simply continue charging until they discovered a new location to attack. You can attempt your breakthrough, Rowan suggested. Do not worry about the monsters, Black Drifter, and I will protect you while you attempt your breakthrough. Blaze's eyes brightened upon hearing Rowan's suggestion. Though he had wanted to comment on the peculiar name of his new colleague, the excitement of attempting his second major breakthrough filled him with anticipation. Without wasting any time, it leaped into the air and headed toward Rowan's location. At that moment, Black Drifter had already returned that whirlwind. He created a massive whirlwind among the charging monsters, sending them flying in all directions. The whirlwind granted Rowan and Blaze enough time to pursue their objective. Inventory. Rowan opened his inventory and retrieved 10 E-rank monster cores, which he then tossed to Blaze. Blaze swallowed them immediately, as usual. Its body began to glow and levitate above the ground as Blaze's system rapidly absorbed the powerful mana stored within the monster cores. Your pet is breaking through. Discover hidden tales of my virtual library empire. Rowan was greeted with the usual notification. He couldn't even read the short text before a group of monsters, who had survived Black Drifter's whirlwind, shrieked loudly and charged toward them. Bubble shield. Rowan cast a bubble shield spell over Blaze. He equipped his sword immediately and launched at the group, slashing and stabbing indiscriminately. Wind strike. Black Drifter did not stand back either. It sent a powerful wind force smashing toward the monsters. Boom. The force of the wind smashed and pounded the monsters it struck into a meat paste, except for their monster cores. No other part of their bodies remained in one piece. Nevertheless, this brutal attack still wasn't enough to deter the monsters, as they were under a magical control that stripped them of their other senses, leaving only hunger and anger. Fortunately, Rowan and Black Drifter were able to handle the onslaught while Blaze achieved his breakthrough to the superior realm. Your pet Blaze had a successful breakthrough. 2 new skills have been added. Your pet Blaze had a successful breakthrough. Flame Disc LV1, Flame Disc LV3, Flame Synchronization LV2, Flame Synchronization LV3. 2 new skills have been added. Rowan was greeted with these notifications immediately after Blaze entered the superior realm. Skill Inferno Howl has been added. Skill Inferno Rampage has been added. The names of the 2 new skills were added. Unfortunately, Rowan didn't have the time to study the description of the skill as his hands were full at this moment. Step back, Master. Blaze spoke to Rowan telepathically, and Rowan immediately understood what his pet was trying to do, so he obeyed and moved back. Now standing beside Blaze, Rowan could feel the new power of the superior realm radiating from its body. This power was several times stronger than the peak of the advanced realm. While he observed his pet, the monsters, who had been attacking him earlier, consisting of a small number of red-eyed chimpanzees and other E-rank monsters, charged furiously at Blaze with strong killing intents radiating from their red eyes. Blaze stood, unmoving, and observed the monsters charge closer towards him, his eyes also glowing with a stronger, yet controlled, killing intent. That Inferno Howl. Blaze opened his mouth and released a deafening howl that blasted across the battlefield. That a wave of scorching flames surged forward and wide. Arc the cone of fire hit the charging monsters with incredible force. The red-eyed chimpanzees and E-rank monsters were caught in the inferno. Their furious roars turned into cries of pain as the burning flames swept over them. The heat was overwhelming, searing their fur and skin instantly, in a matter of seconds. The groups blazed by the flames were on the ground. More than half lost their lives immediately, and the others were badly wounded beyond saving. They slowly died to the immense burning. Pain. Your pet Blaze slayed X-23 red-eyed chimpanzees. Your pet Blaze slayed X-15 giant python. Numerous notifications flashed before Rowan, who was beyond amazed after witnessing the power of a new skill. Blaze had just awoken. It was a new trump card. That was amazing, Blaze. Rowan congratulated him right away. He was not expecting the skill to be so powerful and to take down so many monsters in such a short time. If this skill had been present in the battle before now, they would have gone a long way in clearing the horde. Even Black Drifter, still battling with a new set of monsters charging out of the woods, was surprised by the skill of his colleague. He was impressed. His view of Blaze turned from bratty to that of a worthy opponent. The new skill is great, but it consumes 1/5 of my mana reserve to activate and the same amount to keep it going for a long time, and I won't be able to activate it again until after 20 minutes. Blaze complained. Well, all powerful skills are meant to have certain restrictions, but I'm sure the restriction would come off the more you grow stronger, just like your other skills. Rowan responded. He already expected as much from such a game-changing skill. Fortunately, the matter only fueled Blaze's passion to grow stronger. Let's assist your new brother. Rowan patted Blaze and said, Brother, I still don't know anything about it. Then we have a lot of introduction to do, but that would be after we take down these bastards and return to Winterseed, all right? No problem. Blaze leapt into the air and blasted forward. Rowan equipped 2 new swords as the former ones had grown weaker from the tiring battle earlier and sprinted closely behind his pet. The new set of monsters pouring out were of a race Rowan had not seen before, and they were all E-rank. Not a single F or FF rank monster was in sight. This made Rowan appreciate his wit for deciding to take his soldier away from his battlefield. If they were present, they would definitely be devoured by these monsters. The Inferno Rampage. Blaze surged forward with a mighty, low growl, his body engulfed in a roaring inferno. The fire around him danced violently as he charged through the horde. A blazing trail followed his every step, scorching the ground beneath him. The approaching monsters had little time to react. A blaze slammed into them. A massive wave of flames burst out, consuming everything in its path. The intense heat melted through thick hides and turned the air to shimmering heat. Waves, screams of agony filled the battlefield as the E-rank monsters were instantly reduced to ash. Rowan was impressed. The new skills Blaze had awakened were absolute game changers. Enjoy new tales from my virtual library Empire Wind Strike Whirlwind. Black Drifter also slaughtered the monsters with its impressive skills while also serving as a watch for the stronger monsters approaching. With Blaze and Black Drifter contributing a great deal, Rowan was able to continuously reduce the population of the hordes as the stronger ones arrived. About 1 hour passed, and more than 2,000 monsters had met their end at the hands of these there. Rowan had gained more evolution points from this battle than he could ever imagine. He estimated at least 500,000 evolution points earned, so FART this moment. The amount of E-rank monsters pouring out of time had reduced drastically, indicating the hordes are getting to their final and stronger members. The strong ones would be arriving in a few minutes. Black Drifter reported to Rowan. Rowan nodded his head as he was already prepared to engage with the stronger monsters Black Drifter warned him about more than 2 hours ago. Rowan instructed his 2 pets to refill their mana as soon as they could before the strong ones arrived. Black Drifter flew down right away and dug out the monster cores from some of the E-rank monsters he had slain himself. Blaze also grabbed 2 E-rank monster cores and consumed them. While doing so, he made a circle of scorching flame around himself to prevent monsters from attacking while he rejuvenated his mana. While the magical beast refilled their mana reserve, Rowan took care of the last dozens of monsters. The moment. The loud and horrifying thumping footsteps of the strongest member of the hordes reverberated across the bloodied battlefield. Announcing their appearance, Rowan changed his sword once again and braced himself for battle. Blaze and Black Drifter had already finished rejuvenating. Black Drifter flew back to the sky, and Blaze stood beside Rowan. They were prepared. Sadly, the same couldn't be said for the people of Winterseed Village who awoke, unaware of the disaster brewing within the village. It was morning in Winterseed Village. The early sun had already begun casting its cool, radiant glow upon the village as they continued with their daily activities. The southern part of the village, the farmers could be seen working diligently. Some tended to the creeping crops, some pulled the hose pipe from the windmill and watered the fields, while others harvested the matured produce. Not too far away, Alara and other farmers cared for the livestock, which had grown fatter and larger. Although the farmers labored tirelessly, a truly strong sense of harmony existed among them, making their work remarkably comfortable and enjoyable. Inside the village, mothers tended to their children, and the tailors gathered at the tailor house for yet another productive day. Usually, villagers always worry sick when Rowan and his soldiers fail to return on time. But thanks to the efforts of Dragon and Riella over the past 2 days, they managed to go about their day without worrying too much about Rowan and his men. They believed he was fine and would return very soon. Unfortunately, this wasn't the case, and, sadly, the people weren't aware of the evil lurking within their village. Lady Riella is taking her time today. One of the tailors at the tailor house remarked to her colleague. Maybe she is busy. Her colleagues responded. Definitely. She said she focuses more on her enchanted embroidery when she is alone. I guess she's working on a new one and needs some alone time to perfect it. Another added. Soon, a discussion began about Riella and her magical abilities to use water magic as well as imbue extraordinary properties in a clothes with mere embroidery. They talked about how creative and hardworking she was and how she and Rowan were a perfect match, as they were extraordinary individuals. They talked for roughly 1 hour while waiting for Riella, but she never arrived, making them somewhat worried. I think one of us should go and check on Lady Riella to find out why she's late, one of them suggested. The others agreed. 2 members from the group volunteered to go and check on her. They departed at once. Dragon and Riella stayed in the same position. Dragon continued pleading helplessly with Xandros, while Riella silently prayed and wished for a miracle. Xandros, on the other hand, held a scroll in his hands, which he studied. He truly didn't even seem to notice the 2 in the room, as he was wholly focused on the scroll's content. Nevertheless, his strong and potent dark aura still lingered, making the room extremely uncomfortable. Knock, knock. Lady Riella, are you in there? At that moment, knocks sounded at the door, accompanied by voices Riella instantly recognized, causing her to panic right away. Even Dragon panicked. No, you shouldn't have come here to this place, Riella thought, watching Xandros, awaiting his response. But she already knew her apprentice's fate had taken a turn for the worse the moment they arrived. The women kept knocking. Although Riella wished to respond, she did not have the courage. Annoying pests. Xandros scoffed, irritated by the frantic knocking on the door. Respond to your minions and send them away, and do not try to be clever by warning them. It would only make everything worse. Hearing that, Dragon turned to Riella and offered her a gentle nod of encouragement, as he could plainly see exactly how very intensely frightened she was at that moment. Riella nodded as well, spending about 10 seconds carefully trying to steady her rapidly beating heart, so her voice would not sound at all troubled to the women outside. She's not answering. We should go in and check on her. She heard one of them say. Out of nowhere, Riella summoned the courage and replied, I am very busy now. I'll be with you in a few hours. Take care of yesterday's remaining tasks before I get back. Her voice was steady, though that couldn't be said of her trembling body. Oh, right. We will do as you say. Please take care of yourself, Lady Riella. Luckily, her tone was convincing to assure the lady she was all right, and they left. Riella and Dragon let out a sigh of relief once they left. If they had entered, Xandros would have tortured and killed them in order to keep his presence hidden from the people. Thank heavens they left, thought Dragon. On the other hand, Xandros quietly continued his intense study of the scroll. The mood in the room lingered. Bruce's house, Bruce's wife, and her friends could be seen cleaning the bodies of Ren and Liera, as usual. Unfortunately, the condition of both had remained unchanged. Since Rowan left the village, there had been no response from either. Not even a movement as simple as a flick of the eyebrow. Bruce's wife stood and stared at her sister for a few minutes, then shook her head pitifully. Her friends noticed the solemn look in her eyes. Liera will be fine very soon. Do not worry yourself. Yes, Lord Rowan said she would be fine. So we should pray it happens sooner. We know you miss her very greatly. And we do too. They consoled her. She slowly nodded her head in response, even though her heart remained as troubled as ever. She could only pray that her sister would recover, for only that could truly cleanse the deep pain in her heart. She moved closer to Liera and touched her forehead gently, while whispering, At least say something to me, Liera. As though nature responded to her prayers, Liera's lip parted. Ren's too. They're parting. One of the women drew the other's attention as soon as she noticed this. What? The others reacted immediately. Enjoy news stories from my virtual library Empire. Bruce's wife, who was whispering to Liera, suddenly noticed this. Her lips are really parting. She's trying to say something. She muttered with wide eyes. Not just Liera, but Ren's lips were moving simultaneously as though they were being remote controlled. However, no actual sound emerged as they moved. Even when the women brought their ears closer, they couldn't hear anything at all, and this confused them. Ren and Liera continued moving their lips for about a minute before their voices finally became very slightly audible, and they repeated the same 3 words. Winter Seed is doomed. Winter Seed is doomed. Winter Seed 2, unlike Winter Seed. Winter Seed 2 has remained noticeably peaceful since Rowan and Ren departed. Their new deputy lord has been performing his role with commendable diligence, ensuring the village remains as serene and harmonious as possible. The farms became more productive, with the farmers growing even more dedicated and content in their work. The military had become noticeably stronger thanks to Dragon's display of strength when he assisted them in defeating the monster horde that was targeting their village. The village had even introduced a new combat training lesson for the younger generation who aspired to join the adults when they grew older. Every day, the children, both male and female, gather at the village square to swing wooden swords and perform rigorous basic exercises, such as running and a few simple arm workouts to strengthen their little arms as for the other aspects of the village. They had improved remarkably beyond their usual state. Nevertheless, while the village was developing splendidly, the people remained deeply concerned about Ren's condition, especially his wife and daughters, who could not go a day without thinking about their father. They had not received any news from Rowan regarding his condition, which only served to make them even more worried. Mother, do you think father is all right? The daughters inquired anxiously. I am absolutely certain that the ancestors watch over your father. He will definitely be all right, Marianne replied, though she did not truly believe her own words. While she was extremely worried, she strove to keep her daughter from becoming as anxious as she herself was. Apart from Ren's family, the villagers were also deeply concerned about his condition, especially the little children whom he always treated with his special concoction every time they injured themselves from playing too much. All in all, they fervently prayed for Ren's speedy recovery, as well as for the return of Rowan, their beloved lord. Dark forest. The morning sun had unveiled its radiant glow as it descended upon the chaotic scene of a bloody battlefield, strewn with the corpses of tens of thousands of monsters and a few human bodies to thump. Thump, the loud, Horrifying footsteps of the gigantic monsters approaching the battlefield blasted across a wide region. Every small animal lurking nearby that heard the commotion dispersed quickly for its own safety. Nevertheless, standing in the middle of the battlefield were Rowan and his pets. Blaze stood gallantly beside him, its fur glowing with a vivid, fiery aura. Flying high above, Black Drifter observed the gigantic monsters approaching. "Can you tell how many they are?" Rowan asked. 12. Not so many, but considering their strength and size, this will take a very long time," he muttered. The footsteps had already grown louder and clearer, and the quake had become so intense, signifying the nearness of the gigantic monsters. The trees on the path of the monsters fell as they drew closer. More and more trees fell at a T that moment. The towering monsters suddenly appeared on the battlefield. Each monster was over 4 times Rowan's height, and they moved with deliberate, heavy steps on 2 powerful legs. Their bodies were cloaked in dense red skin that dripped with an unknown, crimson, jelly-like substance, leaving a chilling trail with every step. Suddenly, the colossal creatures came to an abrupt halt. Their dark eyes fixed on Rowan and his pet, their gaze reminiscent of a lion observing its helpless prey. Their abrupt halt left Rowan momentarily confused. Weren't they expected to launch an immediate attack, given how feeble he and his pet appeared? Or were they focused on quantity rather than quality and not provoked by their small numbers? While his mind pondered this, he did not forget to check the rank of these monsters and their names, since he had not ever encountered anything like them before. Red Doom's C-Rank boss. Health, 100%. Skills, Smash, Venom Spray, Venom Control, Venom Blast, Crimson Sneeze. Status, Praying, as expected. They possessed undeniably scary skills. Rowan understood most of the skills on the skill tabs of the monsters. From those skills, he could already predict that the weird crimson liquid dripping from their bodies was poisonous. He quickly warned his 2 pets to avoid them by all means. Sadly, he could not finish warning his pets when the Red Dooms abruptly attacked after observing for a short time. Smash. The 12 Crimson activated the same skill simultaneously, lifting their gigantic legs. They thumped on the ground at once, creating a strong quake and a powerful wind pressure that blasted towards Rowan and his pet. Disperse. Rowan alerted his pet as he sprinted far away, avoiding the wind pressure drifting in his direction. Black Drifter flapped its wings and flew higher to evade the attack. Blaze, on the other hand, couldn't react and move away on time, so he quickly created a protective wall of flame to block the attacks. Boom. The powerful wind pressure collided with his wall of flame. Unfortunately, the wall of flame was too weak to completely block off the force, and Blaze was sent flying backwards over a long distance, hitting his body painfully on a huge tree. Too strong, Rowan noted to himself as he received a notification concerning Blaze receiving a pretty critical attack. Rowan, could hear the Red Dooms laughing maniacally in unison at the sight of their reactions. They appeared to be enjoying every moment, and it creeped Rowan out. "You dare attack my rival?" Black Drifter charged furiously, flying towards the Red Dooms and attacking right away. Read exclusive adventures of my virtual library Empire Wind Strike. He sent numerous powerful wind attacks, smashing towards the Red Dooms. Boom. Boom. The loud, explosive sound of collision reverberated across a small radius, but it had no effect. The Red Dooms remained in the same spot without moving. They diverted their attention away from Rowan and channeled it towards the baffled Black Drifter, their faces bearing expressions akin to a disappointed scoff. Before Black Drifter could come to terms with the fact that one of his strongest attacks was ineffective against them, one of the Red Dooms retaliated. Venom Spray. Rowan noticed this, and his eyes widened. "Do not let any of the liquid touch you." He quickly barked at Black Drifter while sprinting in the direction of the Red Dooms. "Do not let any of the liquid touch you." Rowan barked at Black Drifter as he began sprinting towards the Red Dooms. He didn't possess any powerful long-range attack skill. The only suitable skills available at the moment, powerful enough to at least cause minor damage on the Red Dooms, were his refined swordsmanship and agile movement skills. Luckily, he had already mastered those skills. The Red Doom, using Venom Spray, was still activating the skill at a pretty slow pace. The weird liquid on its body moved in a strange manner, as though the body of the Red Doom had a powerful machine forcefully blowing the liquid. Suddenly, boom! The liquids burst out, spraying in the direction of Black Drifter at a shocking pace. Black Drifter was caught off guard, still puzzled by the earlier failure of his skills, and was pushed back by the venom sprayed. He tried to flap his wings to regain his composure in the air and block the venomous liquid. But it was already too late, as it had already taken effect. FCK too late. Rowan cussed. "Your pet, Black Drifter, has been poisoned. All stats will reduce by 50% for the next 10 minutes. Rowan barked at Black Drifter to move away from the battlefield till he was whole again. Black Drifter obeyed and used the last bit of strength left in its wings to fly away from the range of the Red Dooms. Rowan had already arrived in front of the Red Dooms. The Red Dooms also noticed his presence. Venom spray. Another Red Doom activated the deadly skill, and the liquid on its body began reacting as usual. From nearby, it felt as though the liquid was boiling. It even released a similar sound. Might have worked on my pet, but do not hope the same for me. Rowan clutched his dagger and blasted himself towards the direction of another Red Doom. The one using the venom spray turned in its direction. Is it going to use the skill on its colleague just to catch me? Rowan muttered to himself. He expected the monster to call off the attack upon seeing his current position, but it appeared he was wrong. Boom! The venom from its body blasted in his direction at a shocking pace. Yet Rowan moved away just in time, and the venom sprayed onto the body of the one he was standing close to. Rowan waited for a notification, but received none. It won't affect another Red Doom. Makes sense. But he had no time to complete his thought as another Red Doom began activating the same skill. What the FCK? Rowan cursed. Why are they all spamming the same skill? Though puzzled, he didn't make the mistake of standing to ascertain what the skill might do. He quickly sprinted away from the range of the Red Doom, causing it to spray its venom onto empty ground. After it had finished activating its attack, another Red Doom beside it did the same. The next 3 minutes were spent by Rowan dodging the venom sprays aimed at him. While doing so did not cost him much. It soon became extremely annoying to evade the same attack more than 20 times. Experience new. Stories on my virtual library Empire. Luckily, Blaze had already recovered after consuming one more monster core from a goblin he had landed beside. That moment, Blaze's eyes burned with vengeful red anger. Blaze activated Inferno Rampage immediately. His furs began to glow, the light in his eyes sharpened, and a stronger flamey aura wrapped around him. Without wasting a moment, Blaze blasted toward the nearest Red Doom, his momentum akin to that of a flying cannonball. Rowan, who was busy evading the venom spray from yet another Red Doom, spotted Blaze, and a smile crept onto his face. Once Blaze was closer, it shot itself directly at the face of its target. Boom. The sound of the collision was akin to a cannonball exploding against a stationary target. The force, along with the powerful flames surrounding Blaze, dealt a critical attack on the target. Its senses of sight, smell, and hearing were disoriented beyond recognition, rendering them utterly useless. Your pet has dealt a critical attack. Rowan received a quick notification just before Blaze's target began reacting to the attack. Shriek. It let out a loud, painful shriek that echoed across a long distance. Moreover, it began moving about chaotically, even colliding with its colleagues as its sense of direction had been utterly destroyed by Blaze. Seeing this, Rowan grinned broadly and seized the opportunity. Blaze had already moved far away, and immediately, Inferno Rampage deactivated. Rowan activated every movement and sword skill in his possession and charged at the Red Doom. He leapt upward with all the strength he could muster in his legs. Luckily, he managed to reach a desirable height between the huge head of the Red Doom and its upper body. Fortunately, this gap was also a known weak point. Blade Saint. Utilizing his rank sword skill, Rowan stabbed his 2 equipped swords into the neck of the Red Doom. This attack was capable of dealing another critical blow, but it could not take the monster down due to its enormous build, which served as an additional form of defense. However, Rowan hadn't released his grip on the sword yet. He planted his feet on the shoulder of the Red Doom and drove his blade further into its neck, causing it to emit an even louder cry of pain. Rowan then shifted his stance, moving the sword at various angles to slash at its neck from within. For about 30 relentless seconds, he continued his brutal assault, and his efforts proved successful as the huge body of the Red Doom collapsed onto the ground with a resounding thud. However, quite unusually, once the Red Doom fell, beside its head a glowing item could be seen. Rowan took a closer look and discovered it was a small red jerry can. You slayed X1 Red Doom, plus 11,000 evolution points, plus 1 liter of devouring venom. 100x reward activated. You have received 11 million evolution points, 100 liters of devouring venom. Devouring venom. Has the stat of opponent for 10 minutes when sprayed. Oh great, I actually received something other than a monster core from killing one of them. That venom would definitely prove useful later against weaker monsters, and would even have a greater effect against humans. Rowan rejoiced, though his happy moments were short-lived. Danger! Run for your life. Since Rowan reincarnated, he has fought and defeated more than 10,000 monsters. Among these foes, more than 10% were several ranks stronger than him, each possessing unique strength and abilities that rendered them extremely dangerous. Yet Rowan survived. He has personally gone up against boss monsters, even defeating a boss F-rank hobgoblin when he had not yet evolved that a few times. He took on groups of boss monsters all by himself. However, never once had the system prompted him to run during those fights, but it was different now. Danger! Run for your life. The notification, displayed on a glowing red panel indicating danger, appeared right in front of him while he was rejoicing over the rewards he received from slaying his first Red Doom. Rowan's eyes widened immediately, and his body, guided by a fierce survival instinct, sprinted away from the corpse of the Red Doom that lay near the others. While sprinting, he heard the terrifying footsteps of the Red Dooms. They had started moving. Rowan took a quick glance over his shoulder as he ran, and he saw the Red Dooms charging at him with long strides and massive figures, each step releasing an earth-shaking thump. "It," Rowan cursed. They had become more active after the death of their colleague. They're definitely seeking revenge now. This will be difficult. Fighting them when they were motionless was hard enough, but now they're all moving and enraged. Venom Blast. Venom Control. He was still processing the danger when the monsters activated their long-range attacks, noticing that he was moving farther away from them. "FCK," Rowan exclaimed, increasing his sprint as he caught sight of the attacks charging toward him. Their speed and power utterly terrifying. Three enormous balls of venom, shaped like cannonballs, were darting toward him at a breakneck pace. Each of these venom balls was 10 times the size of an actual cannonball. Rowan kept sprinting while observing one venom ball that followed him with uncanny precision, as if it could track him. Well, it actually could. The Red Doom activated Venom Control, which allowed them to manipulate the Venom Blast and secure a more advantageous outcome. With those two skills combined, the chance of survival was minimal. It was no wonder the system had instructed Rowan to run for his life. Luckily, Rowan had a slight advantage. "Blaze, activate Inferno Howl, distract them." Understood. Blaze moved closer and positioned itself before activating Inferno Howl. A loud, terrifying howl erupted toward the raging Red Dooms, accompanied by a scorching cone of fire. Blaze intensified the attack by channeling additional mana into it at a rapid pace. Thankfully, it served its purpose. The Red Dooms were easily distracted by the flames and the deafening howl. They halted both their movement and their control over the venom balls, reverting to their usual intimidating stationary state as they focused their attention on Blaze, who had already begun sprinting away to avoid being splattered with venom. The flying venom balls gradually lost momentum as the Red Dooms stopped controlling them after getting distracted by Blaze. Boom, boom, boom. The venom balls crashed into huge trees. The venom splattered against the trunks and coalesced in small pools beneath them. Against humans and animals, the venom drastically reduced their stats. As for the trees, it induced rapid decay that took only about 5 seconds. What if it had similar effects on other targets? Just the thought made Rowan tremble. "I've fully recovered, Master," Black Drifter reported as it returned to the sky and hovered above the Red Doom that had ceased moving after Blaze's Inferno Howl. "Great. I need both of you to assist me from now on. Do not attack head-on unless I instruct you to." Rowan quickly formulated a plan in his head. He shared the plan with his pets, and they sprang into action immediately. Wind Strike, Whirlwind, Fireball, Fire Disc. The pets unleashed a variety of attacks on the Red Doom while staying in view, keeping the Red Dooms locked onto them while Rowan sneaked attacks from behind. Blade Saint. Rowan's swords glowed brilliantly. He darted from one location to another amidst the Red Dooms that he slashed at every vital point he encountered, inflicting great pain and preventing them from using their venom attacks. Blaze and Black Drifter continued firing their attacks relentlessly. After 10 minutes of Blaze and Black Drifter serving as decoys while Rowan attacked, 2 Red Dooms fell to their deaths. Rowan earned 30 million evolution points from these 2. The evolution points awarded were far more than the 11 million he received from the first. Only one of the Red Dooms dropped the devouring venom, but it was still more than enough thanks to 100x reward. Go recharge. Rowan allowed Blaze and Black Drifter time to recharge while he diverted the attention of the remaining Red Dooms. A Venom Blast Venom Control Venom Spray as the barrage of attacks ceased. The Red Dooms finally had a chance to launch their assault on Rowan. I already know how to defeat you lot. These attacks don't faze me," Rowan grinned. "Your journey continues in my virtual library empire. The Red Dooms might be massive and powerful, but they possessed a critical weakness. Their poor focus. They could obliterate an army of 10,000 soldiers, but only because those soldiers were incapable of using attacks that disoriented them. However, if they could be disoriented, the Red Dooms became immediately vulnerable. Their only defense, at that point, was their high durability, which allowed them to withstand dozens of such attacks without dying as the venom attack started toward him. Rowan sprinted away, as usual, moving in unpredictable angles that made it even more challenging for the Red Dooms to execute their manipulation. Rowan managed to survive until Blaze returned and recaptured their attention with another Inferno howl. Afterwards, Black Drifter unleashed a barrage of wind strikes on them. Rowan then resumed his usual attacking stance. About 2 hours passed before the last of the Red Dooms collapsed. You slayed X1 Red Doom, plus 18,000 evolution points, 100x reward activated. You have received 18 million evolution points, additional 100,000 point for proving system wrong, 100x reward activated. You have received 100 million evolution points, clang. Rowan dropped his swords and collapsed onto the ground, breathing rapidly as he struggled to catch his breath. Blaze and Black Drifter relaxed beside him. This is the most tiring battle ever, Rowan muttered. Unfortunately, as Rowan was catching his breath, suddenly a small black crow swooped in and landed on his shoulder. Rowan was taken aback. Why had a crow suddenly decided to rest on his shoulder? Rowan turned to look at the crow, whose eyes were fixed on him, unblinking and unmoving. Blaze and Black Drifter were equally confused. Why was this random animal suddenly interested in their master? Well, the answer came immediately. The crow opened its mouth to speak. However, instead of using its natural language, it spoke like a human, albeit a familiar one, dragon. It began to speak, delivering the message it had been sent to convey. It was already evening when Rowan and his pets finally succeeded in taking down the Red Dooms. They had planned to rest for a few hours before going to get the other soldiers and then return to Winterseed to meet their people. But this plan took a quick turn when the strange crow appeared and delivered Dragon's message. Rowan's eyes widened after the crow finished the short message and flew away as if nothing had happened. He stood up abruptly, staring at the departing crow with eyes still wide, processing the message once again at a measured, deliberate pace. Dragon's message was rather short. He mentioned something about a cult called the Cult of Ember Justice and instructed Rowan to return to the village as quickly as possible, also advising him to bring as much help as he could muster. What the heck is happening? A cult after my village? Why? It's not as if my village possesses anything of importance to them. In the original game, evil cults only attack villages that boast a large natural supply of mana stones and other important magical artifacts. Rowan muttered aloud. During situations like this, Rowan usually tried his best to think of a way to get through without sustaining many casualties. Yet now, he couldn't even understand the situation well enough to foresee what might happen. After about 2 minutes of deep thinking, he decided to send Blaze and Black Drifter to scout the village for any threat. He could have sent only Black Drifter, but sadly, he had recently summoned Black Drifter, and it did not yet know the location of Winterseed. Blaze was accompanying him solely to show the way. After Blaze and Black Drifter departed, Rowan retrieved a dagger from his inventory and proceeded to harvest the monster cores from the creatures they had just slain. He harvested thousands of monster cores and stored them in his inventory. The next time DeAndre visits, I'll make sure to sell off all these monster cores in exchange for evolution points and physical currencies, he thought. Once he finished harvesting, he set off to check on his soldiers that Black Drifter had escorted away from the battlefield, far away from the bloody battlefield, which was littered with monster corpses and steeped in the stench of death and blood. Were the soldiers of Winterseed that moment? Only about half of the soldier population had regained their energies, while the others slept soundly. Those soldiers who had been evolving had already successfully transformed. To this point, all of Rowan's soldiers had evolved. Winston and the captains were among the first to regain their energy. After re-energizing, their first thought was to return and join Rowan, but none of them could determine his location since they were in the midst of a vast forest. Stepping away to search for Rowan in the wrong direction would only worsen their predicament. Moreover, they could not ascertain if the area was safe enough to leave the remaining sleeping soldiers behind, so they stayed put that moment. They stood back and watched the others while discussing the events. "This is the most brutal battle I have experienced in my life," Bryce said. "I agree with you on that," Rowan concurred. "If it wasn't for Lord Rowan's divine beast, we would have all been eaten by those monsters by now," said Bruce. The others joined in the conversation. "Lord Rowan and his pets are still battling against those monsters. We should be out there assisting him instead of hiding. If only we were stronger," Winston added, his voice tinged with deep disappointment. Although he was the youngest, the battle prowess he had displayed over the last few days had boosted his reputation among the soldiers. Even though Rowan had not yet promoted him to captain, most of the soldiers already regarded him as one. His words rendered the other captains momentarily silent. "We all did our best, and fought until we were almost out of breath that I'm sure Lord Rowan is very proud of us. You shouldn't be so down on yourself, kiddo, Bryce said, placing his hand over Winston's shoulder. The other captains nodded their heads in agreement. Discover exclusive content at my virtual library empire, and we did not run from the battlefield. We were withdrawn on Lord Rowan's order. So he definitely understands, Roland added. Despite their words of encouragement, Winston still felt a deep sense of disappointment in himself. The feeling reminded him why he needed to become even stronger. While they discussed, more and more soldiers began to rise, leaving only a few still seated. They were still conversing when they saw a black drifter flash through the sky past them. That is Lord Rowan's pet. Where is it heading? Winston asked. He had barely received an answer when Blaze raced past them, enveloped in a fierce, fiery aura. When Blaze first appeared, shrouded in that intense aura, all the soldiers were struck with fear, some even collapsed to the ground. Something is wrong, Winston muttered loudly. Where are they going in such a hurry? What is happening? Is Lord Rowan okay? Roland wondered aloud. The soldiers grew increasingly worried. Seeing both of Rowan's pets dash past them at such a frightening speed made it clear that something was amiss. Some even speculated that the horde might have overpowered Rowan and were now charging toward them. Panic began to spread, and even the captains were not exempt. Soon, a noisy chatter erupted among them. Those who had been fast asleep were abruptly awakened by the increasing clamor. Thankfully, Rowan arrived before the noise could escalate into utter chaos. Lord Rowan. Lord Rowan is okay. Loud sighs of relief quickly calmed the chatter as the soldiers gathered around Rowan one after the other, eager to inquire about the battle. Rowan explained that the horde had been completely vanquished just before he shared the news he had received from Dragon. What? Winter Seed is in danger. Rowan nodded. We need to get to them as soon as we can. I have already sent Blaze and Black Drifter to scout the village, and they'll be back soon, he explained. The soldiers were already deeply worried, especially those with families waiting for them. Without wasting any time, they began marching toward the village. But it was almost already too late. It was almost evening, and the sun had already begun to lose its morning radiance. The dark forest was eerily quiet compared to the chaotic noise that had enveloped. If for the past hours that this moment, Blaze and Black Drifter could be seen moving at their peak speed toward the direction of Winter Seed Village. Black Drifter was the fastest, yet he had to reduce his flying pace because Blaze was leading the way. Soon, Blaze exited the dark forest and could now see the village. The mighty windmill at the farm area was already visible from his position. He ran a short distance and came to a halt before directing Black Drifter. That is the village, Blaze. Drifter let out a low, bestial sound of approval. Afterwards, he activated one of his skills to make his scouting mission easier. Morph. Instantly, a brief, blinding glow enveloped Black Drifter. Once the glow disappeared, a miniature version of Black Drifter, about the size of an adult pigeon, appeared. Blaze was genuinely amazed by the brief transformation. He even thought to himself, rather shamelessly, that he could easily defeat Black Drifter at that size. On the other hand, Black Drifter wasted no time. He blasted toward the village at a speed that made him nearly impossible to spot. Black Drifter arrived at the village and first reached the farms, where the farmers were already retiring after a long day's work. They didn't seem to be in any sort of trouble, with most even smiling and joking on their way home. Passing the farm, he entered the village. It was evening, and, as usual, the women were busy cooking and bathing the little ones. He even spotted some children running in circles, laughing heartily as they played to their heart's content. Black Drifter was very confused at this point. Weren't the villagers supposed to be in trouble? He had been expecting a little bit of conflict and chaos, but everything he saw was quite the opposite. Did bratty Blaze show me the wrong village? He pondered. He flew around the entire village thrice to ensure he did not miss any important details, yet everything remained the same. No sign of any conflict. Weird. He then flew out of the village immediately to meet with Blaze, who was already waiting for him. He told Blaze what he had seen. It confused him as well. Both of them decided to relay the news to Rowan. However, a few minutes after Black Drifter left, two mages dressed in dark cloaks appeared out of nowhere in front of Rowan's house. Coincidentally, there was no one on the street, so their strange arrival went unnoticed. They knocked twice in a rather peculiar manner. Afterwards, the door was opened by Xandros, who wore an expression of utter boredom. Are they not back yet? He asked. Both dark mages shook their heads. Then why are you here? Xandros demanded, his tone clearly irate. A divine beast entered the village, they reported. Was it an ash fire wolf? That is Rowan's pet. They must be nearby. Prepare the others right away. Xandros' face lit up with a spark of urgency. It wasn't an ash-fire wolf, but a bird-type divine beast from a race we couldn't recognize. The IT flew around the village thrice and then headed back toward the dark forest. We think it was sent to scout the area, one of them explained. The other dark mage proceeded to describe how diminutive the divine beast was, as well as the considerable power it possessed. Hearing all this, a frown quickly appeared on Xandros's face. Why was such a divine beast here? Winterseed is not blessed with mana. No divine beast would bother to enter such an impoverished place unless it were being controlled by a master, Xandros pondered. Also, Rowan doesn't possess any other divine beast except Blaze, so it's definitely not him. Could it be the handiwork of that bastard king? Xandros gritted, the face of Venerable Mario appearing in his mind as he was suddenly overwhelmed with murderous intent. The cult of Ember Justice was extremely overpowered. The mere mention of their names was enough to turn a peaceful kingdom chaotic, and their presence spelled its end. However, even with this might, they had an unbeatable enemy, Venerable Mario. He was the only one capable of stirring chaos among the cult. He was the proverbial light that could chase away the dark, being the cult of Ember Justice. The grand plan of the cult had been delayed so many times because of this fucktard, and he is planning to do it again. Xandros's mind continued to churn with hatred. Inside the room, Dragon, sitting on the ground beside Riella, overheard the conversation. If that man intervenes, then we are safe, he thought. As an ex-member of the cult, he too knew about Venerable Mario. Riella did not understand the conversation. She still wore the same worried look on her tear-soaked face. Dragon patted her shoulder gently, offering consolation. Everything will be okay. Riella didn't respond. She knew those words were merely dry reassurances meant to give her hope. She had already given up at that point. Return back to watching and report everything you find, Xandros said after a few minutes of contemplation. The two dark mages nodded their heads. Be extra careful this time. If it is who I think it is, then any sort of mistake would mean the end of everything we have planned so far, Xandros added before they left. Experience new tales on my virtual library empire. He closed the door and went back inside. He sat on the bed and picked up a scroll to read, completely ignoring Dragon and Riella, as though they weren't even in the room. Meanwhile, Rowan and his army halted to hear the reports of Black Drifter and Blaze. Are you sure about this? Rowan asked with a frown. Yes, Master, there was nothing amiss. Everywhere was peaceful, not even a single conflict. Rowan went silent while the soldiers behind him whispered among themselves, wondering what Black Drifter had told Rowan. If the message was a fake, it could only mean one thing. Dragon is setting me up. At this point in time, Rowan had no choice but to suspect that Dragon was involved in the whole thing. Rowan still hadn't figured out the actual cause of the unexpected monster horde he had just defeated, but from what he saw with the Forest Eater, his sole suspect is Vishurk. Without wasting time, Rowan gave brief orders to his soldiers, and they began preparing for their journey home. It was almost the late hours of evening, and if they marched back to the village, they would arrive by noon. Such a pace was acceptable on an average day, but sadly today wasn't. Morph into your biggest form and take as many soldiers as you can with you, and find a safe space to land, Rowan said to Black Drifter, who was still in his smallest form. Black Drifter nodded and activated Morph right away. Above the amazed gaze of the soldiers, he was quickly enveloped in a blinding glow which caused the soldiers to shield their eyes with their hands. After the glow subsided, a bigger Black Drifter hovered above the soldiers, who could not help but let out loud gasps of surprise. Even Dorian was surprised as well, for Black Drifter was now about 2 times larger than his usual maximum size. IT could transport at least 25 soldiers at once with this size. At this new scale, transportation would be much easier and faster in the future. Before Black Drifter took the first 25 soldiers and flew away, he told Rowan that he could further increase his size in the future after breaking through. He even added that there was a possibility of him becoming as small as a housefly, which would be perfect for spying. His words made Rowan understand that his pet was not only excellent for aerial combat, but also an ideal SPY. It excited Rowan as he imagined what he could achieve with him in the future. The transportation began immediately. Black Drifter rocketed through the sky with the soldiers. Rowan waited with his other soldiers that he decided to do a quick head count with the system and discovered that there were only around 800 left. More than 300 soldiers had lost their lives in this hunting adventure. While their death saddened him, he appreciated the fact that it aided the growth of the others. It was a lose-win situation. Black Drifter arrived after about 10 minutes and took another 25 soldiers with him. Rowan did a quick calculation in his mind and realized it would take at least 5 hours to move everyone. That is not bad. If we arrive at night, it would be even better to catch those bastards and reveal their evil plans, Rowan muttered to himself. Black Drifter continued his task. Flying at such speed was natural to him, so it didn't consume much mana. 5 hours later, the sky had already darkened and the half-moon hung in the night sky, providing the minimal amount of light for the soldiers who gathered at the exit of the dark forest, waiting for Rowan. While waiting, they could not help but discuss amongst themselves, their major topics revolving around the safety of their families. Some panicked about the chaotic situation they were currently in. "Relax, everyone. Everything will be okay very soon." Bryce spoke to the soldiers. The other captains joined in and helped to calm the panicking crowd. Rowan arrived with Black Drifter and Blaze. Rowan landed and walked toward them. "We have spent more than a week in a forest filled with countless creatures after our head, and we survived. This proves our strength as a people. You all are no longer the scared soldiers that entered the dark forest with me. You are stronger, fiercer, brighter." Rowan delivered a 2-minute speech to boost their morale. "We do not need to cower in the presence of betrayal. We will deal with them wisely, even though they are stronger than us," he continued. "They are not aware that we know of their evil plans, so we should keep it that way. We enter the village as usual and let our people welcome us, of course. The traders are going to act normal and greet us with smiles, and we will accept while remaining cautious." Rowan's speech smoothly transformed into a mission briefing. Each and every soldier understood his brilliant plan and prayed it would work without casualties. After Rowan was done speaking, he made the soldiers perform a loud battle chant before marching out of the dark forest. They marched gallantly through the silent night. They could not see clearly in the dark, but their instincts were relaxed. They were already aware they would arrive home soon. They soon entered the village and passed the farms. Their gallant footsteps reached the villagers. Inside a small house not too far from the farms, a middle-aged woman breastfed her twin while singing a gentle melody to make them fall asleep. Her gentle melody was soon interrupted by the sound of loud footsteps approaching. Her heart leapt in fear, thinking that another horde of goblins was attacking the village. She grabbed her twin and wrapped them in clean clothes before running out of the house. Reaching outside, she quickly noticed her neighbors as well, drawn by the same footsteps she had heard. She looked in the direction of the sound while moving away. It was night and the moonlight was weak, thus she and her other neighbors failed to see clearly. "Is it goblins again? Oh God, let not be them, please," a woman panicked. "I can't see anything. Wait, these footsteps are too organized. If it were goblins, they would charge in randomly," one of the panicking women suspected. They were still panicking when the shout of the men reached them. "We are back." Their expression transformed positively as they realized the owners of the voices. They cried out happily and ran to welcome their men. Their loud cries awakened the other neighbors and also alerted the enemies lurking in the village. Experienced tales of my virtual library empire, Rowan's place Dragon and Riella could be seen sitting on the bare floor of the room. Riella leaned her head on Dragon's shoulder, tired and dizzy, and she looked extremely famished and worn out. Dragon, on the other hand, tried his hardest to remain awake for Riella's sake. Even though he was equally exhausted, as for Xandros, he was the complete opposite, selfishly gnawing on a finely prepared magical beast meat, while absorbed in the same scroll he had been studying for hours. The three of them remained in the room, too hesitant to start a conversation to break the deafening silence, while the other remained utterly unbothered. It was nighttime, so even outside was eerily quiet, further intensifying the awkwardness. But it soon ended. "They are back. Lord Rowan is back. My husband. My boyfriend." The screams of the villagers soon erupted, alerting the three that Riella's eyes widened with excitement upon hearing her husband's name. Dragon shared the same reaction. Sadly, their excitement lasted only about 2 seconds before their precarious situation snatched it away. Both of them turned to look at Xandros, who didn't seem the least bit bothered as he continued his meal. What evil plan is he scheming in that dark mind of his? Dragon couldn't help but wonder. The noise outside kept increasing as more villagers rushed in the same direction. Riella felt a strong urge to dash outside and meet Rowan, yet she knew it would only result in her being hurt by Xandros. Although Xandros hadn't laid a hand on her, she could already tell he was capable of killing her without a second thought, so she stayed calm while wondering how Rowan would handle the situation. Knock knock. "Lady Riella, Lord Rowan is back." Some ladies from the tailoring house had come to call Riella. They knocked once again after receiving no response on the first attempt. "What is wrong?" "Lady Riella did not come to the tailoring house today, and we haven't seen her leave the house to meet Lord Rowan. Is she okay?" I did not know at this point. They knocked again, and with no response, they left, thinking that she might have already departed and they hadn't noticed her. Riella felt really bad, but there was nothing she could do. About 5 minutes after the women left, a strange pattern of knocks came from the door. Xandros stood up, stored his scroll and his spatial artifact, and strode to open the door. Outside was empty except for two dark mages who bowed upon his arrival. Winterseed, Lord has arrived, they reported. I have ears. I already heard about his arrival, Xandros replied plainly. But there is something strange. One of them murmured. What? The two dark mages promptly reported their observations. There is a new magical beast with him. A superior realm sky shifter, the first one said. Also, his men have a strange energy aura about them. We couldn't figure out what it was, but it wasn't mana, the other added. Xandros hummed as he absorbed their reports. Rowan is always full of surprises, but I never expected him to return with two major wonders. It is no wonder he is considered talented enough to be used for the Dark Seed ritual. Xandros muttered to himself. He instructed the two dark mages to call their colleagues to gather in front of the house. 30 seconds later, 10 dark mages stood before him, awaiting his orders. Xandros did not waste time and began speaking with them. He ensured the door was closed behind him so that Dragon and Riella wouldn't overhear their plans. You've already been instructed on what to do. Begin the first phase. Meanwhile, the other villagers welcomed back Rowan and his soldiers. The entire village had gathered around them, hugging their loved ones and dancing in celebration. Experience more tales on my virtual library empire. Welcome back, Lord Rowan. Lord Rowan has done it again. Welcome back. Gallant men of Winterseed, you've made the village proud once more. Peace will prevail from now on. All sorts of words were spoken in their warm welcome. However, amid the happy crowd were a few sorrowful souls. Where's my son? A woman demanded as she grabbed the clothes of Roland, her face marked by a deep scar of grief. Roland stared at the mother. She was the parent of one of the soldiers under his command who had died during the night hunt. Immediately, a sorrowful expression crossed his face as he spoke in a low voice. We lost him, sorry. She wailed loudly before collapsing to her knees. Not only her, but many other women mourned their deceased loved ones, sons, brothers, uncles, lovers, fathers. Their mourning created a gloomy atmosphere among the otherwise joyful villagers. The captains felt ashamed for not protecting their men as they should have, while other soldiers wished they had been strong enough to help their comrades fight death. Rowan observed the activities with a calm expression. He had long grown accustomed to such situations, so he remained largely unfazed. While interacting with the villagers around him, he couldn't stop scanning the crowd for a glimpse of his beloved wife. Riella would never miss a gathering like this, even if she were in the midst of something extremely important, he muttered to himself as he scanned the crowd. There is no trace of Dragon nor Vishurk among the crowd, either. Something is definitely amiss. Rowan asked the ladies who worked with Liera at the tailoring house, and their responses were unanimous. None of them had seen Riella since she hadn't left the house. When we went over to call her in the morning, she said she was busy with something and would join us soon, but she never came. Before coming to welcome you, we even stopped by her place, but she wasn't there. We assumed she had already arrived here. One of them told Rowan. What about Dragon and Vishurk? Did you see either of them today? Rowan asked, and they again gave the same negative answer. Rowan's eyes turned cold immediately. What have those two bastards done to Riella? He began hurrying away from the group of young ladies who had just answered his questions. Some other women tried to speak with him, but he ignored them and kept moving. Blaze had also noticed that Riella was not around, so when he saw Rowan hurrying away, he immediately suspected that something was wrong and accompanied him. Boom! They hadn't even gotten far when a loud explosion caused the entire village to tremble. A thunderous explosion, accompanied by a sudden minor earthquake, blasted across Winterseed. The villagers cried out in fear. A few quickly dropped to the ground, while others remained standing, frozen, as they stared intently in the direction of the explosion, where a magnificent mushroom of flames blazed fiercely into the sky. It brilliantly illuminated the entire village for several seconds with its sharp, fiery glow. Rowan and Blaze were sprinting rapidly in that direction when the explosion occurred. They immediately halted their steps at the moment it happened to observe. Rowan observed more closely and realized that the explosion had occurred very near the location of his house. The very first name and face that flashed through his mind was Riella. Such an explosion was unquestionably unnatural. It was either caused by a magic spell or by some sort of explosive artifact. Without wasting any precious time, Rowan dashed toward the explosion while his two pets rushed right after him. Rowan sprinted through the empty village until he arrived in front of his house. From there, he could see two nearby houses burning as a result of the earlier explosion, yet his attention remained fixed on the wide-open door of his home. He rushed inside in search of Riella, only to find that there was no one present. "They've taken her," he growled, gritting his teeth. His voice trembled with an urgent blend of anger and despair. each syllable echoing the weight of his loss and the burning need for retribution and undeniable sorrow. "I arrived too late," he muttered, blaming himself with an expression of regret firmly etched on his face. "I can perceive her scent. She is nearby," Blaze informed Rowan after carefully sniffing the area. "You can perceive her?" Rowan inquired immediately. "Can you tell if she's still alive?" "She is very much alive, but there is a strong, dark magical presence positioned near her," Blaze responded. Just as Rowan was discussing urgently with Blaze the whereabouts of his beloved wife, Black Drifter, who was diligently scanning the village from above, spotted two darkened men dragging two helpless individuals, one being a young lady with strikingly beautiful yet messily disheveled white hair, while the other was a middle-aged man. The two dark mages floated in the air, surrounded by swirling mana. As they seized their victims, in front of them stood another dark-robed figure, his hands clasped behind his back as he drifted smoothly with an unruffled, calm posture. Black Drifter could easily discern how powerful the dark-robed figures were. They were several times stronger than him, even more potent than the red dooms of the dark forest that had nearly taken his life. And they were now flying in his direction. It was not difficult for Black Drifter to recognize that these individuals were the problem. So he quickly informed Rowan and Blaze. Upon hearing this, Rowan and Blaze promptly steeled themselves for the dark-robed visitors. Rowan swiftly drew two swords and activated every skill that could aid him in the impending battle, including his Bloodlust title. Even the Revenge skill was activated for the very first time. Rowan was swiftly enveloped by an overwhelming presence, his eyes turning cold and fixed in the direction that Black Drifter had pointed. Blaze, on the other hand, cloaked himself in flames that enhanced all his attributes. A few seconds later, stay updated via my virtual library Empire. Xandros suddenly appeared in Rowan's view, a menacing smirk firmly set on his face. "Who is this guy?" Rowan wondered aloud. He had only known Xandros for his fabricated face and identity as Vishurk, as for his true identity. He had never seen it before. After Xandros, the other dark mages arrived. Rowan saw one of them holding Riella, who appeared extremely worn out and starved. This single scene utterly shattered his heart and fueled his thirst to kill those responsible for her terrible condition. His expression quickly crumbled when his eyes fell upon the other dark mage holding Dragon captive. It confused him. Wasn't Dragon meant to be with the bad guys? He wondered. His initial thought had unequivocally been that Dragon was fully involved in everything, as he was the one who had brought Vishurk, who was later revealed to be a powerful dark mage intent on ruthlessly killing himself and his soldiers with the Forest Eater and then unleashing countless terrifying monster hordes. He had not expected to see Dragon held captive by the very same people with whom he had worked. The entire situation swiftly transformed into something he had not anticipated. He could only watch as they drew ever closer in his direction. Xandros landed slowly in front of him, the same menacing smirk firmly plastered on his face. The others landed a few seconds later, each accompanied by their captives. Rowan's eyes shifted toward his beloved wives. "Rowan." Riella spoke in a low, weak voice. It was clear from her tone that she had not eaten. When she saw him, her eyes shone with a brilliant light that had long been extinguished since Xandros and his men had arrived to terrorize the village. Rowan gave her a reassuring smile, silently promising that he would soon rescue her before turning his attention to the fellow in front of him. Rowan quickly observed the stats of the fellow before him, and he was quite surprised to see two names displayed, names that were exactly the same as the ones he had seen in the Dark Forest. "This is Vishurk's true identity," he noted. Xandros, on the other hand, began strolling slowly toward Rowan while still maintaining the same unchanging facial expression as before. Rowan, you are finally back from your little hunting trip. I've been waiting for you for quite some time now. Why were you late?" Xandros exuded a distinctly threatening aura as he spoke, rendering the atmosphere extremely uncomfortable for the weaker individuals. "You. Who are you and what do you want with my village?" Rowan asked. Although he already knew who he was and whom he had been pretending to be, it was better to react naturally and not give the impression that he truly knew. "Oh, I forgot that this is your first time seeing my real face. You already knew me as Vishurk." "You are Vishurk, how?" Rowan reacted as if he had just made a startling discovery, causing Xandros to laugh in amused delight. While speaking, Xandros continued taking slow, intimidating steps toward Rowan. Naturally, he did not respond to Rowan's questions. "Why are you doing all this, Vishurk? Did we ever treat you badly while you were with us? Did we wrong you in any way?" Rowan followed up with more questions, acting exactly as Xandros would expect him to. and his act was both fascinating and convincingly real, enough to provoke amused chuckles from Xandros. Someone like me would not need any reason to wipe out a territory of weak and useless people. You're fortunate that I was made to act cool and to connect with your people. If not, you would not have a place to call your village or anyone to call your people right now. Xandros laughed. Only people like Dragon, who had worked with him for so many years, truly knew who he actually was and how dark his heart truly was. Although Rowan had met the true Xandros for the first time, he could already tell from the look on his face that his words were genuine, that he unmistakably possessed the cold and almost lifeless eyes of someone capable of killing innocent people while feeling nothing. Even Blaze and Black Drifter could easily tell, through their natural instincts, what kind of person he was. This guy is no bluff. How do I truly take care of someone like this? What should I do? I cannot allow him to hurt any of my villagers, and I definitely cannot let him cause further harm to Riella, Rowan pondered. Xandros was gradually closing in, so Rowan took several steps back. Rowan was no coward when it came to a fight. He had even faced monsters far stronger than himself without a single moment's hesitation. However, he was smart enough to realize that, in this situation, acting like a coward was the only option. Even at his peak, utilizing all his skills, items, and even his pet, he still would not be able to defeat Xandros. Indeed, even at his peak strength, he would not be able to take care of Xandros' minions, who were even weaker than Xandros himself. That IT was a lose-lose situation at that point. And even if he could buy time by using Talk no Jutsu, there was no one coming to help, nor any trump card waiting to be activated.
And that's the end of today's chapter from the Dimensional Diary. If you enjoyed wandering these worlds with me, don't forget to like the video, share it with fellow adventurers, and subscribe so you never miss the next story that unfolds.